In the early days of Dubai, our founders shared the vision of the rulers of the land to support the development of the emirate and to help establish a hub that would connect the region and eventually the world. Today at Emirates NBD, more than 10,000 people of over 80 nationalities strive every day to make banking better by providing valuable solutions to our customers. Having 27% of the UAE population banking with us, our total assets stand at 128 billion US dollars. And with accessibility in mind, we've invested into a growing network of branches, ATMs and CDMs across the region and beyond. Expanding our services to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Singapore, India, and the United Kingdom, with representative offices in China and Indonesia. As one of the largest banks in the GCC, we facilitate business across various segments. Specialist teams service our private and wholesale banking customers with dedicated investment, advisory and risk management solutions, utilizing a complete range of private and corporate banking products and services. Emirates NBD's adoption of digital technology is setting new standards and offering cutting-edge platforms to personal and corporate clients who can benefit from integrated and seamless solutions that match their financial needs. Our branch of the future exhibits new retail technology, while Eva, our virtual assistant, is ready 24/7. Listening to and acting upon our customers' requests is paramount to our success, and we deliver on that 7 days a week on our social media channels. Our responsibility to our customers, shareholders and employees goes hand in hand with our social investment commitments. We're proud to contribute to the communities we serve through our strategic CSR initiatives. So far, 30% of Emirates NBD employees have volunteered for our award-winning volunteering program. With the mission to welcome global business to Dubai, Emirates NBD Group takes pride in being named the official banking partner for Expo 2020 Dubai. This, along with key recognitions, is a testament to fulfilling the vision laid out by our leaders for future generations.
In a country where ambition never sleeps and the impossible materializes in the blink of an eye, in a country where life moves at the speed of dreams, you need news, insights and information that moves just as fast, that keeps you not just up to the minute, but up to the second on the world around you. With stories that entertain you, insights you can rely on, and views and opinions you can count on. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, it's all at your fingertips. Gulf News, the intelligent choice.
The future can be intimidating. Your customers want more. Transform, or you'll sink. That's what advisors tell you. But you don't need an advisor to tell you what to do. You need a navigator to help you do it, to create a plan, to put into action. It's easy to tell you to ditch your old tech, but a navigator understands the crazy complexities you face, knows how to help you move when it's hard to, and work forward with what you've got. A navigator doesn't just point you in a direction, pat you on the back and say, good luck. A navigator is right there with you, weathering the storm, guiding you through whatever the next wave throws at you. And that's exactly what we've done for some of the world's most innovative companies. So while the others are still guessing what the future will bring, a navigator can chart a proven path forward with you, for you. Because only a navigator knows how to take you from good to great, and how to get you from now to next. Infosys, navigate your next.
What is CRM? Good question. CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. It's technology that helps you keep track of everything about your customers and your potential customers so you can build great relationships with them. CRM used to be all about sales, but not anymore. CRM is for every department, sales, but also marketing, service, commerce, and IT too. A great CRM helps you do amazing things. It centralizes all your important customer information and company data in one place, so your teams have the right information to deliver the easy, connected experiences customers expect. Take Carol here. Carol owns a network of scooter dealerships. She has a lot of customers. We just met one, Celeste. Yesterday, Celeste configured the scooter of her dreams 43 times. And because Carol has CRM, her marketing team knew it, which is why Celeste just received an automated email that got her off her couch and into a dealership to take a test drive. When Celeste arrives, the scooter's already waiting for her, along with some accessories the sales team knows Celeste is gonna love. Next thing you know, Celeste is buying herself a scooter, a snazzy helmet, and some really nice accessories. But it's not just sales and marketing who know Celeste. Thanks to Carol's CRM, every department knows her because every team has one shared view of Celeste and all her information. Before she's even made it back to her couch, service has already sent her tips to help her care for her scooter. Marketing uses built-in AI to predict what Celeste likes and suggest more great additions. Commerce uses the same insights to create an entire storefront customized just for her. And IT builds apps that connect her to an entire community of fellow scooter lovers. Friendship and love follow. Brand love, that is. Along the way, Carol's CRM just keeps getting smarter and more helpful, serving up actionable analytics for everyone at Carol's dealership, which makes Carol's employees happier and helps them surprise and delight Celeste again and again. The right CRM helps businesses focus on customers and unites everyone with one shared goal. Make Celeste, or whoever your customer is, happy.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. Time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Your suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by his spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. Here, yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj, luxury crafted by time.
days of Dubai, our founders shared the vision of the rulers of the land to support the development of the emirate and to help establish a hub that would connect the region and eventually the world. Today at Emirates NBD, more than 10,000 people of over 80 nationalities strive every day to make banking better by providing valuable solutions to our customers. Having 27% of the UAE population banking with us, our total assets stand at 128 billion US dollars. And with accessibility in mind, we've invested into a growing network of branches, ATMs and CDMs across the region and beyond. Expanding our services to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Singapore, India, and the United Kingdom, with representative offices in China and Indonesia. As one of the largest banks in the GCC, we facilitate business across various segments. Specialist teams service our private and wholesale banking customers with dedicated investment, advisory and risk management solutions, utilizing a complete range of private and corporate banking products and services. Emirates NBD's adoption of digital technology is setting new standards and offering cutting-edge platforms to personal and corporate clients who can benefit from integrated and seamless solutions that match their financial needs. Our branch of the future exhibits new retail technology, while Eva, our virtual assistant, is ready 24/7. Listening to and acting upon our customers' requests is paramount to our success, and we deliver on that 7 days a week on our social media channels. Our responsibility to our customers, shareholders and employees goes hand in hand with our social investment commitments. We're proud to contribute to the communities we serve through our strategic CSR initiatives. So far, 30% of Emirates NBD employees have volunteered for our award-winning volunteering program. With the mission to welcome global business to Dubai, Emirates NBD Group takes pride in being named the official banking partner for Expo 2020 Dubai. This, along with key recognitions, is a testament to fulfilling the vision laid out by our leaders for future generations.
In a country where ambition never sleeps and the impossible materializes in the blink of an eye, in a country where life moves at the speed of dreams, you need news, insights and information that moves just as fast, that keeps you not just up to the minute, but up to the second on the world around you. With stories that entertain you, insights you can rely on, and views and opinions you can count on. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, it's all at your fingertips. Gulf News, the intelligent choice.
The future can be intimidating. Your customers want more. Transform or you'll sink. That's what advisors tell you. But you don't need an advisor to tell you what to do. You need a navigator to help you do it, to create a plan, to put into action. It's easy to tell you to ditch your old tech, but a navigator understands the crazy complexities you face, knows how to help you move when it's hard to, and work forward with what you've got. A navigator doesn't just point you in a direction, pat you on the back and say, good luck. A navigator is right there with you, weathering the storm, guiding you through whatever the next wave throws at you. And that's exactly what we've done for some of the world's most innovative companies. So while the others are still guessing what the future will bring, a navigator can chart a proven path forward with you, for you. Because only a navigator knows how to take you from good to great, and how to get you from now to next. Infosys. Navigate your next.
What is CRM? Good question. CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. It's technology that helps you keep track of everything about your customers and your potential customers so you can build great relationships with them. CRM used to be all about sales, but not anymore. CRM is for every department, sales, but also marketing, service, commerce, and IT too. A great CRM helps you do amazing things. It centralizes all your important customer information and company data in one place, so your teams have the right information to deliver the easy, connected experiences customers expect. Take Carol here. Carol owns a network of scooter dealerships. She has a lot of customers. We just met one, Celeste. Yesterday, Celeste configured the scooter of her dreams 43 times. And because Carol has CRM, her marketing team knew it, which is why Celeste just received an automated email that got her off her couch and into a dealership to take a test drive. When Celeste arrives, the scooter's already waiting for her, along with some accessories the sales team knows Celeste is gonna love. Next thing you know, Celeste is buying herself a scooter, a snazzy helmet, and some really nice accessories. But it's not just sales and marketing who know Celeste. Thanks to Carol's CRM, every department knows her because every team has one shared view of Celeste and all her information. Before she's even made it back to her couch, service has already sent her tips to help her care for her scooter. Marketing uses built-in AI to predict what Celeste likes and suggest more great additions. Commerce uses the same insights to create an entire storefront customized just for her. And IT builds apps that connect her to an entire community of fellow scooter lovers. Friendship and love follow. Brand love, that is. Along the way, Carol's CRM just keeps getting smarter and more helpful, serving up actionable analytics for everyone at Carol's dealership, which makes Carol's employees happier and helps them surprise and delight Celeste again and again. The right CRM helps businesses focus on customers and unites everyone with one shared goal. Make Celeste, or whoever your customer is, happy.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. A time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Your suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor, and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by his spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. Here, yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj, luxury crafted by time.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to day 2 of the India Global Forum UAE 2021, and of course, the inaugural edition, under the theme of Dynamic Alliances for a Smarter Tomorrow. Co-hosted by the Consul General of India in Dubai and the Embassy of the UAE in New Delhi. I am Laura Buckwell.
And good morning, I'm Greg Fairley, and we'll be your MCs again today. Great to have you back with us. We're in Dubai live at the Taj in Business Bay, broadcasting to India and also to the world.
And of course, the India Global Forum is where India meets the world and the world meets India.
Well, yesterday we had addresses from the Indian Health Minister and a joint session with the Indian Trade Minister, His Excellency Piyush Goyal, and also counterpart, His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi. We've had global disruptors sessions and also no less than 6 unicorns. More to follow today.
Yes, we've got a lot more to follow today, of course, and also some fantastic sessions with India and UAE's leading businesses, including Emirates MBD and Hero FinCorp. Right, we're going to dive straight into day 2 now. Greg, I believe it's over to you now. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Brilliant. Well, listen, today we have at the India Global Forum, kicking off the session to start us off is the CEO of Niti Aayog, the Government of India's premier policy think tank. We're going to be asking about boosting innovation opportunities, especially between India and the UAE. So please welcome, virtually from India, Amitabh Kant, the CEO of Niti Aayog. Good morning, Amitabh, and thank you very much for joining us. How are you today?
Wonderful. Great pleasure interacting with you. Look forward to it.
Brilliant to have you with us. Now, let's get straight into our discussion. In August this year, India commenced negotiations with the UAE to conclude a comprehensive economic partnership agreement by the end of this year. And implement it by March of next year. Can you tell us more from your perspective?
Well, India is UAE's second largest trading partner, accounting for about 9% of its total foreign trade and 13% of non-oil exports. The UAE is currently India's third largest trading partner, with bilateral trade in 2019-20 valued at about $59 billion US. The UAE is also India's second largest export destination after the US, with exports valued at approximately $29 billion US. The UAE and India have a comprehensive investment partnership built on decades of growing collaboration, and the UAE is also the 9th largest investor in India. India's investment in the UAE has been growing, and it represents almost 6 to 7% of the foreign direct investment in that country. In addition to trade and investment, a host of technology partnerships have surfaced between the two countries, particularly in fintech. The acceptance of RuPay card by Network International in UAE to enhance the range of payment schemes, acceptance and business for UAE merchants, as well as the subsequent adoption of the unified payment interface for Network International's key retail merchant partner outlets have made a huge difference. And in the above context, the decision to enter into a comprehensive economic partnership appears to be the next logical step that could boost bilateral trade in goods and services, and this would lead to wider social and economic opportunities for both the nations. A mutually beneficial comprehensive economic partnership, a CEPA, will help in increasing trade between both the countries, and it would help in increasing the volume and diversifying trade. UAE companies should also explore India as an opportunity to diversify their supply chains. A SEPA between both the countries, to my mind, will truly help in deepening trade and investment relations.
So, how would you think that foreign direct investment would also be directly helped in a bilateral way?
Well, two things. One is that UAE has a very, very strong Indian diaspora of close to about 3.5 million, which is approximately 40% of UAE's population. Further, Dubai is fast becoming the new Silicon Valley in the Middle East, where many Indian startups and tech companies have been successfully paving their way. And these companies have made inroads in the UAE markets by offering groundbreaking solutions to both government organizations and private companies. The growing ties between India and UAE has led to a huge surge in hiring of IT professionals from India, as well as they form a good chunk of the Indian diaspora there. The pandemic has brought to focus the area of health, fintech, food security, etc. that needs to be given due attention in the UAE. And Indian companies and startups operating in this space are definitely be the key drivers in the supply side for giving innovative solutions. UAE is also part of the Gulf Cooperation Council, and further through the GCC has FTAs with Singapore and also EFTA countries like Norway, Switzerland, and Iceland. It is also a part of the Greater Arab Free Trade Zone. And this landscape offers the Indian companies to leverage this network to augment value chain integration with the UAE and export to the GCC countries, EFTA countries, Singapore, and members of the JAFTA. In that sense, UAE will serve as a great destination for investments. Another significant pillar of India-UAE ties is reflected in the growing cooperation also in security and defense sector. So all in all, UAE can be a great destination for investments.
Yesterday, here at the India Global Forum UAE, Minister Goyal said that it was one of the fastest trade agreements between two countries ever made. What does that signal to you?
Well, that signals the significance and importance of UAE being a very important trade, investment, and a collaborative partner. It also signals that Indian and UAE ties are very strong. It also signals that India and UAE relationship has been built on decades of collaboration. It also represents that both the countries have faith in each other, and the next logical step to boost bilateral trade in goods and services is a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. And I think it also bears testimony to the fact that a mutual beneficial SEPA will be beneficial in boosting trade and investment between both the countries.
To what extent will this agreement boost entrepreneurs, particularly in India? And we're meeting a lot of unicorns at the moment, companies of over $1 billion already, that have startups that have gone from nothing to $1 billion in a very short space of time.
So that's an important question because the post-COVID situation has made everyone in the world aware of how technology can help nations leapfrog. Through innovation, India has been successful in building a robust innovation ecosystem through initiatives of all the parties, particularly our startups. We've launched several initiatives to push the startup ecosystem. We have over about 50,000 startups. We have 82 unicorns. During the COVID period, 10 months, we created about 42 unicorns. India has taken a very holistic approach by creating vast number of incubation centers, and to push the inquisitiveness amongst young minds, we push the Atal Tinkering Labs at school level. We've also developed public digital platforms which have helped nurture the innovation and scale-up efforts. Every Indian has a biometric, every Indian has a mobile, every Indian has bank account, and therefore we are data rich, and we are now getting to be data intelligent. With a very emerging digital friendly young population, we are fast gaining our footprint along the world, and technology will be the basis for sound innovation. So my view is that all this impetus that has been given to the startup movement and the robust movement that we've created will play a very important role in not merely the GDP expansion in India, but in creating a similar movement of vibrancy, dynamism, and growth in the relationship between the two countries, India and UAE, and it will help us push the limits of innovation across a range of areas, including health, education, agriculture, and many, many other areas.
Fantastic. Well, it was part of our dynamic alliances for a smarter tomorrow. Many thanks there, Amitabh Kant, CEO of Niti Aayog, for joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next, Laura continues the conversation of the incredible growth taking place between India and the UAE in just a moment.
In a country where ambition never sleeps and the impossible materializes in the blink of an eye, in a country where life moves at the speed of dreams, you need news, insights and information that moves just as fast, that keeps you not just up to the minute, but up to the second on the world around you, with stories that entertain you, insights you can rely on, and views and opinions you can count on. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, it's all at your fingertips. Gulf News, the intelligent choice.
Well, a fascinating conversation there, Greg. Thank you so much. And what a way to start day 2 of the India Global Forum UAE 2021. Thank you so much. We now move on from innovation to growth now. And the UAE has presented opportunities for trade and connectivity ever since we can remember. Now geopolitics are shifting and trade routes, of course, are evolving. Joining me now is a prolific global investor, and it's a great pleasure to welcome Navroz Udwadia, the co-founder of AlphaWave, formerly Falcon Edge, who joins us virtually. A very warm welcome.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our guest a warm welcome there.
Thank you
I'd just
very
like to
much.
say what a great pleasure, what a great honor it is to have you here at the inaugural event here in the Middle East, in Dubai, in the beautiful Taj here. Thank you so much for joining us. I thought we'd kick off our conversation actually with, as a prolific global investor, very well-known investor too, might I add, what sort of sectors in India and the UAE in particular are you sort of most excited about right now?
Sure. I would say, without narrowing it down too specifically, I would say we spend a lot of time on fintech, a lot of time on software as a service or SaaS, a lot of time on businesses that are built on data science and artificial intelligence backbones, and then finally consumer tech. And that could be food, transportation, a variety of subsectors, content, short form video, and then lastly, B2B, which is business to business commerce. Most of these sectors actually are spaces that we've hunted in and found really tremendous founders, and then actually in many cases transplanted part of these businesses to the UAE, to Abu Dhabi, and availed of the data science and the AI and the ML and the other resources that the UAE offers Indian founders.
So much incredible opportunity. I'd like to quickly go back to your company now. It's now known as AlphaWave. Are you able to tell us a little bit more about why you sort of changed the rebrand at all?
Sure. When we launched almost 10 years ago now, actually exactly 10 years ago, We launched as Falcon Edge Capital. It was co-founded by myself, Rick Gerson, my partner, and Ryan Puri. And we were predominantly a public markets focused investor for the first couple of years of our life. And in about 2014, with great foresight, or 2013 even, my co-founder, Rick, examined the typical public market business model and felt that there was much more value that we could add as a team of three through our networks, our relationships, also our investment style, our diligence process, our desire to build businesses on the private side than on the public side. There's not, as you can imagine, when you're investing in a publicly listed company, there's not a whole lot of business building that you can provide. Information is fairly symmetric, and your interactions with founders are limited, and your interactions with management are fairly scripted. Your ability to bring your networks and your relationships and your enthusiasm and passion to build businesses is somewhat controlled or restrained. So in about 2013-14, we began focusing on the private side. Fast forward 8 years later, and painfully but with great enthusiasm, we've built a private business that now is 80% of our business, of what we do. Our private business, by the way, was always called some derivative of Alpha Wave. So we have a very early stage seed and Series A, Series B business that has a very, very interesting relationship with the UAE, and that's called Alpha Wave Incubation. Our later stage investing on the private side has always been called Alpha Wave Ventures. And so about 6 months ago, Rick, Ryan, and I sat down and said to ourselves, look, we're now at a point where we're circa $15+ billion firm from a $1 billion firm at launch 10 or 11 years ago. And 80% of our passion, our energy, our enthusiasm, and our assets are focused on the private side. And so the firm should sort of reflect more of that ethos. And so we rebranded the firm's name to Alpha Wave Global. Within that, our early stage business is Alpha Wave Incubation. Our late stage business is Alpha Wave Ventures. So I think hopefully that gives you a sense of the thought that went through where it was behind the rebranding.
Thank you so much. And also very interesting to hear about this new Alpha Wave incubation and the strong ties, of course, here to the UAE. Very quickly, before we pull our next set of guests up, because we're going to have a panel in just a moment, including yourself, if you'd like to stay with us, of course. What would you say are the key signposts then before investing in a company for you? What especially do you look out for?
It varies I specifically focus on this barbell approach where we're quite ruthless in either being very early, seed, Series A, Series B, but a Series B is largely if we're already in the asset as a Series A investor, and then we go quite late. And the signposts I look for on both sides of that barbell, we don't really do very much in between. This is our playbook. It's worked really well. And so we stick to kind of this pattern of investing. On the early side, we're looking at, in no particular order, founder quality. Is this a founder that has some domain expertise? Is he relentless? Is he willing to run through brick walls in the pursuit of his business? Does he have the highest standards of integrity? On that, there can be zero compromise. Does he come well referenced from people that have worked with him in the past? Is he able to take a punch in the face and pivot and not sit back down and kind of continue to go? Because very often some of the most successful businesses in the world have come from multiple pivots. I personally look for founders that have a chip on their shoulder. If something happened in their life, it could be trauma, it could be ex-professional athletes, it could be even the loss of someone dear to them that has instilled in them this desire to prove themselves to the world. Is there humility, willingness to accept and seek out non-confirming evidence? So those are some of the things. And then on top of that, product market fit. Is this a space that is open to disruption? Is the industry structure aligned with disruption? And what are the early signposts of product market fit? Is it a large market that they're trying to attack or address? Those are the 3 or 4 fairly straightforward things we look at for a seed or a Series A business. When it comes to the later stage investing, it's more scientific and less art. And it's really, is it late enough for me and my team to discern either dominance or the outlines of dominance? Is it late enough for me and my team to discern robust unit economics? Is this a business that can actually make money at scale? Is it late enough to discern a track record of execution and execution excellence from the founder and the management team? Is it early enough for us to underwrite a 3 to 5x on the capital in? So if we put 100 million in over a 3 to 5 year period of time, can we extract or make $300 to $500 million on that $100 million investment?
Some great advice.
Those are the two kind of yardsticks that we use.
Great advice there. Thank you so much. We can't thank you enough for being with us. We do hope you're going to join our panel, because I'm going to pull up our next couple of guests here up on the stage. And it's a great pleasure to welcome Ankur Gupta, Head of Corporate Affairs and Growth at Tata Sons MENA. A very warm welcome. Wonderful to have you here. And a very warm welcome to Rajesh Singhi, MD, Regional Head of Mergers and Acquisitions for Africa and the Middle East, and Head Sector Coverage for the Middle East, Africa and Pakistan at Standard Chartered Bank. A very warm welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic panel we have here. I mean, absolutely incredible. The lineup we've had over the last couple of days has just been phenomenal. So thank you so much for your time, first of all. Really great to have you here. Ankur, let's start off with you, if I may. Tata has been present in the region for over 23 years now. Tell us a little bit about, how you came into this market and your growth story, essentially.
Sure, thanks, Laura. So Tata Group, fairly well-known globally, but maybe I take a minute and introduce what we do in the region. We've been here for 50 years now, well-kept secret. We have 23 Tata companies which operate in this region, revenues slightly over $3 billion, and we have about 12,000 employees, primarily across technology, infrastructure, which serve this particular country. Our beginning in this region was very similar to our beginnings in India. Our most well-known Tata experience was people going to schools in Tata buses and having stories about that. Of these 23 businesses though, Laura, 10 of them have come into the UAE and this region in the last 5 years, and which is why probably it was relevant that we share our perspective on UAE as a springboard for Indian businesses, not just for the reasons which have already been shared by Mr. Kant and others over this panel, but real experiences where we've brought businesses like Vistara, like Tanishq, like Tata Technologies and many others to this region over the last 5 years. One of our most recent stories was Tanishq, our first international outlet outside of India, was in Dubai last year, and now we are expanding to 5 new outlets this year. And yeah, it's, all of the reasons which have been mentioned, the Indian diaspora, connectivity to India, all of them have been reasons which have gotten here. Of course, when we say 3.5 million people back home in India say, yeah, that's a suburb of one of our metro cities, but what they do not probably account for is UAE as an economy is $390 billion GDP. And if the Indian diaspora is 35-38% of that diaspora, the Indian diaspora roughly would be responsible for more than $120 billion, which is far bigger than one of the largest states of India. So the opportunity in UAE, and then of course as a gateway market to MENA, still is large for any Indian business to consider.
Moving over to Rajesh, what advantages and opportunities do you think the Indian companies see when they look at the UAE then?
I think as Ankur mentioned, the first thing is obviously the fact that you have a large Indian population here. So it's kind of a natural extension of your business. Also, I think traditionally UAE has been a big center for trade, tourism, transportation. If you look at Jebel Ali Port, if you look at Emirates Airline, and it's been the sort of point which connects you to Africa on one side, Europe on the other, and the subcontinent on the third side. So a lot of Indian businesses who want to do business in Africa use UAE as a base for doing that. And as Ankur mentioned, it's not just UAE, but it's the GCC as a whole, which represents about $1.5 trillion of GDP. And if you add Africa to that, then you're adding another 1.5 trillion and a billion plus of population as well. So that's one thing which kind of is a sort of driver for Indian businesses moving here. I think the other thing which UAE in particular has shown time and again, that it has this ability to move with speed. It's very nimble as a country and as the leadership of this country. If you look at some of the recent initiatives around, and a couple of weeks back or a week back, there was this announcement around aligning weekends to the rest of the world. You look at, everybody's heard about golden visa issuances. Over the last 18-24 months, they made it easy for foreign entities to own 100% of their businesses here. So it's a country which is very nimble. It adapts itself very quickly, and it kind of is a big sort of, it's easy to set up businesses. The last thing I would say is, I think COVID has been a big game changer for UAE. I think it's been one city, Dubai and Abu Dhabi, or one country, where people have felt relatively safe, and at the same time, the country has been open. A lot of people tried various different things, and all were experiments. Singapore and Hong Kong did something where they completely shut down the cities. They kept the population relatively safe, but business really got hampered. You had sort of problems in Europe and US, and to some extent even India went through a very bad patch, especially in Q2 of this year. But UAE came out from COVID much stronger, keeping people safe as well as sort of keeping the businesses open. So those are, I guess, the sort of reasons why a lot of Indian businesses are choosing to have UAE as a base for doing business.
Navros, back over to you. Why do you think Indian business models work so well in the UAE then? And do you have any advice for any companies that are looking to set up shop here then?
Yeah, so let me just start by saying we're kind of deep in this India-UAE burgeoning trade relationship, because Alpha Wave Incubation, our early stage fund, is specifically our capital provider is a sovereign UAE entity, and the mandate of that fund is fascinating, and at the cutting edge of kind of India-UAE entrepreneurial relationships. We find businesses in India and Southeast Asia, seed Series A, we invest in them with a mandate that they are to be tech-focused, disruptive, but bring to the UAE part of their team. So as part of the qualifying criteria, we transplant anywhere from 5 to 20 people, high-level talent, so engineers, C-suite professionals, in some case founders, move from India to the UAE and travel freely between the two countries on special visas, and build parts of their businesses that are global facing or that are GCC specific in the UAE. I think it's very simple. India is a 1.4 billion a person market, young, vibrant, full of entrepreneurial energy, but chronically capital starved. The UAE has a long history and tradition and culture of welcoming and having Indians here on the ground in Abu Dhabi. And they are treated well, they are treated kindly, they are treated fairly, and has a lot of capital. And so I can't think of two more natural bedfellows. In addition, one of the things that we found in the UAE is tremendous willingness to do business, as both your panelists just outlined. Tremendous debottlenecking of bureaucracy and kind of restrictions of the past, and very, very cutting edge in data science and machine learning and artificial intelligence. Which, if you're building a business today that aims to be disruptive and tech-focused, you have to have that data science and ML and engineering talent And the UAE provides phenomenal resources in that field, in addition to capital and everything else. And so I think we're in the very, very early stages of a very rich and productive relationship, and alpha wave incubation and what we do is at the tipping point of that.
Very well said. Anka, the title of our session, of course, is the UAE is a springboard for India's global growth. So how do you feel the sort of very fertile ground here is essential for global growth, basically, essentially?
Sure. Thanks, Laura. Let me again use a Tata example to share why we think UAE is a great place. Let me talk about Tanishq, which is one of our recent entrants. Jewelry, we are the market leaders in India, and there would have been larger markets for us to look at outside of the UAE, but I don't think we would have got the overall package, which both Navroz and Rajesh have mentioned about, in terms of not just the Indian diaspora, the ease of doing business, setting up and all of that, but also the competition. So as an Indian business, not only do we have our Indian competitors who are in the UAE and are familiar brands which you're familiar with, Joy Lucas, Malabars, etc., but you also have the best of, so as to say, Western competition here. And for us to not even just grow globally, but also be competitive and continue to be competitive in India, we need to be able to compete effectively in the UAE, learn lessons from being in this country, and then use this in other markets. For example, with jewelry, now we're going to the US, and also bring those lessons back home to India and ensure that we remain market leaders in our sectors going forward. And that's the role which UAE plays for us.
Very, very interesting. Rajesh, over to you. Tell us, in your mind, why the UAE is such an important place for global growth for any Indian company.
I think we touched upon a few of the topics already, or a few of the points already. But if you think of UAE, I guess, is whether it's sort of the innovation side of things, where UAE is taking, my apologies, UAE is taking sort of adapting practices and policies to promote innovation. You look at it, this is the region where oil has been the predominant source of the GDP and the economy, and yet two of the earliest adopters of net zero are Saudi Arabia and UAE. They have committed to net zero by 2040 and 2050 respectively. Renewables as a space has sort of grown significantly, or is getting significant prominence in the region, which is very counterintuitive when you think of it, because it's a very oil-based economy. It's the cheapest cost producer of oil, and yet it's focusing so heavily on whether it's hydrogen, whether it's a renewable sector. So it's the innovation side of things and being ahead of sort of the curve, which sort of puts it in a very good place to drive global growth. Besides, obviously, some of the things that we talked about, whether it's connectivity and trade and tourism.
Very, very quickly, and sadly we are running out of time, but there's been a lot of reference to this new cooperation agreement between the UAE and India. Has anyone got any comments on that and what that's going to do for Indian companies as well?
So from our perspective, UAE has been very supportive. Even when there was no formal trade agreements, UAE did make special dispensation for Indian businesses, for Tata Group on case-by-case basis. We've, of course, got businesses in Europe and Africa, and as Rajesh mentioned, we look forward to having UAE as a base and expanding to markets in the region. Of course, one watch out is the region itself is getting hyper-competitive. It's not as easy to continue to use UAE as a springboard for GCC, and we need to figure out how do we get trade agreements working in the GCC region as well going forward.
Very interesting point there, yes.
No, I'll just give one example. Look, a few years back, we advised an Indian company in the cement space to come into UAE. And Ras Al Khaimah obviously has significant deposits of limestone. And limestone is key to getting cement done. And at that point in time, government of Ras Al Khaimah and IDO, the Sovereign Wealth Fund of Ras Al Khaimah, committed long-term offtake arrangements to allow the Shree Cement to come in and set up operations here. So again, just a sign of the business-friendly atmosphere or sort of policies that the leadership here sets to allow businesses to flourish.
Navros, very quickly, we've got to wrap up now, but what are your thoughts off the back of this new trade agreement? Have you got any comments on that?
So I think the warmer the political and geopolitical relationships between the two countries, the better. I know from our contacts at government that there are very authentic and warm relationships. But echoing the panelists, we've just found that every time we've run into a bottleneck or an issue, we are able to debottleneck with the assistance of people on the ground. And the other thing I would like to add is the UAE is increasingly at the tipping end of Web 3.0, which is, again, anything blockchain, crypto. It's a very, very accommodative and enthusiastic environment. And we've also found, sort of like New York is to the United States or London is to Europe, it's very interesting. I find some of the best talent from across the Middle East are people we work with in the UAE: Egyptians, Jordanians, Lebanese, Syrians, and also local Emiratis, Pakistanis. Some of our greatest talent that we come across, and people who really kind of aid and abet bringing Indian entrepreneurs over to the UAE are the Pakistanis and the Egyptians that we work with. And so it's a really fertile space for entrepreneurial energy. And our mandate for this fund has been very interesting. It's not just to generate financial returns, but to convert or to help transform the UAE into an entrepreneurial hub like Singapore or Tel Aviv or Bangalore. So it's a deeply welcoming and rewarding space to do business with, and a country that India enjoys great relationships with.
Thank you so much. So very sadly, that's all we've got time for. A very short session, sadly, but we've got a lot on today. Navros, Anka, Rajesh, it's been a great pleasure speaking with you. Thank you so much. Fantastic session there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
In the early days of Dubai, our founders shared the vision of the rulers of the land to support the development of the emirate and to help establish a hub that would connect the region and eventually the world. Today at Emirates NBD, more than 10,000 people of over 80 nationalities strive every day to make banking better by providing valuable solutions to our customers. Having 27% of the UAE population banking with us, our total assets stand at $128 billion US. And with accessibility in mind, we've invested into a growing network of branches, ATMs and CDMs across the region and beyond. Expanding our services to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Singapore, India, and the United Kingdom, with representative offices in China and Indonesia. As one of the largest banks in the GCC, we facilitate business across various segments. Specialist teams service our private and wholesale banking customers with dedicated investment, advisory and risk management solutions, utilizing a complete range of private and corporate banking products and services. Emirates NBD's adoption of digital technology is setting new standards and offering cutting-edge platforms to personal and corporate clients who can benefit from integrated and seamless solutions that match their financial needs. Our branch of the future exhibits new retail technology, while Eva, our virtual assistant, is ready 24/7. Listening to and acting upon our customers' requests is paramount to our success, and we deliver on that 7 days a week on our social media channels. Our responsibility to our customers, shareholders and employees goes hand in hand with our social investment commitments. We're proud to contribute to the communities we serve through our strategic CSR initiatives. So far, 30% of Emirates NBD employees have volunteered for our award-winning volunteering program. With the mission to welcome global business to Dubai, Emirates NBD Group takes pride in being named the official banking partner for Expo 2020 Dubai. This, along with key recognitions, is a testament to fulfilling the vision laid out by our leaders for future generations.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneurship is often a path to leadership and also to success, of course. And a growing number of women are launching their own highly successful businesses. It's time now to look at two inspiring stories here at the India Global Forum UAE. Please welcome on the stage. First, we have Arshi Ayub Mohammed Saviri, CEO of Trust with Trade Group. And also to Peravi Jani, who is the Executive Director of SCA Group Corporation. Is Peravi with us?
Yes, hi.
Ah, there you are. Okay, good. You're with us. Great. Brilliant. Well, thank you both for joining us. Really good to have you with us.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now, let me start with you, Arshi. You are juggling several, leadership positions within your corporation and company. And how do you bring in those strategic initiatives?
Well, I'd like to first start with congratulating India Global Forum and Mr. Manoj for putting together such a wonderful audience. It gives me great pleasure to see a room full, predominantly male, and a woman speaking here. So thank you so much for having me. Within my leadership positions and the ones that I occupy in the UAE and around the world, the number one thing is that there is a great community of men who support that. Let me tell you, this may sound like a cliche, but the fact is that as much as there are people to put you down, but there has been a wonderful community of my male counterparts who have been vouching for everything that I do. We have to thank the leadership of the countries that we have been working with. Number one, of course, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. They have been championing the women leadership in the Middle East, not just in the UAE. They have been doing it for the last 2 decades, and which is why we are able to occupy and do what we are doing right now. Apart from doing manufacturing and doing most of the mining trade, 2 things that I'm deeply, passionately involved as of right now is into neuroscience and sustainability. The work that we are now doing in neuroscience for carbon control is practical, and the reason why I'm saying so is because we are able to leverage human ingenuity to be able to achieve that by creating natural carbon sinks that ensure that we create a complete circular model of sustainability, food security, industrial activity, and finally environmental benefit. Secondly, it's into cognitive human enhancement by the way of neuroscience. We're able to achieve brain-to-machine calibration completely wireless. We're researching all of that with the wonderful brains that we have in India and in the UAE. So who do I credit those strategic initiatives? Definitely the men. Thank you so much.
Arshi, so when did your entrepreneurial journey begin? I mean, how did it all start?
I started out very young. Not to make it sound extremely fancy, but it's quite a simple story. I started out very young at the age of 17. I tried to fund my own business because that's how it is. You can't always rely on somebody else if you can't believe in your own self. I don't go by the ideology that look out for initial investment. If you don't believe in your own idea, and if you can't work for sufficient initial capital, you can't really expect anybody else to do it either. So I had the maturity to understand that very early on. And to be able to do that, I started working, I started selling clothes. I literally took up anything that I got at that point to make money, to get the initial capital to start my own work. And I'm not ashamed of that, Greg. There is no shame in admitting that the work that you do comes from a very small space. Then I got into shipwrecking. Now that's not a natural extension for any woman or even a man. I don't think any men would also want to get into shipwrecking at this point The wonderful suited community over here wouldn't want to get into that. However, this was not a natural extension for me either. I took it up, and even at that point, a lot of people told me, in fact, men told me that, why are you doing this? This is not something that you should be doing. Then what should I be doing? Maybe something that's a little bit more easier. So, would you say that to your son? No, I wouldn't say that. Would you say that to your daughter? Yes, I would. Then I think you need to change your perception, because that's not what you tell your daughter. That's not what you tell your son either. So I'm glad that the change of perception is slowly coming, and which is what really inspired me throughout my work here in the UAE.
Fantastic. Paravi, let's bring you into the conversation. You're a World Economic Forum young global leader. From what you've just been hearing there from Arshi, how do you also identify with what she was saying about starting an entrepreneurial journey?
So first of all, my congratulations to the India Global Forum and Manoj for putting this wonderful set of conversations together. And, when I was listening to Ashi, Gregory, it made me think about my own days when I started off. It kind of spoke to my heart because many women entrepreneurs that I engage with as well, we all start in the same place. We all start small, and we start with what we have in our heart and what our hands can do. It's always wonderful on the journey along to have family. I had my father and my mother supporting me fully, and also male colleagues to believe in you. If there were people who doubted that a woman could run a logistics venture, there were people who believed that a woman or a man, irrespective of their gender, as long as they knew what they were doing, were able to deliver to the market and to the customer. And so for as many non-believers, I met many more believers. And that's why I am here. And so I think I echo what I'm hearing from my fellow panelists. And I'm sure if we had more women here, we would probably hear the same story.
Great, thank you for that. Arshi, what would you say to young women entrepreneurs, or maybe young women who haven't even thought of becoming an entrepreneur yet, who possibly should think about it?
Well, I think the pandemic has really helped the entire circle for entrepreneurship. Everybody I know is doing something of their own, even whilst juggling a professional corporate position. So what should they really do? They should not, well, I can say one thing, that it's not just your individual passion that drives an entrepreneurial venture. You really need to have the mindset of a craftsman. What is it that I can offer to the world? You have to know that. Passion alone can't drive the venture. As much as it sounds good, as much as it sounds fancy, it doesn't drive the venture alone. So one has to be realistic, and one has to have the ability to fail. You have to be able to fail. It doesn't work otherwise. So women entrepreneurs, or for that matter, young men who are venturing into it as of right now, create your own circle, your inner circle of allies. And you don't create them overnight. It happens during their journey. I have a wonderful circle of male counterparts who are constantly supporting me. And that is quite a catalyst to my individual growth. So you have to create your own circle of allies, whether it be friends or professionals or mentors, even for that matter, and really get into it. There is no better time for entrepreneurship than as of right now. We have digital literacy now becoming mainstream, even in university and even in schools. I know 14-year-olds who develop blockchain platforms, who develop payment platforms. So it's quite reassuring, the fact that today entrepreneurship is taking up that heavily, even in the youth. And that's what we need to do. If you believe in something, passion alone, network, and more importantly, find solutions. That's very important.
Paravi, what's your view on that, particularly with Arshi just has been talking about? A lot of it is support, isn't it, that you can get from not just friends and family, but there needs to be more sort of, grounded support for entrepreneurs and people wanting to get a start in business, particularly for women.
About 12 years ago, I led a delegation from India to form the G20 Young Entrepreneurship Alliance with young entrepreneurship organizations from around the world. And, the world was just coming out of the 2008 economic crisis, and there were all these questions about what can these G20 governments do to really foster entrepreneurial environment so that a job crisis could be averted. I think from that point, we've come a long way. Today, entrepreneurship is not being looked at just an alternative for job security, but it is being looked at as something that brings purpose, that brings ideas, that brings new way of doing things to the market. And I think there's no better time than to be an entrepreneur, whether you're a male or a female. In fact, technology, as Ashi pointed out, has democratized entrepreneurship so much that you are able to participate in the entire ecosystem far more easily than you could a decade ago. And I think governments like the government of India have done significant work in building startup ecosystems. I still remember in 2016 when Prime Minister Modi announced the Startup India mission, there were a lot of naysayers, and there were people who were saying, oh, you don't have kids who can finish college education, or we have issues in terms of jobs, and you're talking about a startup wave. I mean, look at just last year, India recorded the largest number of unicorns in the world. So I think today there is a lot of belief in entrepreneurship. Today there is a lot of support for entrepreneurs, and it's very different than it was when I started, I can tell you that. People don't look at young people anymore, taking them less seriously. But when I was starting out way back in 2001, it was difficult both being a woman and a young person. So I think there's been tremendous change in the last 2 decades, and it's up to the young people now whether they can make the best of the opportunity that is around.
So, Ashi, do you think starting a successful business is, it's the idea or it's the backing, or should a business succeed without a huge backing? I mean, a big amount of money. I mean, if you've got the right idea, will it intrinsically be successful?
Not really. You have to be realistic. Let me share a quick anecdote from my personal journey. That's what I can best say. When I got into shipwrecking, and the first time I made a call to my father, and I said, there's this ship for 10,000 tons that I want to buy, and it would take a long time to be able to dismantle and sell it off. And it doesn't come for free. There's a lot of money that you initially need to pay in order to acquire. I said, okay, fine. And that's it. You need to have your set of believers, people who believe in what you can do. That's very important. An idea alone, a project alone cannot do everything. You need to have that community who supports you, who believes that you can work hard enough to be able to take this up. So without asking a question and without even asking that, do you even know how to do this? Well, I've had sufficient experience in oil and gas, fierce and non-fierce metals, but ships, not really. So at that point, there were no questions asked, because the fact that somebody believes that you can actually do this, and that set of community is very important. An idea alone, a project alone, just funding for the venture cannot really make it move. You have to have a fine mix of everything. So yes, you can have great ideas, but you also need sufficient funding. You also need a great network. You need to have a set of family and friends who can really support that.
Ravi, do you think that the borders have been broken down now? Do you think that now, if you're starting a company in India, you shouldn't just look just in India, you should look just at the global picture? Has the world become more global now, in your experience?
I feel that the world was always global. I don't know why, maybe because I come from logistics, and the nature of my work was always global. But can we say that today technology, access to information, ability to, network with people in different geographies. Has all of that improved? Yes, definitely. And so today's entrepreneurs are able to see more real global demand than we did, because we didn't have so many tools, digital or internet, to be able to even sometimes have that information. One had to visit a country, know people there to be able to expand. But as I said, knowing from my industry perspective, it always was global. I think what is truly making things happen globally today for entrepreneurs is the fact that there is a lot of commonality in language, in way of work, in things that impact. I mean, today between a developed economy or a developing economy or an emerging economy and an economy that's already very wealthy, the differences are there. But in terms of for entrepreneurs to be able to provide solutions, have access to certain tools, there is a lot of equality and equity that has come in, and I think that's fantastic.
Well, I would say that as, I think everyone should have kind of a mentor, and not just a mentor, but someone they look up to, right, if they're starting a business. Who was the one person you would say really had an influence on you?
My father, he was an entrepreneur, he's an entrepreneur himself, and as Ashi said, when I went to him and I said, I'm not able to do something, or if I were sort of said that there was something needed, he really, stood by me. And one of his teachings I will never forget. And, I was just 2 years into my business. I was finding it a little hard for senior people to come and work for my company because they didn't want to report to a younger woman at that point in time. And I was sitting in our kitchen in the middle of the night, contemplating whether I should discontinue my business because I was not going to be able to grow it without, people, right? And senior people with experience. And I remember him coming up to me and saying, "So what's up?" And I said, "I think I'm going to close the business." And he said, "How many people work for you right now?" And I said, 52. And he said, "You know what? For one person's income, 4 people do well in this country. So, basically one person's salary kind of supports 4 lives. So if you shut your business right now, more than 200 people's lives will directly get impacted, not to mention your vendors, your customers, and other people in the ecosystem. So whatever decision you make tonight, know that it's going to impact large number of lives." And somehow I think it was that conversation that changed everything about how I think of business. He kind of made me understand that business was not just about your own personal idea, your passion, or, you trying to make a mark in the world or in the market, but it was more about collective trusteeship of society. And that kind of changed the way I approached business, and I continue to approach business. So yes, my dad.
And Ashi, I've got to ask you the same question there. Who was your biggest influence?
Well, no prizes for guessing. Of course, I think for any woman, it's always initially they are, her father and her family, because let's be honest, that's realistic. You can't expect somebody else to believe in you if your own family, your own father doesn't. And I think that would be the case for any successful women entrepreneur. I can say that for anybody who's sitting over here. Your initial influence is always your father, your family. And then, of course, one of the largest influences that I've had and I've learned a lot is from the work that has been done by all under the leadership and spearheaded by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed. The work that they have started 50 years ago as a federation in this country has really enabled women to take this place today. Today, this country has a Federal National Council of female representation of more than 50%. You don't hear those kind of numbers anywhere. Let me tell you that, even in the First Nations. So we have to give a huge, huge round of applause to the work that this country has done for female representation and for this female to come and sit in front of you and speak. So thank you so much.
It's right what you say, Ashi. The numbers, the statistics are there, and it's incredible, the change that has taken place over 50 years. Is that kind of sending out a signal to other countries?
With more than 9 female ministers in the cabinet of this country handling portfolios of advanced sciences, food security and climate and international cooperation, that speaks volumes about the work that has been done over here. Let me share another anecdote with my work with His Highness Sheikh. Fortunately or unfortunately, let me put it that way, I'm the only woman over there in the immediate inner circle. And the Sheikh mentioned very clearly that unless she's over here and she's giving her perspective, I wouldn't want to start the meeting. So those kind of people, that kind of a mind is very important, because every man present here in the room, if he gets up and says, we have to respect women and for what we hired them here to do. It's not good to demonize any woman or her voice or her opinion. Because remember, men are far more fearless when it comes to expressing what they want. Women tend to be conservative. But how is that a problem? How is that a problem? How is that a challenge? When you have contrasting opinions is when you can actually achieve something fruitful. Remember, it's not about competing with each other. It's about acquiring gender intelligence. Your different is obviously, your opinion is obviously going to be different from mine. But how is that a problem? That's actually a very good sign. And men, if today they are able to do that, which I see, this room full of men who are up looking at me, I think these things are very reassuring for the fact that women have taken these positions today. Why do we have that? Yes, of course, I'm deeply influenced by the work that has been done by this country. You have to remember that you will not see this kind of work in the entirety of the Middle East. But this country is a true flag bearer for the work that is done in empowerment, economic empowerment, representation, and more importantly, entrepreneurship. Women occupy massive, massive entrepreneurial positions in this country, and of course, senior positions in most organizations. How does that happen without the policy and participation of the government? It doesn't happen. We have to be realistic. So also, we have to commend the work that is now, I was hearing Mr. Amitabh Kant previously for the work that Niti Aayog has been doing to promote the entrepreneurial community. So commending Prime Minister Modi's effort and the relationship India and UAE have been sharing for the last, as much as I can say, the creation of the federation and in the constitution. We have to commend the mindset of such leaders. These are the reasons why women and men, young men and women, can really come up and take positions and start their ventures. Because remember, these people are backing you up. Your leaders back you up. If your leaders don't do what they do, we can't really do what we are doing. So that is quite, those factors are extremely important when we start any ventures or foray into new partnerships. Because the work that we do, it's not that easy. Let's be honest about it. Whether it is in any format, it is not that easy. So you need to have a complete participation of the government, of the private sector, immediate peer circle, and everybody over here who is looking forward to new relationships.
Ravi, you are a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader, as I've already mentioned, and you travel the world. Is there still work to be done, do you think, on getting a strong message out about women leaders?
Yes, there is. Because I think women are capable of so much, and we're only scratching the surface. I mean, as she pointed out, even in India, whether it's about girl child education with the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao program, or the participation of women in our government and governance, or the Jan Dhan Yojana program, where banking has been made accessible to so many people, but women especially, and the Stand Up India program, where there's been special funding for women entrepreneurs. There's a lot of work that is being done. But I do think that there is much more that we can expect, because women just have that much more to give. When you talk about women as members who can shape economic and political aspects of the country that they live in, or even globally, I think we need to understand that there are many, many women. For every woman that is sitting at a table like I do or Ashi does, there are many women in many countries who still don't have a seat at the table, who don't have that voice. And therefore, it is incumbent upon leaders, both male and female, but especially female leaders like us, who have been beneficiaries of the visionary thinking of our governments, that we take that leadership in helping other women walk the same road. Therefore, I really like when there are forums, mentorship circles that come up to have more women participate in public sector boards, in political leadership, in entrepreneurship, etc. I think at the heart of this is most important is the message that a leadership position or person who occupies that position in every country can give to the people, especially to women in those countries, is what Ashi pointed out, that that you should believe in yourself. When somebody at that level believes in you and your potential, it's very easy then in a way to sort of convince your own heart that you can do certain things, because years and years of social conditioning has ensured in many places that women sometimes are hesitant to take that first step. And I think men and family members and even female family members in your own immediate family, in your own society, and of course leaders of your country play a very big role in making that happen.
Great. Well, we'll wrap it up there, but really appreciate both your time. Ashi Ayub Mohammed Zaveri, CEO of Trust with Trade Group, and also Piravi Jani, Executive Director of SCA Group Corp. Really appreciate our session today. Thank you very much. Thank you both.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's great. There's a break now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome back. We're now going to take a look at revolutionizing the digital e-commerce market with none other than Noon's CEO, who is in fact here with us in person today. And he is now here to talk about fighting off global giants and regional competition, and also doing it differently in the crowded e-commerce space. So I'd now like you all to give him a very warm welcome. It's a great pleasure to welcome to the stage, who is here with us today, Faraz Khalid, the CEO of Noon. How are you doing?
It's great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Really wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time out of your very busy schedule, I can imagine.
It's an honor and excited to be here. And yeah, good to see so many people in person. It's not working.
No microphone is working, sadly. Let's get someone up here on the stage and get that fixed ASAP. Oh, here we go. There's a handheld. Perfect.
Can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Cool. No, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me. It's an honor and a privilege, and great to welcome everyone to Dubai as well.
Well, Khalid, where do we start? Perhaps by saying that you've done things very differently, and we've been reading as well that you've launched several e-commerce companies and ventures very successfully, in fact. So where exactly has this passion come from? Let's start with that.
Well, so two, right? I started Namshi here and now Noon. But really a lot of it comes from growing up in Delhi in the 90s, right? Internet was a luxury. So a bunch of us, I think, I say the class that graduated between 2000 and 2003 from high school, we had to really scavenge for internet. So we'd rig up dial-up connections, share passwords, find a way to get to the internet, right? And the best you'd get is a 56K, like super slow dial-up connection. But there was this like deep burning desire, I feel like at the time, and sort of my cohort in Delhi, in India, in our schools, where you wanted to get on this sort of consumer internet sort of space. You know, if someone asked me at 18, what do I want to do with my life? I just very sort of, I would very clearly say I want to run a large consumer internet company. And I went to engineering school, and then I went to the US for my business school. In 2012, I moved here, and consumer internet was still in its sort of like somewhat infancy. There was one very large e-commerce company here, a marketplace called Souk. And but yeah, we started small. We started building what was a fashion e-commerce company called Namshi, and yeah, started with shoes, went into clothes, and then one thing led to another, and then by 2017, the company was quite large. It was the largest sort of fashion e-commerce company in the region, and we got acquired by Emaar Malls Group, and then Noon happened, and we still believe that this is the beginning of the beginning. We really haven't really started. You know, if you look at e-commerce penetration in our part of the world, it's 4 or 5%. Compare that with South Korea, which is now at 40%, China, which probably is north of 35% now. There's at least like 10x to median, and those countries will also continue growing e-commerce penetration. So if you were to ask me, this is the very start of something massive, and whatever I've done in my sort of like career here in Dubai, I feel like these are the early rounds of what should be a very, what frankly is a revolution in retail, right? And we're so lucky and so grateful to have a role to play in this sort of space. So yeah, fascinating.
It really is a revolution, and amazing to have such clarity at such a young age of what you wanted to do and that sort of vision. And also, you know, you've mentioned two very big names there as well, with Namshi and Souk, and now Noon. So, I mean, I
didn't build Souk. We were competing with Souk.
Competing with Souk. No, so I mean, I've been in Dubai for 11 years now, and I've seen the growth of Noon. I mean, it's just sprung up. It's blossomed so wonderfully, and it's been amazing to watch as well. So tell us about that, you know, how that sort of journey started, and also what do you think is the central innovation to that success then?
Look, I think we really think this is a generational opportunity. Like I said, it's the space we operate in, e-commerce, retail, is going through this massive revolution. And I mean, I can't believe it. Noon is, we just, 2 days ago was our 4th year anniversary, so it's still a very young company. Looking back, like most people think it's a lot older than it is. Most of the team only came together 5 years ago. And in any sort of large generational company, we feel like the first 5 years, the first decade is just foundation building. So we're building the platform. The way we think about the mission is very different. And I want to sort of address this. The central sort of driving force in this is we've been able to attract a phenomenal group of people who believe that the future will be very different from the present. We are taking a long-term view of life, really building for the long term, and it's the chemistry with which these super high-quality people come together on this mission, dream, time travel, sort of execute their skills, yes, but also show the passion and the courage to actually shoot in the dark a bit, right? And now it seems sort of like somewhat real, but like 4 years ago, it was not clear that, Amazon had just acquired a company here. How do you wake up in the morning and go battle with the scariest company in the history of capitalism, right? And we've got this incredible group of people who believe that they have a shot, that they deserve a shot, that a company born here can actually fight. And it's sort of this very warm, fuzzy, mission-oriented sort of gang of insurgents that I have the pleasure of working with. And I think that really is the central motivation. And sort of, we've been blessed with incredible investors. Mr. Mohammed Al-Abbar, who's, I frankly think is the Steve Jobs of the Middle East. Like, look at his life and the way he thinks about the world and the impact he's had. He's the founder of the company, and to be led by him, work around him, and also our investors. So, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, the Sovereign Wealth Fund there is one of our investors. So we've been blessed with incredible support, a grand mission, and a phenomenal team that goes to bat every day. And I think, it's a very unique mix, and we really believe that, fast forward a few years, we really think that this is an important company working on a mission that is beyond the commercial goals we've set for ourselves. So a lot of it is, we take so much pride in the fact that, there is an app on which millions of people from here and in the region come to look for things, and they choose us over like the choices they have. And we're proud of that. It keeps you going. So yeah, I mean, I'm sorry for the long-winded answer, but I don't think I answered it. But
no, it's incredible. And also to think that it's only 4 years old. Yeah. I mean, even myself, I thought it was a lot older because its presence is phenomenal. And as you said, Mohammed Al-Abbar is this incredible individual as well, a great leader in business. Tell us a little bit more about, I mean, this space is super crowded. So how on earth have you managed to sort of rise above that competition?
Look, honestly, we still think that there's a lot of things we're embarrassed by, so we're going to fix those things. But e-commerce is still quite small, and we really believe that if you're willing to give great service, if you can be customer focused and can sort of appreciate the local cultural nuances in the way they manifest themselves, people will be generous and the customers will give you a shot. And once they give you a shot, you've got to do whatever it takes to keep them happy. It really is a repeat order business, right? At the end, like, the analogy is not lost on me where once you go to a grocery store, you keep going to that grocery store. People very rarely change grocery stores. You establish a multi-generational relationship with your grocery store. You want ketchup, you don't think of stores where you can find ketchup. You think of where in that store is that bottle of ketchup kept. So your entire sort of like brain circuitry works to like get you to that store, to that shelf. You're not hunting for stores to go to. And in many ways, we want to establish that relationship with our customers. The mode might be digital, but at the end, we're a retailer, right? And people trust us to bring them convenience. Convenience is we should have what they want. We should have it at the price that they find reasonable, and we should deliver service that is that the customer feels is better than what they can get elsewhere. And if you can deliver that package of convenience to the customer, they will reward you with trust and loyalty, and they'll come back to buy diapers once they've bought ketchup, and then they'll come and buy shoes, and then hopefully that sort of compounds. But yeah, that's really how we think about it. It's quite simple. It's like the mental model in my head is we are that corner bakala, that little store, and whatever that guy does to keep you going back is what we need to do as an e-commerce company, and then everything else is just sort of the detail.
As you say, it's like a knock-on effect. Tell us a little bit more about how you fared through the pandemic. How was that for Noon?
Yeah, I mean, I talk about it a lot. Like we were only a 2-year-old company when we went into the pandemic. So going into 2020, we were live only for 2 years. So we launched on the 12th of December 2017. 18 was our first full year, 19 was our second year, and 20 was the pandemic. So we really were a very young company. But the tenacity of this city and our region was what at the end carried us. I mean, yes, what happened was the mix changed. People were not going out so much, so you were selling less electronics and makeup, but you were selling more staples. You had to innovate and become a grocery company overnight. You had to innovate and shift to almost 100% digital payments overnight. But necessity is the mother of all invention. That's really what happened. I'm glad we're coming out of it. But in many ways, it's been, I mean, it's a beaten down cliche now, but that's accelerated the digital sort of transition, particularly in this market, both across retail and payments. So that's really helping us. But yeah, I mean, at the end, the guys on the front line are the real heroes. I remember driving down Sheikh Zayed Road with special permits. The road shut down. And the only guys on the road were delivery vans from e-commerce companies, right? Us and our peers. And we became a utility at the end. You couldn't go out, so things had to come to you. And people were more patient with sort of deliveries. And it was just so amazing to have had a role to play in that. So.
And I suppose, yeah, that sort of accelerated this huge boom on online and digital disruption, of course. But that must have been quite chaotic as well. To supply that demand must have been, yeah, a lot of work. And I think, yeah, it seems you've done absolutely amazingly off the back of it, and you've done well during the pandemic. It's been very interesting to watch. What advice do you have for those looking to get into this highly competitive space then?
We're still students of the space, so I have no advice to give. I think it's important to know that you don't know. Someone wise once told me 3 years ago, a business contact. He was like, he held my hand and it said, Faraz, my job in our friendship is to protect you from yourself. So don't ever give advice. Well taken. But I think one thing that I can share that we use internally at Noon quite a bit is that we're in such a dynamic space that we need to have a healthy skepticism for long-term planning. You know, it's a dynamic, multivariate problem where things will change. It's summarized as the map is not the territory. People often sort of get stuck up on maps. This is how I want to. This is my mental model of the world, and I want to do these things. But at the end, like, you know, sometimes when things are moving so quickly in the pandemic or just more generally in our space, which seems to be in a rapid flux, you need a compass, not a map. To have the humility to actually toss the map that you think is exhaustive and say, I need a compass, I need to head north, is quite important. And you need to, like, it just makes you a better person when you have that humility, right? Like, you're like, yeah, I had a mental model of how this was going to go. It's not going that way. Things have changed. So, and I think it's particularly true for e-commerce and consumer internet, because it's not just what you can do, it's also what your competitors will do. And then you very quickly lose the plot if you're going to, like, sort of be stubborn about what your sort of first move was.
What are your thoughts on collaboration? Is collaboration quite essential for future planning and for success in general, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we're sort of deeply anchored on the ideology of having distributed sort of stakeholders. So we're a marketplace. For example, millions of customers shop on our platform. Tens of thousands of sellers shop on our platform. You need to find a way to collaborate with all these partners to actually stitch it together. You really have to, at the end, I think, in our business or in e-commerce, you have to see yourself not as a retailer or as a store, but as a platform on which commerce can happen. So you're a marketplace, quite literally a melting pot of where customers come to look for things and sellers come to sell things. And if you have that mental model, you'll automatically be collaborative. You will not build things to solve problems, but be more open to facilitating trade. I know this is a little dense, but, like, yeah, I mean, the central idea that we work with is be an enabler, don't be the solution. And I think life sorts itself out that way.
Going back to this phenomenal speed of digital transformation, how are you sort of coping with that speed, essentially?
I think I go back to use a compass, not a map, right? Do an audit of your capabilities every day and see if you're relevant or not. I think I'm too old for this, actually, some days. Late 30s now, which is completely crazy. I'm probably one of the oldest people I've known, and I'm not even kidding. I think being open to new ideas is important, and I think the risk is not in the known incumbents, it's in new ideas that are coming through. And so what we've done at Noon is we've institutionalized what we call an engine 2. So the core, our main business is our main business, but we also have like a skunkworks lab where new ideas are born. We try them out small. We have a small company in Dubai called Now, which is a delivery service that brings you things from stores. That was born in that skunkworks setup. We had, still the team sits on a table. It's no bigger than a table. And there's a small group of people innovating, trying to find new ideas that we can then use in the core. So if you're a ship, you need to find a motorboat to go see so yeah, in many ways, we really feel like even we are too big to actually be agile. So we've created a little sort of incubator type setup to go.
I didn't realize Now is under that umbrella. Yeah, that's a great app. That's brilliant. So 11 years ago when I came to Dubai, e-commerce wasn't really a thing, was it? Because people in this part of the world especially, we like to go into the stores, you like to feel things, and it's that type of sort of consumer experience. So why do you think there's been this huge shift? And do you think we're going to keep both sides of the coin here going forward? Do you think we'll maintain those experiences with e-commerce? It's a nice sort of marriage of both?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's going to be a hybrid. Still, 94 out of 100 people still go to those stores. E-commerce is still like very small, right? But I think as people get used to shopping online, certain categories will more aggressively shift to digital sort of channels. But the kind of place we live in, I know like most people over here probably understand this, shopping is not just, shopping is also entertainment. So you go to a mall to have coffee and walk around, and I think that's not going away. If anything, that's probably going to accelerate as sort of more people come into the active economy. But e-commerce brings you comparability, convenience. So I am bullish that e-commerce will grow quite aggressively, probably like faster than most other parts of the world. And having said that, sort of 70%, 80% of the economy will, even in the medium term, be offline. So I think it's a nice marriage of what's, certain categories will over-index, certain categories won't. But we need to coexist, and which is why we are, during the pandemic, we launched something quite unique where the Dubai Mall was shut down, right? Because for a while, you could not go to the mall was closed, all malls were closed. We work with the retailers to bring Dubai Mall online. So more than, I think, 100 stores went online. You could get your things from Hamleys, we could deliver it. And we're trying to like double down on that model and sort of build a truly omni-channel sort of shopping experience for our customers, where actually Now is one such experience. Now is beautiful because I'm fascinated by this idea that you know your groceries, you know Spinneys, right? And you know where that Portuguese bread is. You know that shelf. Sometimes it's a hard relationship to upend because you know the product, you know the retailer. Our job is to just bring it to you. So we're very long that omni-channel route as well. So it'll be a hybrid of pure online coming from warehouses, e-commerce coming from stores, and then offline sort of obviously grows and changes format and becomes more engaging from an entertainment and experience perspective.
So interesting. We've got just one more minute left. I wanted to talk about the future of Noon. We've got a very interesting session coming up with PB Fintech, the chairman and CEO is here. Now, he started with an e-commerce company, then that branched out into physical stores. What's the future of Noon? Do you have that type of model? Would that ever happen for Noon, do you think?
Look, I mean, we're still graduating a lot of customers to e-commerce, right? And sort of in non-metro cities, we still have to build trust. So there are two ways we do it. One is sort of, you mentioned fintech, so more than half the transactions in e-commerce in the region still happen with cash. So a customer at best indicates they want something, then a driver carries a $1,500 iPhone across the country to their door, expecting the customer to be there, and then he's handed over cash, and he brings cash back. So that trust is not there, and I think there'll be a lot of innovation in sort of like the way payments work, but also touch points around e-commerce sort of like creating those portals where people can come in, return things. We put a network of lockers. So I don't know if you've seen a Noon locker, which is like this sort of cube device. We've got hundreds of them in cities around the region. And that's just sort of emotionally sort of settling down the customer, saying it's not just an app, there's a physical thing. I can go collect my things from there. I can put my returns back there. So there are things that, you need to do to build trust. Right now we're not opening stores, but we're working on a bunch of ideas like that.
Very nice touch, I might add, by the way. Sadly, that is all we have time for. A fascinating discussion. We can't thank you enough for being here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Faris Khalid, CEO of Noon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Great. All right, very good. Well, as we were just hearing there, the importance of logistics, particularly with online shopping now, is just so incredible. More than ever, we need that trade to flow, whether we're getting our orders delivered by Noon or many, of course, of the other online shopping providers in the market. And for our next guest, Karan Adani is the Chief Executive Officer of Adani Ports and SEZ. It's a $25 billion logistics company and business of the diversified Adani portfolio. And I'm happy to say that Karan Adani is with us right here today at the conference. So Karan, if you could come up on stage, that would be fantastic. Great to have you with us here.
Thank you.
Obviously, the logistics sector is, growing in importance. Have you noticed the demand increase specifically over the last couple of years since the pandemic sort of hit?
So I think the pandemic showed us two things. It showed us that, and especially from a trade and logistics point of view, first is that our trade network, as a global trade network, it's quite vulnerable to having eggs in one basket. So, most of the countries or most of the manufacturing being in China and, being the distribution hub for the whole world. So I think the pandemic showed us that. Second, it also showed us the innovation in the logistics sector. When push comes to shove. I'll be the first one to admit that shipping industry and port industry, we are one of the last adopters of technology. And we, as an industry, we only do it if we are pushed into a corner. So I think, what we are seeing is a transformation globally. We are seeing supply chain being more distributed rather than being concentrated. I think the role of technology, what I've been hearing also from our earlier speaker, the role of technology, the adoption in technology to improve the efficiency in the logistics sector, that is at an exponential pace. And my view is in next 10, 15 years, we will reach as consumers, we will reach at a pace where, because of technology, logistics would be as good as zero cost. and it's something that we always think about, and we grapple that how as a company we work towards that. But we do believe that there's so much of disruption happening in this space, and which is good, which is a healthy disruption in my view.
So your father started the business 33 years ago. Obviously, you are now, the second generation taking on that business. What did your father sort of tell you about how you need to do business, and is it adapting to change quick enough? Are you adapting to the change?
No, I think if you look at the group, as you mentioned, we are still a relatively young group. We are 33-year-old. Started by my father, first generation. We started as a trading house, and then eventually moved into infrastructure, whether it's ports, power, and renewable space now. And as you look at the group, two things which we work. One is that we align the strategy towards the needs of the nation. So we believe that, especially in India, you have such a large population, such a large demand, and if you get a pulse of what the country needs, and you align your business strategy and you adapt to that quickly, the market is there. So you don't have to search for the market. And in our view, change is constant. You have to keep evolving, starting from trading to moving to infrastructure, and now we are moving into B2C businesses, and we do see technology being a big disruptor. So how do you again change with the new norms? I think that is the key. And as a second generation, we have a big responsibility, because it's not just about maintaining what has been given. We have been given a sort of a huge platform to work on, but it's not just about maintaining it, but how do you keep growing it, and more importantly, how do you preserve it so that you can pass it on to the next generation. So we have a huge responsibility as a custodian of what has been given to us to ensure that we grow it, we evolve the models, the businesses around it, and and then we pass it on. So something that the next generation should be very proud of taking it over.
With technology, is this in a sense connecting, is it 13 ports now in India
Yes,
alone? So
exactly.
is that helping to connect? Is there any need for connection between all those different entities?
See, the way we work is, it's not just the 13 ports, but we also have a logistics platform which connects the ports, so through rail network, through warehousing, and through trucking. And even from our business point of view, as APSEs at Adani Ports, we are also transforming. So we are a port company with 13 ports, and we've covered the whole geography of India. And the advantage that we have over our competitors is, when we go to a customer, we give them a pan-India solution. So we don't tell them that only I'll serve part of your needs you serve from from my competition. That's our advantage and our USP. The next step, what we are moving towards is integrating it with our logistics platform, and basically saying that I will deliver up to your port gate, up to your factory gate, and it will be cheaper than what you're doing today. And that's the promise that we are going to our customers with. And we're saying that you leave the logistics to us. You don't need to have a logistics team of yours to manage all of this. We will give you on-time delivery, we will give you at a cheaper cost, and we'll give you a reliable service. So that's the business model that we are evolving, and it's a mix of both. It's a mix of infrastructure as well as technology on top of it, to merge the infra and the technology, to give that visibility, to give that efficiency to our customers.
One key topic at the moment is obviously the environment and what businesses should be doing for the environment. Is there any pressure on you to reach ESG targets, and what are you doing in your business to reach those targets?
So let me put it this way. Climate change is a big disruptor. At the same time, in our view, it's a big opportunity as well. And my father always says that the next trillion-dollar companies are going to come from two industries or two changes. One is people who are aligning with the climate change, and the second is with the technology transformation which is coming. So I think with the climate change aspect of it, each company has to align to it. And it's not whether investors are talking or not, but as part of survival, and being relevant in the global market, this is no more a debate. It is something that you have to align, and you have to adopt to it, and you have to make those changes. Part of the group, what we have quickly moved into is renewable space. So our renewable platform started in 2014, and today I'm happy to say our renewable platform is 10 gigawatts. It's larger than our thermal portfolio, and we are very clear that by 2025 it will be a 25 gigawatt portfolio. So it will be one of the largest globally. On the port sector, we are aligning again to those climate changes, in that we have put a clear-cut goal of being carbon neutral by 2025. And it's a mix of everything from how do you protect the marine diversity around it and how do you grow it, to how you are electrifying most of your operations. And the third part is how do you consume your electricity through renewable sources. I think what is also important is, even on the renewable space, things are changing very fast. I think people are talking now, as you would have heard, people are now talking about hydrogen. So it's no more just about solar and wind, but how do you go towards hydrogen and make it sustainable? Because the minute you have a sustainable fuel which is available to all the countries, that's when countries like India or China would look at weaning out coal. Because end of the day, we as a country, we don't have an alternative. We are not a gas producing country to the level that we need, that we can substitute coal to gas. So till we don't find a viable solution, economically viable solution, it's very difficult as a country to wean out. As a group, you can obviously say that I don't want to touch it, but end of the day, we a large part of the population which does not have access to reliable source of electricity, you have to balance that out. And I think, in my view, government has a very clear view. We also have a very clear view that if we are able to find a sustainable, commercially viable option than coal, I think everybody will move. Why not? And we do believe that hydrogen is the next step for that, and that's what we are working towards.
Karan, I want to just quickly ask you about this question of the UAE, and where does the UAE fit in with your operations and your ambitions in the future?
Sure. So we have had a setup over here since last 25 years. Our whole shipping division runs from UAE, and more importantly, we look at UAE as a partner, not just from a trade perspective, but also to look at from a technology perspective. And that's how we keep evaluating what are the new options available to look at building that relationship. End of the day, India and UAE enjoys a great relationship from government to government perspective, and culturally very similar. So ability to do more trade, ability to set up investments is much easier, and less issues when it comes to cultural integration. So that's how we are looking at it. We are looking at multiple opportunities to look at what we can do out of here.
Great. So just finally, Karan, we're running out of time, but where do you see the Adani group in the future? I mean, diversification, is that still very much a key for you?
See, group, basically we are in two aspects. We are in two verticals. We are in transport and logistics, and then we are in energy vertical.
And would you branch into any other realms of business in that sense?
No, not really, because end of the day we are very focused organization. We do believe that our internal belief is stick to what you know. Right. So what is your core competency? You stick to that and you keep innovating and you keep changing in that. And we do believe that these are the two sectors that we understand and we are good at. So that's what we look at, and we keep innovating over there. So we keep changing, we keep diversifying our portfolio within that sectors.
Well, you're definitely doing a good job there. Karan Adani, really appreciate you being with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to India Global Forum UAE, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, the most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to start building those dynamic alliances? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, at our India Global Forum UAE, we are looking at dynamic alliances. And let's hone in on one notable Indian-Emirati collaboration. It's a story of a banking giant and a tech giant coming together to create cutting-edge innovations. So I'd like to invite our guests for this session onto the stage. Miguel Rio Tinto, Group Information Officer at Emirates MBD, and Sriranga Sampath Kumar, Vice President of the region at Infosys. Hello. Hi, Miguel. Please. Sriranga, welcome. Brilliant. Well, great to have you both with us on our session.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Good to see you. So let's talk about the Infosys MBD, Emirates MBD relationship. You know, it's actually an award-winning one. Can you explain how it came to that point? First of all, Miguel.
So it started with the merger between Emirates Bank and NBD Bank, a National Bank of Dubai. This happened in 2007, 2008. At that time, while the merger was decided and was being implemented, it was also a moment where the bank was reflecting about its IT platform, its IT architecture, and it wanted actually to take it to the next level and really upgrade the core systems of the bank. In a bank, a bank is a technology company. At its core, our factory is IT, and one of the most important machines in our factories is called the core banking, the core banking system. And at that time, we started looking all over the world for core banking system providers. We got in touch with established players, and we found actually a company, a very prominent company in India, very well established, but in the core banking area really starting. So they had a very recent core banking system, very modern, still not there in terms of all the capabilities that a bank would require, but quite an outstanding system. And the bank took the step to partner with Infosys and actually bring Finacle, their core banking system, to be the core, the heart of our IT platform. And this is how it all started.
And so Shiranga, from your point of view, how was the journey from the beginning when those negotiations were going on?
I would just sort of a dream run, I would say, till now. Yeah. As Miguel alluded to, when we started this journey, actually, it was originally with Emirates Bank itself, you know, and midway down the line, when we were going ahead with the implementation, we saw that the merger of Emirates and NBD happening, and but we were told that we still need to meet the timelines with smaller delays here and there, and the best part has been we have been able to stick to that and deliver the solution. So one of the proudest moments for Infosys has been when they delivered it during that time is the fact that we have been listed in the Harvard Business Review for taking this journey so successfully with Emirates NBD and making it happen. And you know, as I understand from my colleagues, we are the only vendors today who have been listed in Harvard Business Review for getting this done in such a short span of time. So.
Miguel, data breaches are, you know, we hear about them a lot. They are. Is it a situation that's getting worse, or is it getting?
Sorry?
Data breaches, data.
Data breaches, hopefully, they are not getting worse in banking, but you hear concerns about security and data increasingly across all sectors, all companies. Especially for banks, it's a very, very serious concern. So over the last 10 years, 15 years, a lot of our business shifted from a personal relationship-based type of business in the branches and so on to completely digital-based relationship. Now, as you move and you digitize your products, your services, of course, those are then held in platforms, in IT platforms. So the element of securing them is hugely important for a bank. It's clearly at the top of the concerns of the CEO, of the board, that we protect our platforms and that our data and our information is protected. It's the most important thing that keeps a CEO up at night and all the management team at night is the concern about protecting the data and not be targeted for a data breach.
And Shiranga, what would you say about advances in protecting against security and data loss?
See, security and data loss is a prevalent problem, right? I mean, it's there, and as long as as a technology company, it is necessary that we are up to date with what is it that as a platform that we are providing, and it's not just as Infosys, but also any other vendor in the market today, and hence I would say today, as a product company or as a services company, the method that we use for testing and certifying our products periodically has to continue, and more, as Miguel said, the sophistication is going to come, and it is only going to make matters worse for all of us as we move forward. So it is better we are fully equipped with the latest and the greatest platforms.
So Miguel, the financial sector and technology have really come together in the past decade. In unprecedented terms. I mean, it was never thought that it would become there would be such a marriage of these two sectors.
Yep.
Is it being handled properly at the moment? Is it where it should be, or should we be advancing faster than we are?
No, so I think there are, in the last decade and a half, there have been many banks that clearly understood that their core business is technology. So if you think about what is at the core of a bank, any product, any service, anything goes through technology. So some of the banks have looked at that and really embedded it at the core of their strategy. So Emirates NBD, for example, in 2014, actually understanding that, and with the acceleration of digital, with the acceleration of having to provide services digitally, it looked outside and it thought about the following. So who is out there that is handling and managing technology at the core of their business as a benchmark? And that doesn't mean just any other bank, it means any other company out there. And we, from 2014 to now, we actually were in a major IT transformation program, trying to bring in a lot of those learnings on how you handle infrastructure, how you handle applications, how you architect your systems, even how you operate in terms of how you blend IT and business together. So really technology is at the core. I'm very lucky, I must say, in Emirates NBD, because that push comes top down from the board and the management and the CEO. The CEO fully understands that technology is at the core of what he does. He's managing a technology company that, of course, offers products and services, banking products and services, but at the core, that technology is really at the core of the bank.
Shiranga, what is Infosys, how is Infosys doing research and development into new advances of the future? And also, is it regionally based? Are we having certain needs here in this region, in the UAE, in the Middle East?
Yeah, there are two parts to your question, so I'll try to address the second part first, and then I'll come to the first part. Yes, the answer is that it is regional. It is, while our R&D is building products globally, but what we cater, how we cater to the markets, it depends, and to what it is needed. I'll take one simple such example. Today, if you look at a market like India, where there is a huge digitization that is happening, and market in banks like Paytm, DBS, which are run on Finacle Infosys platform, the needs that are there on that platform are totally different to what I service today, let's say in Live, probably for Emirates NBD, or for that matter, Marcus in Goldman Sachs in the US. So yes, they all talk the same mantra of a digitization, digital bank, but what and how they operate depends upon each country to country. And secondly, Africa, I've left it out separately because that's the gold mine today, right? And that's where the action is happening. And people are trying to re-innovate themselves with new latest technologies. And they are literally leapfrogging what people have gone step 1 to step 10, and they are going to step 10 directly. And that's the kind of magnitude of scale that we are looking at. And the best part about that is they are looking at what UAE is doing today, what India is doing today, and then asking that technology to be brought there so that it's available to the last mile. So, yeah, interesting.
So, Miguel, are customers here in the UAE adapting? Are they taking on board the changes that we're seeing from mobile apps and technology?
Absolutely. So this is...
and is that unique, do you think, in a global perspective?
So it's a hugely exciting place to be. So we already seen before COVID that this country specifically was really at the forefront of using products and services digitally. In fact, just before COVID, we realized that there was a segment of the population, the millennials, where you had to devise a new value proposition for them. It's not just about a banking app. It's much more than a banking app. It's about rewards. It's about turning banking upside down, and your current account is just at the bottom of that, but fronting its rewards, its lifestyle, and so on. So we developed Live, and there's a mobile app currently that only caters to that. So those customers only relate digitally with the bank. For that specific initiative, here in the UAE, so we are onboarding more people monthly, more customers monthly with Live than we are onboarding with all the branches that we have in Emirates NBD. So if you compare How many people have you onboarded each month through your branches compared with Live? We onboard more people in Live than we do in the branches. So what happened with COVID is we saw a huge acceleration of that. I'll give you one specific example. About 1/3 of our main bank customers before COVID preferred to relate with the bank through any other channel, not mobile, not online. So they prefer call center or branch. Early 2021, half of that 1/3 now reports that they prefer to deal with the bank via the digital channels. So you see a huge acceleration of that. And for the bank, this has also huge implications, because it's not just about providing the payments and the transfers and so on the app. It's also about all those complex services that then you are doing on the branches, like opening an account, they have to be done digitally. Onboarding a credit card instantly, that has to be done digitally. So people are forcing us to rethink processes, rethink product offerings, so that they can have instant rewarding on the app to onboard products and services for the banks. This is a huge shift. Now, you asked me how does it compare. So this is UAE is a very peculiar country. So you have quite a young population. You have a lot of expats. So the sophistication of the customers is quite high. So you have an adoption of this that is unparalleled to anywhere in the world. So I don't know if you are aware. So for example, Apple Pay and Google Pay, the highest penetration of Apple Pay and Google Pay in the world is here. So everybody uses Apple Pay and Google Pay to pay. Amazing. UAE is the benchmark in the world for that. So that's just an example.
So, Shiranga, are you finding that you with banks, with Emirates NBD, you are coming to them with decisions, with ideas, or is it a case of the bank coming to you saying, "Listen, we need this to be integrated"? I mean, is it a joint partnership, so to speak, or is it one-sided?
No, it's both-sided, and that's why I said it's a dream run. It has been a dream run with Emirates NBD, it's not just we coming and talking about what we are cooking in our R&D, right? It's also about customer giving us a feedback. And one of the things that has happened over a period of time with Finacle, especially on the product side of it, is we have started a forum called as FCAB, wherein which we invite all the prominent customers of ours, the top 10, and wherein which they come and meet once a year or twice a year, and they talk about what are the new innovations that they believe that we as an organization should be bringing to the table as well, and what they see elsewhere and how will they help their business. So it is mutually beneficial relationship that, and what we started with Emirates NBD today, we have got close to 85 or 90 odd clients in Middle East and Africa alone, and 500 plus globally. And we have been able to onboard them more and more with some of these latest of the technologies that we have been able to showcase. So it's not just Emirates NBD alone. I mean, any other clientele, we work that way so that it's mutually rewarding for both of us.
Miguel, what do you think banking is going to look like as we move ahead? And what will banking look like in the year 2050, do you think?
I don't think we have to wait until 2050. So it's happening right now. So we are seeing, as I was explaining, a huge shift to interacting with banks via digital channels. Their mobile, again, and this is known everywhere in the world, but especially here, mobile is becoming the predominant channel of interaction. So it's in your pocket. So in that context, also customers are looking at what we offer, and not just looking at the verticals around current accounts and the loan and so on, but they are expecting the banks to provide much more than that. So you hear about this offering from banks, these super apps, where the bank starts bringing in other additional value-added services that link very well with what we offer, be it on the financing side or be it on the payment side. And with that, expanding the relationship with the customer, it's going to be very, very digital-centric, mobile-centric, but I think it will be broader in terms of what we serve our customers with and what products and services we sell to them.
What do you think retailers, and particularly online e-commerce retailers, will need to make their operations run more smoothly?
The e-commerce operators. So again, that's another area where we are even currently exploring with partnerships. So there is a huge overlap or need from e-tailers, from electronic commerce players, in terms of payments and financing capabilities that they have to offer online. So we've seen this also during COVID. A lot of the retailers that were predominantly physical store based started, they had no other choice. They had to open stores, they had to start selling and receiving payments online. So Emirates NBD, that is a huge focus for us currently, because how do you actually enable these online e-commerce players to have the same facility in terms of the services for payments, the services for financing, that you'd offer them when they were in the physical store as well. So that's a huge push that is currently happening. There is enormous amount of opportunity for banks in this push for e-commerce and what they can provide to their customers. And in fact, we're being pulled by our customers to come up with solutions as they do this migration to the online world as well.
Shiranga, what do you think are the current challenges that the sector is facing, the banking online sector?
Current, sorry?
What do you think are the challenges that are currently existing?
See, I guess it all starts with what's the focus area that the bank want to do, right? And today they are all stuck in this race of everybody wants to have a digitization done, and I think that itself is a huge definition which needs to be revalidated by many banks. And many, I have customers who say that, look, can you give me what is there in Live.Dot, right? And it's not like, it's something that that is there readily available. It is just that it is as per Emirates NBD's vision, what they have built successfully. So it is necessary that they define the segment where they want to be, rather than copying another bank, because it's just going to be a bad business plan at the end of the day for them as well. So it's a segment, whether it's retail or corporate that they want to be, or investment banking or a wealth portfolio, as long as they are able to define it and the path that they want to take. And nowadays, cloud is very much an option. So the cost of servicing, the cost of running an operation is also coming down significantly. And as long as the banks are looking at this as a holistic picture and deciding on their roadmap, I think then they're definitely on the right path. Yeah.
And I've got to just finally ask you, Shiranga, what is your, what are you keeping, what are you looking at the moment regarding software? What do you think is going to be the key in the future that you've got your eye on?
Interesting that you asked this question. See, there are obviously multiple paths for that, and I'll try to keep it as a simple answer. And the thing is, we need to make banking simple and smoother, and that's the whole motto of Finacle as well. And in that aspect, whatever that it takes, technology should not make life complicated for everybody, and hence I believe we are in the right track to make things happen, and not just as a product, right? And it's also about what you see in the market today and bringing together two partners. And like today, there are so many investors that I meet who are starting new banks, digital banks, but obviously they don't know how to start, where to take it, and it's our duty, I believe, that we should be able to bring them to the table, along with banks like Emirates NBD and others, to showcase, banking as a service probably as a possibility. And I think that's more of a responsibility of ours to bring partners to make things easier, smoother, not just from a product point of view as well.
Great. Well, that's really interesting to know. I want to also thank Emirates NBD as being the lead UAE forum partner here at India Global Forum UAE, and also, of course, for Infosys, who have been long existing partners of the India Global Forum as well. So thank you both very much. Thanks to Shiranga Sampath Kumar and Miguel Rio Tinto. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
In the early days of Dubai, our founders shared the vision of the rulers of the land to support the development of the emirate and to help establish a hub that would connect the region and eventually the world. Today at Emirates NBD, more than 10,000 people of over 80 nationalities strive every day to make banking better by providing valuable solutions to our customers. Having 27% of the UAE population banking with us, our total assets stand at 128 billion US dollars. And with accessibility in mind, we've invested into a growing network of branches, ATMs and CDMs across the region and beyond. Expanding our services to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Singapore, India, and the United Kingdom, with representative offices in China and Indonesia. As one of the largest banks in the GCC, we facilitate business across various segments. Specialist teams service our private and wholesale banking customers with dedicated investment, advisory and risk management solutions, utilizing a complete range of private and corporate banking products and services. Emirates NBD's adoption of digital technology is setting new standards and offering cutting-edge platforms to personal and corporate clients who can benefit from integrated and seamless solutions that match their financial needs. Our branch of the future exhibits new retail technology, while Eva, our virtual assistant, is ready 24/7. Listening to and acting upon our customers' requests is paramount to our success, and we deliver on that 7 days a week on our social media channels. Our responsibility to our customers, shareholders and employees goes hand in hand with our social investment commitments. We're proud to contribute to the communities we serve through our strategic CSR initiatives. So far, 30% of Emirates NBD employees have volunteered for our award-winning volunteering program. With the mission to welcome global business to Dubai, Emirates NBD Group takes pride in being named the official banking partner for Expo 2020 Dubai. This, along with key recognitions, is a testament to fulfilling the vision laid out by our leaders for future generations.
The future can be intimidating. Your customers want more. Transform or you'll sink. That's what advisors tell you. But you don't need an advisor to tell you what to do. You need a navigator to help you do it, to create a plan, to put into action. It's easy to tell you to ditch your old tech, but a navigator understands the crazy complexities you face, knows how to help you move when it's hard to, and work forward with what you've got. A navigator doesn't just point you in a direction, pat you on the back and say, good luck. A navigator is right there with you, weathering the storm, guiding you through whatever the next wave throws at you. And that's exactly what we've done for some of the world's most innovative companies. So while the others are still guessing what the future will bring, a navigator can chart a proven path forward with you, for you. Because only a navigator knows how to take you from good to great, and how to get you from now to next. Infosys, navigate your next.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've just had some insights just now on the new frontiers in financial services. And over in India, there is also a fintech revolution happening right now. And financial inclusion may be one of the most pivotal outcomes to emerge from this revolution. So what happens when 1 billion plus people get a mobile phone connection, a bank account, and also a personal ID number? Well, that is the question I'm going to be putting to my next guest. So please give them a very warm welcome. Please, first up, we have Bhavin Turakia, the CEO of Zeta. A very warm welcome. Fantastic to have you here, Bhavin. Thank you so much for joining us. we have Ashneer Grover, the MD and co-founder of Barrett Pay. Excellent to have you both here. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your very busy schedules to be with us here at the India Global Forum, the inaugural event here at the wonderful Taj in Business Bay in Dubai. Thank you. Yes, so our topic here now is new frontiers in financial services. I thought we'd start off with Bhavin, if I may. Now, tell us a little bit more about Zeta and the thought process behind it, just to give our audience a bit more clarity on exactly what it is for those that don't have that clarity. And also, Zeta, in fact, jumped into the Unicorn Club very recently as well. So tell us a little bit more about that whole process.
Sure, yeah. So, hi, I'm Bhavin. I'm the CEO and co-founder at Zeta. And Zeta is a modern banking tech company. You know, banking, interestingly, is probably one of the few industries, I guess banking, insurance, and healthcare probably are the last ones remaining, that hasn't seen a meaningful software refresh in more than 30 years now. Banks still continue to use technology that was written before some of us were born, before smartphones, before cloud computing existed. And so back in 2015, I and my co-founder, we started Zeta with a simple goal of essentially rebooting. I mean, these days, pretty much every software that we use, whether it's on the business side, CRM, HRMS, accounting, personally, phones have changed completely. Even space shuttles have changed completely, but banking software has not. And so, as I said, back in 2015, we decided to start Zeta with the simple objective of literally rewriting the full banking stack end to end. A pretty ambitious goal. So we've got at Zeta, what we've built out is we've built a full core banking stack, a payment processing stack, and then all the other ancillary solutions that are needed to sort of run an entire retail or commercial bank. We offer this platform. So our goal and objective, and you spoke about financial inclusion, I guess, if you look at our vision at Zeta, our goal and objective is to essentially maximize financial wellness and financial inclusion for every citizen on the planet. And honestly, in 2015, when we looked at the banking industry, we're like, well, should we become a bank? Which is, certainly an alternative, and Ashneer, my colleague here, can certainly talk to that, which is another kind of angle to the same problem. And our perspective, we're techies at heart, by the way. I'm a techie. I started coding when I was 10 years old and have never looked back since, and so is my co-founder. And our perspective was, well, why don't we build the platform that can enable existing financial institutions to provide a modern platform that can substantially kind of leapfrog financial inclusion, financial wellness for all their corresponding customers, and so that's how we started. And so we've currently got our platform operating in now about 6 different countries, about 9 or 10 different issuers and banks, about 25 to 30 different fintechs. So our customers are banks and fintechs who in turn use our platform to provide products and services to their customers in some sense. And so that's really a brief about Zeta. And yes, we recently raised money from SoftBank, great partnership with them, a great investor in our company. We actually started looking at doing some fundraising before COVID. Well, actually, literally just around Jan, Feb, March, just around the time COVID hit. We kind of paused the exercise and restarted it earlier this year, late last year. Had a bunch of different sort of funds that were looking at investing, and we felt like SoftBank would be the best partner for us because they have a pretty healthy ecosystem of fintechs and companies that could potentially expand sort of financial services distribution. And so we have some interesting partnerships going on with some of their portfolio companies too.
Well, a huge congratulations, first of all. Well done. Moving over to Ashneer, Barrett Pay also entered into this much-coveted Unicorn Club. Tell us a little bit more about Barrett Pay first off, and also your foray into this Unicorn Club.
Sure. So I started Bharat Pay almost 3 years back, so pretty young, therefore, as a fintech. But what happened is, when we started, UPI started picking up significantly. So our growth has been on the back, or UPI's growth has been on our back. But essentially, we have really grown immensely over the last 3 years. What we do is we empower shopkeepers by giving them a single QR code. And on that QR code, they can accept payments from 150 different apps in India. We're doing roughly 150 million transactions on our QR codes on a monthly basis. roughly 15, 16 billion annualized payments processed through our system. But more importantly, what we do is we give this service for free, right? So we have taken the payment paradigm and shifted it. We said we're going to give you payments for free, but because of payments, we get to know how much business each shopkeeper is doing, and therefore we are able to lend to them. Now you have to understand, in India, the shopkeeper segment was a segment which would not be underwritten by any bank previously. So what we are doing, using technology and UPI at the core, we are helping these people come into formal credit. And very recently we also got our banking license. And this is the first banking license to be given in the last 6 years in India, and the only one given to any fintech so far. So hopefully, yeah, like looking forward to changing the way banks operate. Fundamentally at heart, I get very disappointed with banks. I was a banker myself. I think banks do not know what's going to hit them, right? They're so out of, out of sync with the reality. Because they're systematically important institutions, they get certain importance. But if you look at how the customers, behave with respect to a bank, and where their technology is lagging behind, and where the customer has moved on so much ahead, this is a huge gap. And I think, like with Zeta is doing a great job at that. We also want to get into build our own core banking and reinvent the way the banking works.
How incredible you've both found that gap in the market, and you're completely disrupting the sector, which is the only way to innovate any sector, isn't it, of course? Moving back over to Bhavin. Now, you've spearheaded a number of ventures I've been reading as well, in fact, all of which have been self-funded until 2019. What has sort of been the reason behind that, and what was the decision to remain bootstrapped? Was it a conscious one, or what was the reason?
Yeah, I've had the good fortune of being a serial entrepreneur. I started my first company, DirectEye, when I was 17, in the sort of hosting and domain space. Well, you can call it bootstrap. We actually, me and my younger brother, we borrowed $300 from my father. So that was our initial capital. It's still my highest return business in that regards. And we bought our first servers in the US. We started selling, hosting, domains, and a whole host of other services. And organically grew that business and eventually sold it for $160 million in 2014. And I've started 2 other companies since, Radix and Nova, and then now Zeta. And in Zeta, with Nova and Zeta both, we kind of actually took in some funding in the last year and a half. So it's sort of been a departure, I guess, in some sense, from what might be perceived to be a strategy, but I will very candidly tell you, it wasn't really a strategy. It was more incidental than a strategy per se. I mean, with my first company, we became profitable pretty early on and didn't need the capital for growth. We were largely a technology-focused company that sold through resellers worldwide. So if you think about most tech companies today, funding essentially goes into 2 pockets, which is R&D to build the products, and a larger chunk invariably in CAC, which is customer acquisition cost, to actually sell and distribute the product. And in 2 out of the 4 companies that have started, in some sense in Zeta also, but in 2 out of the 4 companies have started, there has been almost a negative CAC. So the largest chunk of what you typically spend in a business, we didn't have to sort of invest that much there. Being bootstrapped also actually has a couple of other innate advantages that we've seen over the course of this journey. It forces you to be creative. More often than not, I mean, I won't say taking funding is wrong in any ways, but more often than not, I'll see overly funded startups either lose focus. So you've got so much money, okay, now I have to deploy it and I'll start doing 5 different things. Or worse even, not apply creativity to a problem, but just throw cash at it, right? Because you've got the cash, you might as well sort of go out there and give out cashbacks or burn money or be less creative in comparison, whether it comes to user acquisition or for product development. And so when you're constrained in some sense, I think, adversity is the mother of invention, right? So when you're constrained, it automatically requires you to build this muscle of creativity across the organization, makes that part of your DNA and culture. So I think we've kind of seen those as advantages also. With Zeta, I think our fundraise largely to do with the fact that, from a customer acquisition standpoint, our costs are still low because our customers are, we said our customers are banks and fintechs. So give or take all around the world, there's about 250 banks that are probably relevant customers for our platform, probably a few thousand fintechs in total. So it's not a massive end customer base if you go out and market to. But there are two big expenses. Building out a full stack banking platform is a sizable enterprise investment, which has a gestation period, because when we bring on board a bank, it will take about 2 to 3 years to fully integrate them, fully stabilize operations, etc., make sure everything's running fine, and then so the income starts flowing in. And then the other thing that we want to do is we want to really establish ourselves as the leading modern banking technology provider across the globe. And so parallelizing that effort in terms of sales and marketing across 6-7 different regions and markets requires an upfront investment. Plus, as I said, SoftBank's a great partner in terms of the ecosystem they already have channels into, so it became sort of strategically an advantage to kind of go down that path. And so we're looking to accelerate growth and invest in our platform both simultaneously with the capital. But so I would say there's no one prescriptive strategy. I think it's whatever works for your company. I think fundamentally it's great to be able to get capital and also get the right partner in who can actually help you along the growth journey. But at the same time, I think it's important to understand that capital is merely a resource, and that you don't want to compromise on your fundamentals and substitute creativity with cash at any point in time.
Ashneer, I mean, we've very much spoken about the opportunities, the growth stories, the very sort of positive aspects. But I know it must have been, it's hard building any business, I'm presuming. Tell us a little bit about the sort of challenges and the roadblocks. What have been the main challenges for both of you, essentially?
Yeah, so all businesses have their very unique challenges. I think with respect to what we are building on the ground, I don't think I would even recall any challenges right now. Right? If you put me on the spot, see, the thing is, we see solutions and we see problems, right? And the thing we're trying to do is get very creative about the solutions that we put out, right? One thing, for example, I can talk about a bit now, but it would have been very touchy before. At one point of time, my business is lending, right? So if you want to do lending, you need to be a licensed entity in India. We applied for a non-banking financial company license. And this was just before the pandemic. And the central bank said, anyone who has money from Mauritius, right, as an entity, Mauritius has gone into FATF list, we can't give you a license. So for no fault of ours, right, it's our investors who are based out of Mauritius, and we were raising money, and they put money in other NBFCs as well. We did not get the license, right? So I was really taken aback, because at the core we are a lender to the shopkeeper, and we need a license. But I took it on the chin, and I got creative, and eventually I ended up bidding for a bank. Because I did not get the NBFC license, right? So if I had got the NBFC license, maybe I would have been very happy. I would have not even thought bigger and said, okay, I can do enough lending on this. But because I did not get the NBFC license, I ended up bidding for a bank and ended up getting a bank. And as I told you, it's the only banking license given in last 6 years for a country as big as India, right? So yeah, sometimes the problems lead you to bigger things.
Sometimes you have to go through those challenges exactly to get to those bigger things, of course. We are running out of time, sadly, and I just wanted to get both of your perspectives on the fintech revolution that's happening right now in India and some of the opportunities that both of you are seeing right now going forward.
Actually, you want to start off? Yeah, so on the opportunity in India, see, here's my view. India will lead fintech globally, right? And the reason for that is we figured out UPI, which is, to me, is the smartest, fastest, most scalable network that at least I've seen. It's mobile first. It uses at the core your Aadhaar as KYC, and it's very simple for any user to use. So we are doing 4.2 billion transactions on UPI in India on a monthly basis. My view is, on top of this UPI, you'll get the credit stack built up very soon. And the big opportunity now in India is actually lending on back of UPI, as I see it. So very happy to say UPI is probably the best thing to come out of India in the last 30 years, while that I recall. and we are really proud of what the government has done with UPI.
You must be very proud.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, I think in many ways, India and some of the developing markets have had the unique opportunity of sort of leapfrogging and jumping over sort of what the paradigm has been in terms of technology and innovation. Like the whole world is plastic and cards, right? India had the opportunity to say, well, we had less than 25 million credit cards and hundreds of millions of debit cards with barely any of them in use. And we had the opportunity to say, well, now that we have 1 billion, whatever, 600, 700 million smart devices out there, we have the opportunity to leapfrog that and create a completely different payment ecosystem. So with 1 billion people, we have the population, with 5G and 4G sort of penetration. Now we have the connectivity, and we have the opportunity sort of with UPI, we have the opportunity to kind of leapfrog in terms of payment technology. I think there's huge potential in terms of sort of leading that fintech revolution. I see many countries now looking to sort of replicate what India has seen in terms of payment success.
What about the sort of digital divide? Because we spoke about financial inclusion. How can we bridge this gap when it comes to a digital divide through financial inclusion?
Yeah, no, I think people are very, as far as money is concerned, people become smart themselves, right? I don't see the digital divide, right? If you look at UPI, in fact, I see more people in the lower strata of income being aware of how UPI works than people who are carded and use credit card and Amex cards, right? Sometimes they don't even know how UPI actually works, right? So I think technology actually has removed that barrier, has removed that divide, and people are able to sort of get on Google Pay, Phone Pay. They are able to scan a QR. They're very self-aware of how the whole thing works. So in the new India, people are not getting left behind because of technology. I think it's the more people who are comfortable with things are actually the ones getting left behind. The people who are actually discomforted and have to rise are actually adopting technology much faster.
And then I suppose you have the youth demographic that's always going to be very technically savvy, aren't they, as well, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, access to smartphones and connectivity has substantially changed the sort of digital divide. So in many ways, with what happened with Jio and therefore all the other telcos in the country, and with UPI, it's kind of created a level playing field. Now, some of the smallest merchants in the country have access to, in some sense, payment and therefore even ordering, billing, and customer engagement mechanisms that you would otherwise find with some of the largest merchants and the Amazons of the world, right? They have at their fingertips. By the way, all these guys, I mean, I agree with what Ashish said. All these folks, if you talk to some of these small shopkeepers and small merchants, they're some of the smartest people you'll find. They're super smart about their business. Even without any computers or computing devices, they will know, like at the tip of their tongue, their numbers, their inventory, their profits, and so on and so forth. Statistics you sometimes be hard-pressed to obtain from some of the sharpest managers in BI teams and large enterprises, right? But now with access to that technology on their fingertips, you've got a mobile app, you've got a device, you've got the ability to sort of accept payments, engage with your customers, they now have access to same tools and capabilities that some of the larger enterprises did. And so in some sense it's the connectivity and technology and payment platforms, identity platforms that exist across the country have fairly rapidly, I would say literally the last 5 years, and many ways thanks to sort of efforts of companies like BharatPay and others, have meaningfully reduced that sort of digital divide.
Sadly, that is all we've got time for. What an interesting discussion. I can't thank you enough for being here with us today. Thank you so much to Bhavin and Ashnir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel there.
Thank you.
Brilliant discussion. Thank you. If you have any further questions for any of our panelists today, you may ask them. I'm hoping if they stick around during the break. Now, for all of our live audience that are here today, we are now going to treat you to lunch. We now have a lunch break, so please do enjoy the food and beverage that is just outside here at the wonderful Taj Dubai. And we will be back after our lunch break. Please do take a look at the agenda to catch up on everything that is to come. We will see you just after the lunch break. Thank you so much.
days of Dubai, our founders shared the vision of the rulers of the land to support the development of the emirate and to help establish a hub that would connect the region and eventually the world. Today at Emirates NBD, more than 10,000 people of over 80 nationalities strive every day to make banking better by providing valuable solutions to our customers. Having 27% of the UAE population banking with us, our total assets stand at 128 billion US dollars. And with accessibility in mind, we've invested into a growing network of branches, ATMs and CDMs across the region and beyond. Expanding our services to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Singapore, India, and the United Kingdom, with representative offices in China and Indonesia. As one of the largest banks in the GCC, we facilitate business across various segments. Specialist teams service our private and wholesale banking customers with dedicated investment, advisory and risk management solutions, utilizing a complete range of private and corporate banking products and services. Emirates NBD's adoption of digital technology is setting new standards and offering cutting-edge platforms to personal and corporate clients who can benefit from integrated and seamless solutions that match their financial needs. Our branch of the future exhibits new retail technology, while Eva, our virtual assistant, is ready 24/7. Listening to and acting upon our customers' requests is paramount to our success, and we deliver on that 7 days a week on our social media channels. Our responsibility to our customers, shareholders and employees goes hand in hand with our social investment commitments. We're proud to contribute to the communities we serve through our strategic CSR initiatives. So far, 30% of Emirates NBD employees have volunteered for our award-winning volunteering program. With the mission to welcome global business to Dubai, Emirates NBD Group takes pride in being named the official banking partner for Expo 2020 Dubai. This, along with key recognitions, is a testament to fulfilling the vision laid out by our leaders for future generations.
In a country where ambition never sleeps and the impossible materializes in the blink of an eye, in a country where life moves at the speed of dreams, you need news, insights and information that moves just as fast, that keeps you not just up to the minute, but up to the second on the world around you. With stories that entertain you, insights you can rely on, and views and opinions you can count on. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, it's all at your fingertips. Gulf News, the intelligent choice.
The future can be intimidating. Your customers want more. Transform or you'll sink. That's what advisors tell you. But you don't need an advisor to tell you what to do. You need a navigator to help you do it, to create a plan, to put into action. It's easy to tell you to ditch your old tech, but a navigator understands the crazy complexities you face, knows how to help you move when it's hard to, and work forward with what you've got. A navigator doesn't just point you in a direction, pat you on the back and say, good luck. A navigator is right there with you, weathering the storm, guiding you through whatever the next wave throws at you. And that's exactly what we've done for some of the world's most innovative companies. So while the others are still guessing what the future will bring, a navigator can chart a proven path forward with you, for you. Because only a navigator knows how to take you from good to great, and how to get you from now to next. Infosys. Navigate your next.
What is CRM? Good question. CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. It's technology that helps you keep track of everything about your customers and your potential customers so you can build great relationships with them. CRM used to be all about sales, but not anymore. CRM is for every department, sales, but also marketing, service, commerce, and IT too. A great CRM helps you do amazing things. It centralizes all your important customer information and company data in one place. So your teams have the right information to deliver the easy, connected experiences customers expect. Take Carol here. Carol owns a network of scooter dealerships. She has a lot of customers. We just met one, Celeste. Yesterday, Celeste configured the scooter of her dreams 43 times. And because Carol has CRM, her marketing team knew it, which is why Celeste just received an automated email that got her off her couch and into a dealership to take a test drive. When Celeste arrives, the scooter's already waiting for her, along with some accessories the sales team knows Celeste is gonna love. Next thing you know, Celeste is buying herself a scooter, a snazzy helmet, and some really nice accessories. But it's not just sales and marketing who know Celeste. Thanks to Carol's CRM, every department knows her because every team has one shared view of Celeste and all her information. Before she's even made it back to her couch, service has already sent her tips to help her care for her scooter. Marketing uses built-in AI to predict what Celeste likes and suggest more great additions. Commerce uses the same insights to create an entire storefront customized just for her. And IT builds apps that connect her to an entire community of fellow scooter lovers. Friendship and love follow. Brand love, that is. Along the way, Carol's CRM just keeps getting smarter and more helpful, serving up actionable analytics for everyone at Carol's dealership, which makes Carol's employees happier and helps them surprise and delight Celeste again and again. The right CRM helps businesses focus on customers and unites everyone with one shared goal. Make Celeste, or whoever your customer is, happy.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. A time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Your suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor, and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by his spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. Here, yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj, luxury crafted by time.
In the early days of Dubai, our founders shared the vision of the rulers of the land to support the development of the emirate and to help establish a hub that would connect the region and eventually the world. Today at Emirates NBD, more than 10,000 people of over 80 nationalities strive every day to make banking better by providing valuable solutions to our customers. Having 27% of the UAE population banking with us, our total assets stand at $128 billion US. And with accessibility in mind, we've invested into a growing network of branches, ATMs and CDMs across the region and beyond. Expanding our services to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Singapore, India, and the United Kingdom, with representative offices in China and Indonesia. As one of the largest banks in the GCC, we facilitate business across various segments. Specialist teams service our private and wholesale banking customers with dedicated investment, advisory and risk management solutions, utilizing a complete range of private and corporate banking products and services. Emirates NBD's adoption of digital technology is setting new standards and offering cutting-edge platforms to personal and corporate clients who can benefit from integrated and seamless solutions that match their financial needs. Our branch of the future exhibits new retail technology, while Eva, our virtual assistant, is ready 24/7. Listening to and acting upon our customers' requests is paramount to our success, and we deliver on that 7 days a week on our social media channels. Our responsibility to our customers, shareholders and employees goes hand in hand with our social investment commitments. We're proud to contribute to the communities we serve through our strategic CSR initiatives. So far, 30% of Emirates NBD employees have volunteered for our award-winning volunteering program. With the mission to welcome global business to Dubai, Emirates NBD Group takes pride in being named the official banking partner for Expo 2020 Dubai. This, along with key recognitions, is a testament to fulfilling the vision laid out by our leaders for future generations.
In a country where ambition never sleeps and the impossible materializes in the blink of an eye, in a country where life moves at the speed of dreams, you need news, insights and information that moves just as fast, that keeps you not just up to the minute, but up to the second on the world around you. With stories that entertain you, insights you can rely on, and views and opinions you can count on. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, it's all at your fingertips. Gulf News, the intelligent choice.
The future can be intimidating. Your customers want more. Transform or you'll sink. That's what advisors tell you. But you don't need an advisor to tell you what to do. You need a navigator to help you do it, to create a plan, to put into action. It's easy to tell you to ditch your old tech, but a navigator understands the crazy complexities you face, knows how to help you move when it's hard to, and work forward with what you've got. A navigator doesn't just point you in a direction, pat you on the back and say, good luck. A navigator is right there with you, weathering the storm, guiding you through whatever the next wave throws at you. And that's exactly what we've done for some of the world's most innovative companies. So while the others are still guessing what the future will bring, a navigator can chart a proven path forward with you, for you. Because only a navigator knows how to take you from good to great, and how to get you from now to next. Infosys. Navigate your next.
What is CRM? Good question. CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. It's It's technology that helps you keep track of everything about your customers and your potential customers so you can build great relationships with them. CRM used to be all about sales, but not anymore. CRM is for every department, sales, but also marketing, service, commerce, and IT too. A great CRM helps you do amazing things. It centralizes all your important customer information and company data in one place. So your teams have the right information to deliver the easy, connected experiences customers expect. Take Carol here. Carol owns a network of scooter dealerships. She has a lot of customers. We just met one, Celeste. Yesterday, Celeste configured the scooter of her dreams 43 times. And because Carol has CRM, her marketing team knew it, which is why Celeste just received an automated email that got her off her couch and into a dealership to take a test drive. When Celeste arrives, the scooter's already waiting for her, along with some accessories the sales team knows Celeste is gonna love. Next thing you know, Celeste is buying herself a scooter, a snazzy helmet, and some really nice accessories. But it's not just sales and marketing who know Celeste. Thanks to Carol's CRM, every department knows her because every team has one shared view of Celeste and all her information. Before she's even made it back to her couch, service has already sent her tips to help her care for her scooter. Marketing uses built-in AI to predict what Celeste likes and suggest more great additions. Commerce uses the same insights to create an entire storefront customized just for her. And IT builds apps that connect her to an entire community of fellow scooter lovers. Friendship and love follow. Brand love, that is. Along the way, Carol's CRM just keeps getting smarter and more helpful, serving up actionable analytics for everyone at Carol's dealership, which makes Carol's employees happier and helps them surprise and delight Celeste again and again. The right CRM helps businesses focus on customers and unites everyone with one shared goal. Make Celeste, or whoever your customer is, happy.
There is a life designed for the kings. A life from the time we only know legends of. A time when palaces weren't built on reason, but sculpted on a whim. When luxury wasn't manufactured for the few, it was handcrafted for the one. A time when every inch was carved and sewn to unravel the senses. Your suites of the world's most beautiful Maharanis and Maharajas tell untold tales of their life and time. Welcome to the living palaces of Taj. Welcome to luxury crafted by time. Wander through stories of love and valor, and let your discerning mind sail across 4 centuries, where a dinner seems to be slow cooked for hundreds of years. Let your soul be spellbound by his spiritual days. Feast where praises echo effortlessly from one end to the other. Can you hear me over there? Your every moment is set in traditions as old as time. And many lifetimes seem to be rolled into this one. As your stay gracefully strolls along, you'll find that time has lost its effect on you. Here, yesterday is today, is tomorrow. The living palaces of Taj, luxury crafted by time.
early days of Dubai, our founders shared the vision of the rulers of the land to support the development of the emirate and to help establish a hub that would connect the region and eventually the world. Today at Emirates NBD, more than 10,000 people of over 80 nationalities strive every day to make banking better by providing valuable solutions to our customers. Having 27% of the UAE population banking with us, our total assets stand at 128 billion US dollars. And with accessibility in mind, we've invested into a growing network of branches, ATMs and CDMs across the region and beyond. Expanding our services to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Singapore, India, and the United Kingdom, with representative offices in China and Indonesia. As one of the largest banks in the GCC, we facilitate business across various segments. Specialist teams service our private and wholesale banking customers with dedicated investment, advisory and risk management solutions, utilizing a complete range of private and corporate banking products and services. Emirates NBD's adoption of digital technology is setting new standards and offering cutting-edge platforms to personal and corporate clients who can benefit from integrated and seamless solutions that match their financial needs. Our branch of the future exhibits new retail technology, while Eva, our virtual assistant, is ready 24/7. Listening to and acting upon our customers' requests is paramount to our success, and we deliver on that 7 days a week on our social media channels. Our responsibility to our customers, shareholders and employees goes hand in hand with our social investment commitments. We're proud to contribute to the communities we serve through our strategic CSR initiatives. So far, 30% of Emirates NBD employees have volunteered for our award-winning volunteering program. With the mission to welcome global business to Dubai, Emirates NBD Group takes pride in being named the official banking partner for Expo 2020 Dubai. This, along with key recognitions, is a testament to fulfilling the vision laid out by our leaders for future generations.
In a country where ambition never sleeps and the impossible materializes in the blink of an eye, in a country where life moves at the speed of dreams, you need news, insights and information that moves just as fast, that keeps you not just up to the minute, but up to the second on the world around you. With stories that entertain you, insights you can rely on, and views and opinions you can count on. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, it's all at your fingertips. Gulf News, the intelligent choice.
The future can be intimidating. Your customers want more. Transform or you'll sink. That's what advisors tell you. But you don't need an advisor to tell you what to do. You need a navigator to help you do it, to create a plan, to put into action. It's easy to tell you to ditch your old tech, but a navigator understands the crazy complexities you face, knows how to help you move when it's hard to, and work forward with what you've got. A navigator doesn't just point you in a direction, pat you on the back and say, good luck. A navigator is right there with you, weathering the storm, guiding you through whatever the next wave throws at you. And that's exactly what we've done for some of the world's most innovative companies. So while the others are still guessing what the future will bring, a navigator can chart a proven path forward with you, for you. Because only a navigator knows how to take you from good to great, and how to get you from now to next. Infosys, navigate your next.
What is CRM? Good question. CRM stands for Customer Relationship Management. It's It's technology that helps you keep track of everything about your customers and your potential customers so you can build great relationships with them. CRM used to be all about sales, but not anymore. CRM is for every department, sales, but also marketing, service, commerce, and IT too. A great CRM helps you do amazing things. It centralizes all your important customer information and company data in one place. So your teams have the right information to deliver the easy, connected experiences customers expect. Take Carol here. Carol owns a network of scooter dealerships. She has a lot of customers. We just met one, Celeste. Yesterday, Celeste configured the scooter of her dreams 43 times. And because Carol has CRM, her marketing team knew it, which is why Celeste just received an automated email that got her off her couch and into a dealership to take a test drive. When Celeste arrives, the scooter's already waiting for her, along with some accessories the sales team knows Celeste is gonna love. Next thing you know, Celeste is buying herself a scooter, a snazzy helmet, and some really nice accessories. But it's not just sales and marketing who know Celeste. Thanks to Carol's CRM, every department knows her because every team has one shared view of Celeste and all her information. Before she's even made it back to her couch, service has already sent her tips to help her care for her scooter. Marketing uses built-in AI to predict what Celeste likes and suggest more great additions. Commerce uses the same insights to create an entire storefront customized just for her. And IT builds apps that connect her to an entire community of fellow scooter lovers. Friendship and love follow. Brand love, that is. Along the way, Carol's CRM just keeps getting smarter and more helpful, serving up actionable analytics for everyone at Carol's dealership, which makes Carol's employees happier and helps them surprise and delight Celeste again and again. The right CRM helps businesses focus on customers and unites everyone with one shared goal. Make Celeste, or whoever your customer is, happy.
had a spectacular lunch, as I'm sure you did, here at the Taj in Dubai. What a fantastic hotel it is. We've got an exciting lineup this afternoon, so really glad to see you all with us, and also if you're watching online as well and around the world. In fact, we're looking now at living in unity. We're going to have our session introduced and moderated by Nitin Jaiswal, the head of Asia Pacific for Bloomberg, and also Dr. Sadhu Brahma Vihari Dasunil Kumasi Patel, who is religious leader of BAPS Hindu Mandir. Before we welcome them on stage, though, a short video introduction.
Having grown up in Leicester, UK, Brahma Vihari Das Swami was initiated as a sadhu by Pramukh Swami Maharaj in 1981. Since then, he has been part of the core creative team of BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha and played a leading role in the creation of Swaminarayan Akshardham complexes in Gandhinagar and New Delhi in India, as well as the upcoming Swaminarayan Akshardham in North America. Currently, he is overseeing the historic project of the first traditional Hindu mandir in the Middle East, being built in Abu Dhabi. Brahma Vihari Das Swami also oversees the global outreach work of BAPS, and in that capacity has interacted with religious, national and community leaders from around the world. He is an accomplished and sought-after speaker who has spoken in international seminars and conferences around the world, inspiring leaders, scientists, students and youth through his insightful and practical talks infused by his deep study of global cultures, histories and philosophies. For his contributions to social and spiritual upliftment, he has been awarded an honorary PhD from Gujarat University.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So good afternoon all. After a good lunch session, it is a time for us to awaken our mind. But also it is a great opportunity for us to awaken our spirituality and consciousness. And the only person who can actually do that is the one who is blessed, one who is learned Guruji. And we are honored to have with us Swami Brahma Vihari Ji, who is going to give us an insight into the spirituality and how we can link it back to the leadership. So I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Swamiji on the stage. Yeah. Swamiji, as a lifelong learner of Veda, spirituality and Gita, it is a personal honor and blessing for me to be having a conversation with you and sharing the same stage. So thank you for coming and giving your thoughts over here. So the main topic of this forum is dynamic alliance. As a person who believes in spirituality, a person who basically simplifies things for everybody so that they can understand spirituality better, how do you interpret the concept of dynamic alliance in today's context?
Well, Nitinji, I am really glad you asked this question, because I believe that we've created a world of opinions where everybody feels that my way is the only way. Even with great successful people, we feel my way of succeeding is the best way of succeeding. Even with religious teachers, they don't really officially say things like this, but even religious teachers, sometimes inside their hearts, they believe that this is the only way. And when you have asked that what is my interpretation of dynamic alliance, I'd like to tell you that Indian culture has always welcomed ideas from different areas. We have thrived on this idea of Ano Bhadraha Kratavo Yantu Vishwataha. We have accepted that there are different ideas, different ways of thinking about the same thing. And when we respect these differences, I think it gives us the ability to grow dynamically. What do I mean by that? If we remain straight-jacketed in the arenas that we have, businessmen will always think that business is the only way. Artists will always think that art is the way to life. Musicians feel my expression of music is the only way of unfolding the universe. And spiritual people will always tell you that spirituality is the only way. But I feel that there are multiple ways and we should come out of the blinkers that we have. The famous Upanishadic tale should form the basic value of this conference. The Upanishadic tale tells us that once there were 5 blind men and all of them wanted to know the elephant. Each of them got hold of one part of the elephant. One guy got hold of the tail, one guy was holding the legs, one guy was feeling the stomach, one guy was feeling the ears, and one guy was actually trying to get to grips with the trunk. And each one of them described their opinion or their view of the elephant. One said the elephant is like a rope, the tail. The other said the elephant is like a pillar, the feet. The one feeling the stomach said the elephant is a huge wall. The fourth said that the elephant is like a pan, the ears. And the last said, my God, run away, the elephant is like a python. All of them were part true. They were not lying, and they were true to their experience. But they were half-truths. Only when you open your eyes to all the 5 views will you be able to have the entire picture of the elephant. I believe my spiritual view of Dynamic Alliance is slightly different. Please to the organizers, especially Manoj Bhai and Vijay ji and all of them who are here, whom I respect deeply. Maybe your goal, to me, alliance is a word which is very strategic. Alliance means alliances are formed in war, alliances are formed in political elections which are very short-lived. So alliances are formed for a particular goal which is momentary, transient. But when I look at dynamic alliance, I believe there is much deeper alliance in this which is sustainable. So I hope that maybe you form alliance for business, for mutual benefits. May your businesses grow that they benefit everybody around you. It's not just about benefiting each other. Grow big enough to benefit every person on this earth. The second thing which I believe, may your alliances grow and outgrow your own businesses. Yes, they may start as a trade or a business and you have allied with somebody here. But may you grow into greater friends where business is no longer necessary for you to be allied. So dynamic alliance from a spiritual point of view would be for me sustainable alliances that outlive and outgrow the great businesses that you grow and that creates a friendship for a longer time. That would be my answer.
Very well said, Swamiji. So I think one of the things which I picked up from your conversation on the dynamic alliance is the value system. So value is something which actually holds everybody together, so that they can move forward. So if we actually see history of human evolution, humans have evolved over a period of time. New opportunities, new challenges have come their way at every stage. But one thing which has remained constant from all the story of evolution is the dilemma of deciding what is right, what is wrong, and what is the right value system. And that is the answer which each one of us in this room, whether in our personal life or in our business life, are facing. And in Hindu philosophy, what we call is the core essence of that is the dharma. Okay? So from your perspective, how do you decide what is the right dharma or what is the right value system? Because the right value system is the one which is going to hold us steady so that we can move forward. So what is your interpretation of dharma?
I think, let me take you back to the times of the Mahabharata. It's not such a modern question. Your question is very ancient. Right from the times of Mahabharata, this question of should I or should I not? Let's go into Shakespeare. To be or not to be. Let's talk about any culture. This question will always remain because there is a larger definition of ethical values, morality or dharma as we say it. And there is the individual and a personal interpretation again of those values. And there is this circumstantial compulsion of interpreting them, self-justification of that same values. So let me take you back to the Mahabharata. And it's not about knowing dharma. I can define dharma so easily. Every child knows, and their parents are the first preachers. Every child knows that this you can do and this you can't do. So many people ask me, that Swami Shri, it's the early times when television became a household commodity, that Swamiji, what can we watch on TV and what can't we watch? And my answer was always that who really doesn't know? We all know what we should watch and what we shouldn't watch. But we're always seeking approvals that can we watch this and can't we watch that? So Yudhishthir always said, Janami dharmam nachame pravruti and janami adharmam nachame nivruti. Yudhishthir said that I know what dharma is, but I cannot follow it. And I know what adharma is, but I cannot leave it. So Yudhishthir knowing what right is and absolutely knowing what wrong is. When you get angry at your wife or your children for unnecessary reasons, you know it's wrong. But you think that's my way. Don't you think people who are corrupt and doing wrong things, they don't know? They do know. But because of selfish interest, we actually bypass the laws of dharma. So again, let me come back to that. Everybody in their heart really know what right or wrong is. But where we need guidance is that impetus, that push, that environment where we can follow the right and reject the wrong strongly. So I would like to summarize very gently that it's not Hindu concept of dharma, it's not a noun. Dharma is a verb. Noun is a beautiful word that yes, people will write for religion, people will speak for religion, people will campaign and shout for religion, and people will also die for religion, but hardly people will live for religion. Dharma is something that which we have to put in practice. Let me explain that to know dharma is not enough. To know goodness is not enough. You have to do good. The guy who does good knows more goodness than the guy who only knows goodness. But when you continue to do good, you become good. So Hindu concept of dharma is knowing dharma, doing dharma, and being dharma. So it's to know good, do good, and be good. To know righteousness, be righteous, and also do right things. So in the whole idea of dharma is, it is something that you have to live. It is not something that we talk about. It's a set of spiritual, moral, ethical values that continue to help you to become a moral compass to your own life. And if you have a little suspicion, I'll tell you. If it's somebody else's life, how smartly we know what he should do, what he shouldn't do. If it's the issue with your neighbor's daughter or your neighbor's son, how judgmental and how dharmic you already are. So don't tell me that you don't know what dharma is. Each one of us know what dharma is.
Very well said. Very well said. Now, so basically knowing what is right and practicing it is what dharma is all about, so the in action, what we call. So Swamiji, you said one interesting word, which I think all of us are struggling today with, seeking approval. Especially in the age of technology, where social media, always we are trying to look for, approvals from everybody. So technology has broken the geographical barriers. It got us connected with so many people, but at the same time, we are disconnected with everybody. So we have become so inward looking and becoming like, a slave of technology. So from spirituality perspective, how do you think we can overcome this challenge? Because technology is going to evolve. We have so many startups here, they are going to build new technologies and it is continuously going to evolve. So how do we live in harmony with technology using spirituality?
By being ourselves. Let me make it even much simpler. How would I really put it? Look, number one, technology is here to stay. It's evolution. If you stop evolving with technology, you become extinct. So you cannot defy or deny things whose time has come. We need to create, because man has become, or human beings as such, are the most adaptable creatures on this planet. If at every stage when there was a change, if the caveman has been able to evolve to a certain place in a way that where we stand right now, of course we have the capacity to evolve around technology and still preserve the essence of humanity. But by being ourselves, what do I mean by that? If I wanted to summarize the growth of technology, I think all of you can bear with me, the entire evolution of man's life with technology, I would like to summarize it with just 5 words, as you just mentioned, Nitinji. First, man was nowhere. Nowhere means when we were in the cave age time, we didn't have a name for ourselves, we didn't even know who we were. We didn't have organized systems, we didn't have a house, or we lived in the forest like hunter-gatherers. So we were actually nowhere. Because of our intellect, and we started inventing systems, settlements, we started inventing creations, and so we started through intellect inventions, we created settlements, cities, so we had an address. From nowhere, we arrived somewhere. So we had cities, we had addresses, we had countries, we created legal ideas. It's all the inventions of human mind. So from nowhere, we arrived somewhere. Then with the help of science and technology, in the age of mobile, in the age of emails, in the age of televisions, in the age of instant communication, man is almost everywhere. From here, you can see your own house, you can actually monitor your businesses, and especially thanks to COVID, we should never thank COVID, suddenly we've evolved a new life, work from home. Yeah, so we've lost our homes, in other words. People are really tired of working from homes because now homes have evolved. You need special offices and a school room for your homes. New homes will come across. So from nowhere, we arrived somewhere because of the help of intellect. Because of the help of science and technology, we are almost everywhere. By being here, you and me are everywhere. But overuse and abuse of technology has created an elsewhere generation. Please forgive me for being too direct, because we're always on messages. How many people are still constantly touching your screens? You are here, but you're somewhere else. You are in office, but you are planning a holiday for your home. When you arrive home, you are doing the documents of your office. When you're on the beach, you are calling your friends, I wish you were here. He's not there. But there is this concept of, missing something. So I want to tell you, we've created, I have seen families who sit around the dinner table and all of them are on mobiles. They're not there. You take your family to a movie for an evening out and everybody is in their own world. So I want to ask you, we come home and get onto the internet, you're no longer at home. We have created a generation of elsewheres. Where, now mark my words, in this age of multitasking, in this age of super efficiency, these are all beautiful words, in this age of knowing the complete picture, we have created an elsewhere generations, which means we always want to be elsewhere. Ab ghar pe ho, then you want to be somewhere else. So we have created an elsewhere generation where we always want to be elsewhere and we always want to be someone else. This is a deep answer I'm giving because we feel through the net and internet access, we have already generated multiple personalities that we want to adopt, which we can't. If all of us were given a choice of creating our virtual families, how many of us will still keep our own family members amongst our family? Ask yourself, if we had a choice, we would change gods with a click of a button. And I want to tell you, overuse and abuse of technology has created a system which we always feel dissatisfied with. So now, what is the answer? I don't have an answer, but I do believe spirituality compels us or guides us to be in the moment. From nowhere to somewhere, to everywhere, to elsewhere, let's be now here. Spirituality gives you the anchor to be now here in the very moment that you are. If you are with your wife, be with your wife. If you are with your child, be with your child. If you are in the conference, be in this conference. If you are listening, listen. If you're asking, ask. This is what do I mean of Manav Dharma. Lord Krishna told Arjun that there is this Manav Dharma, but your Dharma right now as the warrior or defender of peace and righteousness is to fight. Your Dharma now is to ask questions. My Dharma now, momentary now, is to answer questions. And please forgive me, all of your Dharma is to listen. But if you start asking questions and if you start answering those questions and nobody listens, then we don't observe the Dharma. Spirituality teaches us the larger picture and the individual personal responsibilities of us. That's how it will help us through the technological revolution as well. Be now and be yourself.
I think all of us will find so much comfort in what you have shared, because all of us are facing that problem in our personal life and in business life. Swamiji, in the essence of time, so one of the things I would like to actually go, we talk about dynamic alliance, we talk about living with unity. One of the finest examples of that is the temple which we are building in Abu Dhabi. So can you please share with us that the project, what is happening there, and how do you see that?
Now that you have put it as a part of this dynamic alliance, I would like to tell you, not in our faintest of dreams, and I admit in all honesty, did I have ever had the concept of making a temple in the UAE. But I believe it is the sheer generosity of the rulers of this land. I think we must give them the greatest hand. His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. I remember when we met him in the presidential palace for the first time, in the presence of our most dynamic leader, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi. I think he deserves the greatest and the deepest adoration that we can share. And I'll tell you why. It is because of their friendship. And not friendship, their trust and their love. And also the prayers of our forefathers for centuries and centuries. And also the blessings of our Guru, His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj, when it was almost impossible for sadhus to move around freely in Abu Dhabi. And I can say this because I know this country is tolerant and it is evolving. It has become a symbol for the rest of the world so far as harmony and tolerance is considered. And when they decided that a temple should come, I asked that should we have a temple that is like a normal building, we can have the images of God inside and we can pray. His Highness, look at the height of his generosity. He said, nope, make a traditional temple. Make a temple with carvings of stone and let everybody pray with all their hearts. I wanted to say that when you have so much openness in your heart and you are welcomed with such spirit, what has happened here, that the BAPS Hindu temple, till now, for all your references, BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha has created 1,200 temples across the world. They are all inspirational. But after creating Akshardhams in Delhi, Gandhinagar, they have become generational. But everybody says across the world that the single temple in Abu Dhabi is civilizational. It is bringing cultures, civilizations, religions, and people together in the most harmonious way. I would like to end with one example which is a fact. What do I mean, the greatest harmony? Temples, churches, and mosques are all intended to create harmony amongst men, with nature, and with the ultimate reality. Same goal. But before a temple or a place of worship is made, see the amount of harmony or alliance it has created. Imagine a Muslim king giving land to a Hindu temple where our lead architect is a Christian Catholic, where our chief consultant is a Chinese of no religion, but he believes in harmony, where our project director was a Sikh Sardarji, where our contractors are Shapurji, Palanji, Parsis, where our structural designer is Dr. Kong, a Buddhist, and where our, I want to say, where our chairman comes from a Jain tradition. What more do you want for alliance, for a space of worship? And it can only happen here, where everybody is gathering together to create a spiritual oasis for global harmony. Thank you for asking this question and allowing me to express it. Thank you.
Swamiji, that's a very good example of dynamic alliance and living with unity. So I want to take this opportunity for everybody's benefit, to show them the video of what's happening with the temple, with your permission. Yes, please. Yes, can you please play the video of the temple? 30 most inspiring minutes I have spent in a long time. So thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And I hope everybody in the room are also enlightened with your spirituality and how to look at life and solve problems. And on behalf of India Global Forum, I want to thank you for coming and gracing us with your views. Thank you. Going to be virtual. And in the last session, we focused on the concept of dharma, the ethics. And we heard from a spiritual leader, how do we follow that? And in this session, we are going to hear from the industry practitioners, how do they follow the concept of ethics sitting in the boardroom. So we have with us two industry practitioners joining us virtually from India. We have the industry investors perspective from Sanjay Nair. He is the chairman of KKR India. And we have the corporate perspective, Robbie Singh, CFO of Adani Group. And they'll be sharing with us how the concept of ethics governance are being played out in the boardroom. So let me quickly start the conversation with the two gentlemen on the screen here. So Sanjay, let me start the conversation with you. You come from an investor's perspective, and from your perspective, you see a lot of boardrooms. You see a lot of directors. So what has been your experience in terms of how the concept of boardroom has evolved, and what are the things they are keeping in focus in terms of ethics and governance?
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here at the IGF. Firstly, it's good to see IGF doing this seminar in the UAE. I think it's making great strides. And I think the word of dynamic alliances is a fantastic idea. So thank you for connecting us. Sorry we're not as well dressed as all of you, but happy to share our experiences. I think that, given the volatility in the world and the uncertainty in the markets, geopolitical risks, growing customer activism, growing investor activism, I think the role of the boards has become even more important than before. I would say earlier the boards used to be advisory in nature, consulted when they wanted, listened to when CEOs and larger promoters want to listen to them, probably acted upon a little bit. I think things have changed a lot in the last 5 to 8 years. I think a lot of this also coincides with the changing reforms that are happening in our country, in India. The way the corporate governance is being driven right from the top, I mean, that's government transformation, the way they're governing the country. But obviously that translates all the way down to the way corporates are behaving with investors, shareholders, and all stakeholders. So the burden of the board, the composition of the boards, and what they're meant to do, I think has changed dramatically. The private equity industry in India brings in a lot of very, very important capital into India for growth. So we have had a lot of experience. I would say where things stand today, to your question, given what's happening in the country and where we are poised to grow to and grow in the right manner, I think there are three very, very key areas for the boards to focus on right now, which is what most of the boards are doing. First and foremost is a long-term strategic vision for the company and sticking with it despite temporary pressures of markets and tactical things that one needs to do. But keeping a long-term vision behind is extremely critical because their number one goal is to deliver sustainability for the shareholders' benefit. I think what that immediately means is that boards are getting a lot more involved, number two, in succession planning and key leadership selection and changes. Something which I don't think was true in the past, but the involvement of boards now is extremely critical in terms of succession planning as well as in terms of leadership staffing. And third is just a risk oversight. Enterprise risk has become a massive thing everywhere. And given what I mentioned in terms of volatility, the kind of new things that are emerging on cybersecurity, I think just overall risk management and oversight and risk is the third most important function. And the reason I'm highlighting these three things, it takes away from the advisory role, but I think it just adds on to it. And these three are probably far more important in today's context than in the past. And from our perspective, we focus on these three very important things as we look at staffing of the boards and what we expect from our boards. Maybe I'll leave it there and then we can develop the dialogue further.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay. So let me get Robbie Singh. I had the opportunity to have a conversation with him a few weeks back, and the way he passionately presented what the board is doing to do the right things in terms of making a sustainable world was really stand out to me, and I hope we get a chance to hear more on what Adani Group is actually doing on that. But for now, Robbie, I would like to get a company's perspective as to what is on the agenda of board in this constantly evolving world.
Thank you for having me on the show and at the India Global Forum. We within the Adani Group portfolio of companies and overall philosophy of the group, look at the issue of board governance as a mechanism for assurance, as a guiding principle. Management and shareholders increasingly are part of a dynamic world where commitments are being made 20, 30, 40, 50 years out. And therefore, we need to be subject to an appropriate assurance mechanisms. So how we look at it is that from our point of view, we happen to be in a sector broadly called infrastructure. By definition, it means that we are incredibly long-term investors or intergenerational investors. So for us, the core principle of long-term strategic value creation becomes very important. Now that, as it turns out, marries with the idea of long-term evolution of global capital as well. As OECD countries mature, their pension pools are rising, and they are pension pools, which means that they are future assets for their contributors today. India's own saving pools rising, it's almost nearly $1 trillion now. And it will also increasingly move towards a significant portion of pension assets. Now that means that we are holding assets on behalf of the future generations or behalf of current generation who will exercise those rights in the future. And they are our investors. So from a board point of view, what becomes important is that the boards are cognizant of this aspect, that they are stewards of investment and of stakeholders. The second thing that we look to engender in our boards is that, and it's not unique to us, it's true for any corporate, is that we operate at the ground level for infrastructure in remote areas. So for example, I'll give you an example. If we have let's say we have a 5 gigawatt of solar power plant in Rajasthan, we cannot mechanically, physically ensure parameter security. It would be cost prohibitive. So how do we do that is by having social license. That is working closely with the community. So the second aspect of the board is good corporate social responsibility, so that you have social equity. And these two factors, long-term investment and social equity, are what need to be assured also. So I can't say anything. We are a dominant shareholder in our companies, 65% plus. But what's important is that how do we provide assurance to minority shareholders? How do we provide insurance to stakeholders who are not investors but are stakeholders, say local communities, vendors, etc. So the board's role has evolved into this aspect. Traditionally, the boards have done this. For example, boards always had audit committees. But equivalent of that for what in governance, there was no committee in India. Still, for example, there is no mandated committee to provide assurance for governance. So what our portfolio company and our chairman, Mr. Gautam Adani, have instituted, and we've executed that, is to provide an equivalent assurance committee for the board level for assurance on governance. So that is how we are trying to build the constituent of board, and that then goes to the point that Sanjay also raised, which is that then informs you how you staff the board, how you find the board members, how diversity comes into the board, how different skill base comes into the board, and how do you globalize this perspective in a wider environment. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Robbie. So I think I just want to steer the conversation into the next phase, where with so many new startups coming in, so many unicorns getting listed, and there's a generational shift which is happening in terms of new board members which are going to come and join these companies. Okay. So in terms of a new profile of directors are going to emerge. So Sanjay, let me start with you. What are the key attributes boards are now looking when they are looking at getting new people into the board? What are the attributes you are looking at?
That's a great question. My sense is that if you just look at the new challenges for these businesses or even the traditional businesses, digital disruption is a big challenge. We talked of cybersecurity as another big challenge. I think the boards have to also think about climate change and ESG in a much more serious way. And I think getting a diversity of views is going to become very critical. Now, when you put all of this together, finding good board members, independent directors is not an easy task. For whatever reason, people don't want to be part of boards, that's a different issue. But let's say we could find good people on the board. I would say the most important criteria that I could at least think of is you need a good combination of competency. I would think, without sounding demeaning to the old guys like myself, I think youngsters are going to be very, very useful to have. Fresh way of thinking. I think gender diversity is very critical to bring in a new way of looking at things. And I would say finding board members that have a culture or a style of cooperation. And I've been on many boards and I'm on many boards. I can tell you, when you bring a combination of great competency, a board led by a chairman that can have a culture of openness that inculcates the ability for even the most minor idea to be brought up, and that has a culture where the CEO can actually open up as well as listen when he's being told something, I think are extremely critical things. And that's how at least we think we want to go around looking for board members. And frankly, That's, I think, are the new criteria. If you were to put a extra sliver on top of this, it would really be technology. People from technology backgrounds. I think engineering is becoming a huge buzzword, and that is the future in a lot of these new age companies. So getting people with engineering background, getting people, I think, as Robbie said, with a degree of experience from societal work is also extremely important, not only just because you want to preempt what the government is thinking or earning social equity, but also doing good in a good way to earn the brownie points, which give you the social license to do business. And I think all these things are going to become very critical in India as these new age companies begin to disrupt business models and, in fact, even disrupt the way business was done in this country. So I think it is important to find board members that have what I would call a combination of some of these factors. I think overriding all of this, we are finding the boards, the successful ones that we have, are those that can self-critique themselves, self-assess themselves, and correct the way they work. So I know it sounds all a bit heavy, but I would say that's really idealistic the way we would like to see the board getting created. And, you know, we are trying our best, and so is everybody else. But it's not easy. I think it's a long journey ahead. But you're going to see induction of lots of new board members into the boardrooms in the country as the mix of companies that are getting listed is also changing dramatically.
Yeah. Thank you, Sanjay. So, Robbie, you know, I want to just continue what Sanjay talked about, the new age companies, and we also discussed about the new age directors, you know, with their aspirations are different. So definitely you have the new age direct board of directors, then you have the traditional, the old. So when you have two different, there's always a conflict of culture. So how do you think that, you know, a board can balance out this conflict of culture when you have two different set of directors, board of directors in the room?
It's an excellent question. Actually, you know, we talk about this a lot because that conflict is not just at the board level, it can occur at the management level also. Given the nature of the change and the speed of change that the businesses are going through, and in India, the growth, and even in the region we are in, UAE, dynamic region, young region, changing, and you get that conflict. The conflict actually is not a conflict, actually coming from the same point of view. You're standing on the same bridge, but at two different points. And which is that on one side is exposure, on the other side is experience, or both exposure and experience. The challenge occurs when a person, she has exposure, but yet doesn't have 30 years of experience. Now, there could be another person who has experience, but not as much exposure. And that's where the conflict starts, because the person with experience traditionally being, you know, at administrative positions are such that could be in a senior position than the person who has a lot of exposure. And that's where the conflict. What we try to do is to build a concept of what we call competency hierarchy and not administrative hierarchy. And that is engendered within our management teams as well. Similarly, when we look to work with the boards, is to focus on the competency aspect. And when you divorce everything and you come down to competency issue, then I think if a person, she has a lot of exposure, but 10 years of experience versus say somebody like me who might have in particular field a limited exposure, but say 25, 30 years of experience, then it becomes incumbent that competency be the driving force of trying to move forward. So how we marry exposure versus experience is by developing a space in which we recognize competency hierarchy and we divorce it from administrative positions or administrative authority.
Thank you. Just one last question, because just keeping the time in mind. So Sanjay, let me start with you, then I come to Robbie for a quick comment on this whole concept of great resignation, which is coming on back of COVID. where the talent is becoming such a big challenge for all the companies and the board. So what will be, how should board respond to ensure that there is a strong talent pipeline within the organization? What will be your recommendation for the board?
Look, I mean, it's not something that is kind of a rule or there is a set of rules to follow. At least what we try and do, my own experience when I was at Citigroup and now at the private equity firms, I think a board-driven culture through the CEO, making sure that there is a development of real pipeline of talent, probably level 4, level 5, identifying early high potential candidates and giving them the right kind of breaks and experience is probably the easiest, most organic way of building a pipeline to backfill these situations. Secondly, we find that most of our companies, good managers are those that work across different functions and therefore giving these young, high potential players an experience across different functions early on is a good way again to develop a much more robust CXO candidate. Thirdly, like I said in the beginning, one of the roles the boards are playing is succession planning. And I didn't mean only CEO succession, but even CXO succession. So having your NRC head and your chairman extremely focused with the CEO on making sure there is 1 or 2 people behind every CXO, even laterally, and even inorganically looking at similar companies outside and having a pipeline always ready is extremely important. But waking up one day and finding that 3 people have made lots of $1 million and they walk away and that you're left high and dry, I don't think it's a great sign. So I think the boards will have to be a lot more proactive and develop the pipeline of candidates both internally and externally. And again, that's a culture that the board has to drive. I think that's a very important point you raised, and I think that's one thing that at least worries all of us, that what happens if some people just decide to, chuck it up and move on for different reasons after the pandemic. So good question. I don't think there is an ideal answer for this. I think we as board members and major shareholders have to be just a lot more proactive and preemptive about it.
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay. Robbie, any quick comment on that, on the talent?
Yeah, I think, my comment on this is that, I'm old enough to have gone through 3, 4, 5 of these changes. First, the investment banking move in mid-90s, and everybody wanted to be an investment banker and wanted to do an MBA and then join some sort of, investment bank. I was part of that cohort. And then the tech revolution came. Then GFC came, Asian financial crisis happened in the middle. And now, unfortunately, because here it's a loss of life also, the pandemic. I think these are transient factors. The underlying issue is that we need to retain work flexibility. And it might be news to, and we might think of it as something new, but even all the way back in 1996, 97, I was in IB. We finished a transaction. I said to my boss, I'm in London. I've never been to Italy. I'd like to go to Italy. And how do I apply from there for those that we didn't have forms to apply on computer for leave? And he said to me, you got your mobile and computer with you? I said, yeah. And he said, don't worry, just go sit somewhere. If works need to be done, we'll call you. What we need to do is to create a flexible work culture which rewards work and meaningful work. That is the basic underlying capability. And today, each generation comes with a new requirement, and this generation that has come in, they have certain aspirations And I think as corporate leaders, we need to ensure that those aspirations outside of work that they might have aspiration, they are met and met in a meaningful way. That is the defense of this. That is what we tell I tell our leadership team in the verticals. And that's what we converse with our boards, that we need to create pathways where genuine aspiration of the generation that's coming in are met. And then, as Sanjay said, I won't belabor on that. It goes without saying that you need to have N-1, N-2 capability set available to you, either down the line or laterally. And that's just good practice.
Thank you, Robbie. So if I can quickly summarize the conversation. So the way I see it is, thanks to the pressure and measures from the regulators and from the investors, there is a lot of pressure on the board to continually evolve and focus on doing the right things. And that will require new thinking. And that is what we got the good insight from the two gentlemen on the screen, which they have joined us virtually, one from India and one from Australia. So I want to take this opportunity to thank both of them for sharing their insight, and also for the audience to participate into this discussion. So thank you, gentlemen, and have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to India Global Forum UAE, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, the most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to start building those dynamic alliances? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, here at the India Global Forum UAE, great to have you back with us, of course, and thank you very much to Nitin and his panel as well. For all our delegates here and also around the world, and especially in India as well, we welcome you. Our next session is about new opportunities in a geopolitical era. I would like to welcome on stage here in Dubai at the Taj, His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Abdulrahman Al-Banna, Ambassador to the UAE Embassy in New Delhi. Ambassador. Also His Excellency Ilan Stulman Starosta, Ambassador of the Israeli Consulate in Dubai. Dr. Aman Puri, Consul General of India in Dubai. Ian Braun, Head of Dubai Office at Dover Tower. Bruce Gerfain, CEO of Connect LLC. And Elad Levy, Vice President, Head of Middle East and Africa at NetFM. Well, this is a very esteemed panel of guests. Many thanks for all of you for joining us.
Thank you.
At this India Global Forum. We're talking about dynamic alliances, and as a journalist working here in the UAE for about 13 years now, actually. Last year, when the announcement of the Abraham Accords was made public, it was, I think, like for everybody, a groundbreaking moment, and continues to be. So it's very exciting that we're here to discuss this important topic today. Can I start with you, Your Excellency? Ambassador Albana, could I ask you to reflect on this momentous achievement?
Well, as you mentioned, the Abraham Accord was a major turning point in the overall political system in the United Arab Emirates. The emphasis was on that the UAE is extending hands of friendship, cooperation, hands of building strong new relationships, and creating a new path, putting behind us the old contradictions and moving ahead with creating a better lifestyle, a better human interrelationship, a better economic relationship. When we talk about the Accord, when we talk about opening up a new page, that means it is for the benefit of all, not only UAE nationals and Israeli nationals, but also benefit of the whole region.
Thank you for that. Ambassador Starosta, can I have your reflections on this, please?
I think for us, this is a dream coming true. I mean, Israel has been reaching out for peace in the region for decades. That's our ultimate goal. And so for us, this is really, the day that they announced, I had to pinch myself to this, is this true? And now a year later, I'm here, with my family, with a daughter born in Dubai, treated by Muslim doctors in the hospital. And my other daughter goes to nursery with Emiratis, Indians, Palestinians, Lebanese. And this is really a great thing that I think historical moment that we're living now.
Dr. Amanpouri, can I put this question to you? This is obviously, normalizing of relations between Israel and the UAE. What are the wider implications for the region and also for India?
Of course, India looks at it as an opportunity. We're seeing that since the signing of the historic Abraham Accords, there's been exponential growth of business engagement between UAE and Israel. And of course, it is enabling India to look at this synergy between the three countries. And we are quite focused on the Israel-UAE-India corridor, on this trilateral opportunity, because India looks at Dubai as a very important springboard, as a gateway to this region. And as you're aware, the UAE hosts the single largest group of Indian community anywhere in the world, 3.3 million strong and vibrant. So when there is more business happening between UAE and Israel, it is but natural that a significant percentage of the contribution to that trade and investment relationship will come from the Indian community here in the UAE. Of course, we are also looking at this outstanding synergy. Israel with a population of a little over 8 million, UAE a population of close to 10 million, and India 1.3 billion offers the scale. Israel, we all know, is a powerhouse of R&D for the world, has created some amazing innovation addressing global challenges. And UAE, which is home to people from over 200 nationalities, very vibrant business environment, the ease of doing business, the ease of living, regulatory environment, connectivity. We've seen that, especially during this unprecedented crisis of COVID over the last year and a half, how people from different parts of the world have been able to come here. The celebration of this unique opportunity is something which we are very much looking forward to capitalize on and contribute to.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haman. Let's, if I can, jump to Bruce. Bruce, can I put this, Bruce Gerfain, from the private sector point of view? You know, as Dr. Haman was just talking there, opportunity is the key, right? And what sort of opportunity do you think you're going to see?
Well, we at day one already saw a 27% reduction in cost with doing business in Israel, just by adding direct flights. Putting everything else aside, the business that we were doing pre-Abrahamic Accords between Israel and the UAE, using the UAE as a hub for not only the GCC, but Africa and Asia, and now with the ability to have direct flights, direct phone calls, and direct bank transfers, we were able to reduce our operational costs anywhere between 24 to 27% on day one. That said, the opportunities that are now available by being able to openly bring in these newer technologies, these R&D centers, utilize the business sense and business management that's available here in the UAE to manage the R&D that Dr. Ampur had mentioned, has made our lives easier, and we look forward to capitalizing on that and making more money on it.
Thank you, Bruce. Elad Levy, can I ask you, the same question? I mean, what does it mean for your business? What changes are you seeing already in just over 1 year?
So I think, as Bruce mentioned, for us, just by having the option to have direct relationship and direct business is something extraordinary. And let me share with you that, we used to do business in this region before the Accords, obviously in indirect ways, and we literally enjoy the direct engagement and the direct relationship. I think our company hosted a few delegations from the UAE, and the impression from both sides is that there is a genuine, I would say genuine surprise how warm this relationship got within such a short period of time. And I think that for a business perspective, it means a lot, because we are in discussions with our Emirati friends and companies, both in the government sector and with the private sector, on doing business not only in this region, but actually partnering and going together to many other places, in some places that are our legacy markets, such as the US market, the European market, etc., etc. And for us, it means a lot. It means that first, we think we have the same business mindset, and second, that we share the same business values, that we actually believe that we can go together to many other markets. So we see a significant opportunity, and the UAE is definitely will be and will be the hub for us for doing business in the region, but also globally.
Great, thank you for that. Ian Braun, can I ask you, what are your reflections, and particularly in the mobility sector, with a specialized focus on that? For you, in your sector of business, how do you see growth progressing following the Abraham Accords?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I think there's a great integration of economies and people. These relationships came in exactly like a glove into the hand, and there are great potentials into integrating our economies with investments, with projects, and I was very happy to hear the projects about jointly going to Mars, and projects that they have a vision and which is aligned with UAE vision and the Israeli government. We definitely see a great potential into the air mobility and the UAV sector. The mobility and the agriculture that my colleagues and friends that just mentioned briefly, and I think even not the sky is the limit. I mean, we are way beyond that, so we are very fortunate.
Ambassador Obada, can I come back to you and ask you, what are the current targets of bilateral trade and business? How's it doing so far? Have the targets been met? Obviously, COVID has had an impact, but the targets are still there and they're high, right?
Well, no doubt. The situation that was created by the pandemic has affected the global economy. But nevertheless, even at bad times, there has been opportunities. I'll give you an example of the bilateral trade between United Arab Emirates and India. In 1985, if we look at the figures of the bilateral trade, it was $185 million. That's the foreign trade, the value of the foreign trade. That was in 1985. If we look at the figures of 2020, 2021, or rather a correction, 2019, 2020, the figures reached $60 billion. Now, it is growing. And with the new commitment that has been made by the leadership from both sides, from the United Arab Emirates and from Republic of India, we are expecting for that figure, the $60 billion figure, by 2030 to reach $100 billion. Now, that gives you an idea of the strength of the foreign trade. India is our second largest partner, trading partner. The United Arab Emirates for India is the third largest trading partner after USA and China. So imagine USA, China, and then United Arab Emirates. That by itself tells you the whole story. And with the current ongoing CEPA agreement, and that is the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, that is almost in its final stages, and our teams are concluding it. Once that happens at the very beginning of next year, maybe first, second week of Jan, that by itself will be a major element into boosting the overall relationship, the overall bilateral relationship. Not forgetting the trilateral aspect of it, when we have different, each one of us or each country has a strength. Israel, India, United Arab Emirates. When those comes and combine together, that creates a much larger strength. So therefore, I believe that the bilateral relationship, if we talk about UAE, Israel only, or if we talk about UAE, India, it is on a track that will grow immensely.
Thank you for that, Ambassador. Ambassador Starosta, what sectors do you think will stand to benefit particularly from trade and business upcoming?
I think, first of all, food security. I mean, this is something that it preoccupies everybody in the region. You know, the challenges we have in the next 10 years, 15 years with climate change, they don't know borders. You know, they don't know where is Israel, where is India, where is the Emirates. So the only way that we can cooperate is by doing joint ventures, and that's what my friends here do in this. So I think, first of all, food security, because we're very good in developing, we're not very good in scaling up, so we need, you know, the capabilities of scaling up of the Emirates and India. Second is IT development, R&D, because again, we have minds from different countries, and we believe that in order to be really innovative and creative, you need to have different perspectives and cooperation, international cooperation. So we have here three giants, if you want, join in that. And then digital health, I think it's another, because also medicine is a very, very wide, field that today, if you do digital, you're going to save and you're going to give much better health to all citizens around. So I think those three are the ones that I see growing up faster and faster in this triangular relationship.
And Dr. Aman, in your work, obviously, as Consul General, are you finding you are having more important meetings and more dialogue with Israeli companies coming in here to Dubai already?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, together with the Consulate General of Israel, we had hosted an interaction for about 250 businessmen. That was in October this year, and it happened in Dubai. So we had about, an equal number of people from India, and we had the businessmen based out of UAE, some of whom, Indian origin. But of course, there was an amazing synergy which was created. And in fact, at that time, we had decided that we'll take a delegation from Dubai to Israel. And, we'll help make those connections and introductions. In fact, there was a UAE delegation which was in Israel a few weeks ago. And that did include some of the Indian businessmen from UAE, and in fact, there was a gentleman who had traveled all the way from India to be part of the delegation. So I think we are already seeing that synergy. We're seeing a lot of work happening there. The sectors which we are looking at is fintech, health tech, agri-tech, AI, cybersecurity, and I think in all these sectors, there's a lot of complementarity between these three economies.
Bruce Goffin, can I ask you, what at the moment do you have, how do you see the connection between Dubai, Abu Dhabi, the whole of the UAE through from your business in Israel to India? How can that work?
So, there's this story of the president of India, his advisors had come and told him that Israel were complaining about a vote in the UN. And he says, so give me the brief. Who is Israel? So, well, they're in the Middle East. How many people live there? Well, about 8.5 million. I said, really, what hotel do they stay in? So, Israel has amazing advantages, a lot of technology advantages, a lot of innovation advantages. But if we take, for example, the medical sector, in order to prove medical technology, you need to have great innovation, but then you need to have the right business management and the right international scalability, which is available here in the UAE. But you also need to have people. You need to be able to implement this technology in a hospital that's going to give you the right amount of physical bodies to make sure it really works and make sure that it's really out there. Now, you can't just go anywhere. You need to go to a place that has good medical hospitals, good doctors, someone that actually knows what they're doing when they're testing it. And that's where the India section comes in. Because we can go to several other countries that have a lot of physical bodies but don't have the medical profession. We go to India, we go to places that have the actual intelligence to really take that and move together. If we go to fintech, again, some great ideas that are coming out, a lot of them even coming from the military sector, being converted into civilian markets, etc. But if you don't have that scalability that's available in the UAE and the population that's available in India to actually really test it, it's never going to happen, and it's never going to become those unicorns that we all strive for.
All right, we're running out of time, but I'd just like from all of you, if possible, just to get a 1-minute statement on what you believe are the key new opportunities between the India-UAE connection. Ambassador Albana.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the opportunities are endless, and specifically in the sectors where there are certain strengths, be it healthcare, be it education, be it artificial intelligence, advanced technology, manufacturing, air and space, and many other renewable energy, solar energy. Those are the sectors where there are strong attention has been paid to and has been looked at very carefully. And I think the combination, if we talk about India, Israel, UAE, if we put our efforts together, the strength from the UAE, let us say the capital in certain ways, in certain projects, the technology from XYZ, the manpower and the high-tech operators from ABC, there is a lot of synergy that can and is there, and we just need to explore and put it out. And I said it earlier and in our roundtable meeting earlier today, that the governments and the different institutions in the government create the platform and they prepare it for the use of the business houses, of the businessmen, to accordingly interact and do their things and benefit. They benefit, and of course the economy of the country, each country will benefit.
Great. Ambassador Starosta, what, in your closing statement, what would you say?
I think we have to see also the business. Of course, I agree with Ambassador. It's crucial, but there's also another level of strategy, and we live in a very tough neighborhood, very, very tough, and it's good to have good friends around. So I think this coalition of India, Emirates, Israel, and the United States, as we had a few months ago, you know, the foreign secretary and the ministers of foreign affairs, they all got together and they're planning again to get together. I think this we have to remember. You do business with friends, but friends are good for other threats as well. So we're making here an alliance that has a lot of meanings, business and strategic and people to people as well.
Dr. Amanpuri, your thoughts?
Yeah, so, you know, India and Israel are strategic partners. India and UAE are comprehensive strategic partners. You know, India was the first country with which UAE signed that partnership agreement. And of course, we have millennia-old civilizational and cultural ties, people-to-people ties, a very large population living here. I would like to take this opportunity to compliment both UAE and Israel for this outstanding diplomatic achievement, this success, which is truly an inspiration for the world on how we can bring peace and how the peace dividend can support businesses and, most importantly, the welfare of citizens and peoples. So I'm sure India will be an amazing partner in making sure that we use this synergy, we use this opportunity, we celebrate it and bring peace and welfare to the peoples.
Thank you. Ian Braun, can I have your thoughts?
I think the objective of these trilateral is to strengthen, grow the relations between all the parties. Of course, there are cross-vertical opportunities in various sectors. What I can say from our end, we are currently working in 2022 to create a software engineering company that will employ Indian software engineers here in Dubai and in UAE, that will provide the supply for that shortage of software engineers in Israel. And we definitely see that there is a great potential. These trilateral can only enhance that relationship. And we are here to make sure that that relationship will enhance and will endure. And thank you, everyone, for such an initiative.
Great, thank you. Bruce Sigurfane.
Well, whatever they are, I really hope they're part of the initiatives I'm involved in. But I would definitely say that from past experience moving forward, it would definitely be within the sectors mentioned by the ambassador of AI, fintech, medical. These are the core businesses and the core future. The world today runs around cyber, which controls AI and a few other verticals. And then it's food security, which is climate technology and others, and fintech, because eventually somebody has to pay for everything else. So I would assume that those would be the technologies that would push this trilateral relationship forward.
Gilad Levy.
Well, if I can touch, I can touch the roots. I don't think that we've mentioned that, but India has this very special place in the heart of, I can say,
right.
most Israelis, if not all of them, from diverse reasons. But when you see someone speak in India and Israel, most likely we'll have a smile and our heart is being open. We are having the same process with the UAE now. From our side, in terms of business, as let's say the global leader of the irrigation world, India is the second largest business for us, and we see a significant opportunity to collaborate between Israel, India, and the UAE in the fields of food security, agtech, food tech, obviously based on new technologies, AI, big data, etc. We are working on it already as we speak, and we hope that this process and this initiative will continue to accelerate these very welcome processes.
Brilliant. Well, we've run out of time, but I would like to thank my panel of esteemed guests for all your comments today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
In a country where ambition never sleeps and the impossible materializes in the blink of an eye, in a country where life moves at the speed of dreams, you need news, insights and information that moves just as fast, that keeps you not just up to the minute, but up to the second on the world around you, with stories that entertain you, insights you can rely on, and views and opinions you can count on. Whatever you need, whenever you need it, it's all at your fingertips. Gulf News, the intelligent choice.
Much to Greg and his panel there. Fantastic session, that one. Thank you so much. And thank you for being with us all here today. And of course, to our online audience, I'd like to extend a thank you for continuing to stay with us as well here at the India Global Forum UAE 2021. Well, ladies and gentlemen, regardless of whether you thought it was a success or a failure, COP26 was in fact a global milestone, probably bringing about more questions than it did answers though, with some of the world's largest economies still hesitant to bring about the change that everyone so much wants to see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this next session is going to focus on the role of India and the Middle East and how they can bring about this change through climate finance transformation. And it's a great pleasure to welcome our first guest, who in fact joins us virtually. A very warm welcome to Sanjeev Sanyal, Principal Economic Advisor for the Government of India, who joins us virtually. Let's give a very warm welcome to Sanjeev Sanyal. Sanjeev Sanyal, a very warm welcome to you. And also we have our next panelist as well, who's also joining us virtually, I can see on the screen, Rudra Dalmia. He is the managing partner of Green Frontier Capital, who also joins us virtually. Now, Rudra is going to join the conversation a little later on when I pull the panel up on the stage. So just a couple of moments, because I'd very much like to speak to Sanjeev Sanyal first and foremost, if I may. Now, there was an idea raised through or during COP26 by certain experts, I'm not going to say who, However, they suggested that relief to developing countries should be linked with their climate policies. It's actually faced quite a lot of criticism. Yes or no? I mean, what are your thoughts, Sanjeev, on whether that should have been criticized or not? Very interesting to hear your take on that.
First of all, let me thank all of you for this opportunity to speak to all of you, and of course to India Global Forum for organizing this. As far as the comment that was made regarding linking climate finance and climate related relief or aid in general to climate related actions, well, let me say that the biggest problem is not with the developing countries, really. Certainly in the case of India, we have put in a very big effort and making sure that our Paris Agreement commitments are being honored. So we are building a huge amount of non-conventional green energy capacities all across the country. But the real problem is, first of all, relates to the amount of financing which was promised at the scale of $100 billion a year. It's not at all clear that that is flowing. I think there is an even bigger concern that the technologies that were promised to be transferred are not being transferred. So I think this question should only be raised as far as being responsible and sticking to commitments is concerned. Then I think this question really is much more seriously to be asked of the developed countries.
Do you also think that there needs to be then maybe more transparency surrounding climate finance then? What needs to be done?
Well, as I mentioned, there certainly has to be a lot more transparency about climate financing, no question about that, but at least there is some discussion happening about this. I think the even greater issue relates to technology transfer. So let me illustrate my point. Supposing you go to a developing country and say that, look, we don't think you should be producing electricity using coal or whatever it is they are using right now, and that you should shut that down and shift to using a new technology to produce energy. But then you say, we will give you this technology, but you have to pay us royalties, or you have to use our standards and so on. i.e., you're not doing technology transfer. Then effectively what you're doing is carrying out colonization in the name of royalties and patents. So the issue of transferring intellectual property is a very major one. And this is not the only episode where we have seen this being a problem. We had a recent episode even relating to COVID patents, relating to vaccines, which should have, in my view, and India made a big and strong case for this, should have just allowed everybody to have the COVID vaccine intellectual property so that different countries could have come up with vaccines quickly. So I think if we are serious about this, then these commitments that were made in Paris have to be adhered to. And I would say, while it is true that developing countries should be held accountable to the things that they have signed up to, I can tell you that the bigger problem clearly lies in this business of not transferring finance, but much more seriously technology.
Very quickly, before I bring the rest of our panel up, it'd be very interesting to hear your thoughts on, what can countries like India do when it comes to leading change then?
So let it be said that there is no conflict between India's long-term trajectory and it wanting to move on to green energy sources. India happens to be poorly endowed by hydrocarbons, and while we do have some coal, which we may use to some extent to produce electricity, the fact of the matter is India is not endowed with a large amount of hydrocarbons. So it is entirely in our interest to produce electricity from other sources, whether it's solar or wind or, for that matter, even atomic energy. We should pursue those sources of energy. So there is no question that we want to move down that path. But as I pointed out in my previous response, the fact is that first, the finance provided for it has not been quite obviously transparently being provided. And the bigger problem is that appropriate technologies are not being transferred. So unless technologies are transferred, this is just another way of creating, a regime that, colonization through patents and intellectual property and royalties is certainly not what would be conducive to creating a global community and a global response to climate change.
It certainly needs to be a collaborative effort, doesn't it? Thank you so much, Sanjeev Sanyal. Very fantastic to have you here. We really do appreciate your time. We're going to bring in the rest of the panel and continue the conversation, so please do stay with us, Sanjeev. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to give a very warm welcome to the rest of our panel. It's a great pleasure to welcome Srinivasa Rao, EY Global Vice Chairman of Global Delivery Services. A very warm welcome. So much, Srinivasa, for being with us here today. And now please give a very warm welcome to Sanjeev Gupta, the Executive Director of Africa Finance Corporation, who also joins us. Thank you so much for joining us. Please do take a seat. And of course, I gave him a very brief introduction earlier. A very warm welcome to Rudra Dalmia, who joins us virtually, Managing Partner of Green Frontier Capital. A very, very warm welcome to you there. And what a fantastic panel lineup we have here, yet again, here at the India Global Forum. Really fantastic, and such a huge topic at the moment, of course. I mean, COP26. Srinivasa, I'd like to start off with you. What are your thoughts off the back of some of the results of COP26? And also, do you feel that COP26 established enough around a global framework then? What are your thoughts?
I think the answer is very simple.
Can you click?
The answer is very simple, Laura. I don't think COP26 did very much at all in terms of providing any coherence for the global climate action that is being demanded of both the emerging and the developed markets overall. And I think where COP26 is probably sort of hitting an air pocket is the overemphasis on the why and the what of climate action. And I think that's as well known as it needs to be in today's circumstances. It's the how of climate action that remains a very undernourished topic, and I think Sanjeev spoke to it. Whether it is global climate finance, whether it is climate technology transfer to the emerging markets, there are fundamental and seismic fault lines in terms of where the developed and the emerging markets are coalescing around, really galvanizing the transformation in the emerging markets. So, with all respect, I think COP26 delivered very little in terms of coherence on the climate financing framework.
Such a shame, and such, a wonderful opportunity to have done something huge as well. I'd like to quickly head on over to Rudra, who's very patiently waiting on the other end there, who joins us virtually, as I mentioned. Rudra, very quickly, what are your thoughts when it comes to this sense of urgency and some of the results from COP26 as well? Do you think that how can businesses around the world set up evolving financing networks then? What do you think is the key to drive that change?
Hi, Laura. First off, thanks to India Global Forum and Manoj Ladwa for inviting me to such an important discussion. And good afternoon to all my fellow panelists. Most importantly, so Laura, while I agree with my panelist about the fact that COP26 didn't achieve much, I think this has to be led at various levels, this entire conversation. I think the most important aspect of this has to come from the governments, the more the governments can build in predictability about how will change as learning occurs, the greater will be the confidence underpinning investment, innovation, and future commitments. We must analyze how to support a fair and just transition, which recognizes the problems of dislocation. Some jobs will disappear, others will change radically, and some locations may be partially affected, but there will be many, many new opportunities. And most importantly, the international financial institutions will have to step up and provide risk capital. The innovation of global companies working on climate change cannot be restricted to their own backyard. We will have to collaborate, we will have to share, and we will have to develop standards for reducing costs of carbon neutral technologies and means of production.
Thank you, Rudra over there. Sanjeev Gupta, fantastic to have you here. Let's talk about how local governments and industry can work together to sort of empower communities to drive sustainable initiatives. What are your thoughts on how that can be done? Are you seeing more of that at the moment or not?
Yeah. Hi, thank you. I must confess that I have to kind of react a little bit to some of the earlier comments made on COP26. As somebody tongue-in-cheek once said that COP26 was a cop-out in many ways. I don't think it was that bad. I think the fact that the world got together in cold Glasgow and talked about the challenges facing us achieved one thing, and that is that there is indeed a problem looming. And I think it would be fair to say that once you have recognized there is a problem, usually human beings find a solution to it, right? Maybe the solution was lacking. Maybe it perpetuated, to come back to Srini's point earlier on, the sort of skepticism that one does feel when one sees global agendas being hijacked by narrower agendas. So when you ask me about the question on collaboration, there is no argument against it. There is no doubt in my mind that there has to be collaboration. But as my namesake was saying earlier on, Sanjeev, that if collaboration in itself needed evidence, or the lack of it, the COVID saga tells us how difficult it is to achieve the desired level of collaboration. So wearing the Africa hat that I do, Laura, I must say that, and as a keen reader of history, that this whole argument on renewables and green energy and climate from a global south perspective has its detractors, not because we are not facing the impact of global warming, we actually probably face it disproportionately more. But where the skepticism or the cynicism comes is because we have seen every 20 years a new agenda coming. We saw the Truman Doctrine on aid, we saw the Washington Consensus on trade, and now the Global South is asking, is this another way of perpetuating what Sanjeev was saying earlier on, a pseudo form of colonialism?
Very interesting remarks there. Over to Sanjeev Sanyal again, if I may. I'd like to bring you in on this. What do you think essentially needs to and can be done in order to accelerate financing climate action then?
Well, first of all, when we are talking about financing of a scale, we first of all be transparent about what is exactly happening. If commercial investments are being made, green kind of technologies in, say, Africa, India, or any such country, then it will not be counted as green financing. I mean, those are commercial decisions that would have anyway been happened. What is so special about the $100 billion actually needs to be clarified. In what way is it concessional? It is concessionary at all. And the same logic applies if, we like to pay royalties or buy certain technologies. Then how is this collaboration? We could have done that even without having a Paris Agreement. As I mentioned to you, India is anyway poor in hydrocarbons. So we're happy to move on to non-hydrocarbon based energy sources anyway. So the question is, you need to have an honest discussion about this. Is that look, if there is to be a global collaboration about the matter, then in what way are the commitments that are being made to the developing world being honored? Now, this does not mean that the developing world does not have some commitment of its own. And India has repeatedly shown that we are willing to go out there, go out of our way, in fact, to invest heavily in solar and other technologies. And we are doing that. In fact, we are among very few countries that are actually keeping roughly within the Paris Agreement deadlines. But this has got to be a collaborative effort. Otherwise, the suspicion that is being built up, and my namesake pointed out, that this is some sort of a new way of, creating a new set of parameters for playing the game. And every time you kind of maximize those parameters and play by them, you can end up with a new set of parameters. So this sort of game can't go on forever.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev, Sanyal there. We move over to Srinivas. I'd like to ask you the same question, actually. What needs to be done to accelerate financing climate action? Is there a formula?
I think there are three things that need to be done. One, there is a fracture in trust between the developed and the developing markets. And it's not new. It goes back all the way from COP15 to 21 to 26 to the commitments made. It doesn't particularly help that the developed markets cheerfully puffed at coal as they made their way to economic prosperity. And now the developing markets are being asked to shun coal and look at fairly significant displacements of communities and the coal sector in order to transform itself into a more renewables-based energy sector. The second, and maybe going back to the point we said earlier, we now need to start seeing actions from the developed markets on lubricating finance flows into the emerging markets and making available advanced climate technologies to the emerging markets. And we haven't seen, there's been a trickle of those, but there aren't enough proof points. There isn't a body of evidence that provides any degree of confidence that that is a movement, a motion that is underway overall. I do think the emerging markets have a duty of care as well as recipients or future recipients of finance and technology to build, construct, and maintain a simple and minimalist policy framework that enables these climate finance and technology flows to arrive into the emerging markets without very many regulatory constraints and complexities, which has been a pebble in the shoe for many developed markets over time. So those would be the top three I would go for.
Very well said. Sadly, we are running out of time. I'm conscious of the time. So very quickly, Rudra, if you're still there, I'm hoping your connection's okay. Very quickly, how do you feel, or what advice can you give to companies that are looking to attract more investment and support from their shareholders in this move to a more eco-friendly practice?
So, as I said earlier, I think once the government's policies become clearer and support for this specific sector becomes, there has to be some, and this goes back to what Sanjeev said about the fact that royalties, etc., have to go away, collaborations have to come in place, and standardization across technologies to reduce their costs have to happen, specifically in the power generation sector. We saw this in solar with the panels getting standardized and the costs reducing dramatically. The same thing we're seeing in electric vehicles, etc. So the only advice I have to companies is, specifically that are established, that they will have to start firstly looking after their current stakeholders, which are which you can't stop giving returns, but start investing a sizable chunk of their R&D capital towards developing newer ways of doing things which are carbon neutral, so to speak. But that's the shortest form I can answer your question. So it's a much longer answer.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Sanjeev, over to you. Final question. How do you feel that investors can drive this move towards more sustainable practices then from an investor point of view?
Yeah, so Laura, very quickly, I know we're out of time. I think, let's just put certain things in perspective here. We know enough of history to know one thing, that change is by definition evolutionary. It is not something which you suddenly switch off a light and switch on the other light tomorrow. Now, the whole climate agenda, the way it's working, or the way it's being designed to work, is almost expecting almost 70% of the world's humanity, which is the global south as I call it, to suddenly sever links with what would normally be seen as evolution, right? And what I'm trying to really say here is we must try and stay away from the tyranny of the or, that somehow it's no longer fossil fuels, it's only renewables. It's not going to happen. Even in the global north, it's not happening. As a matter of fact, I was in a conference recently in Oslo, I was telling Srini, where the oil minister of Norway, of all people, said that we should be careful because we ourselves as a country are still subsidizing oil exploration whilst we are telling investors not to invest in fossil fuels in the rest of the world. So to come back to your question, therefore, capital is fungible. Capital requires returns. But if you are going to put artificial constraints on capital by telling them, thou shalt not do this, thou shalt not do that, I can guarantee you there'll be ways and means capital will still find its way. And that is what we have to be careful, because a lot of things that should otherwise be done logically, transparently, and objectively will go under the table. And that has its unintended consequences. Thank you.
Truly fascinating discussion. I really do wish we had more time. I cannot thank you enough for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel there on accelerating climate finance transformation. Thank you so much. Thank you. Brilliant discussion there. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, of course, if you would like to speak to any of our speakers who've been on the stage today, you may catch them in the breaks. And I'm hoping they're going to stick around to answer any further questions that you might have. Right, as a part of the India Global Forum, UAE 2021, we are also hosting, very much like yesterday, the Global Disruptors Series. We're bringing together dynamic founders from India and the UAE, and these unicorn businesses, we're bringing them all here on the same stage. Just like yesterday, we are now going to take a look into the minds of trailblazers whose cutting-edge, innovative ideas really have disrupted the market and changed the way that we do business. So we start off with e-market to market. So most businesses go from conventional stores to digital, right? Well, our next guest has done the exact opposite. He's on record today talking about the importance of having a builder's mentality and not a trader's. Another interesting fact is that he is the only first person in his family not to have joined the Army, Navy, or workforce. Very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to Yashish Dahiya, Chairman and CEO of PB Fintech. Thank you so much. Yashish, fantastic to have you here. Thank you for making some time for us.
Pleasure to be here.
Very kind of you. I have a feeling that our time here is not going to be long enough, as it never is, sadly. Let's get stuck in with your experience in setting up Policy Bazaar, the idea behind the venture, and tell our audience a little bit more about exactly what the company is and does.
So Policy Bazaar and Paisa Bazaar, these are two ventures that we run as part of PB Fintech, and both of these are marketplaces. However, since you asked why exactly did we start these businesses, way back in 2008, when we looked at the Indian market, there was very low protection for the middle class from a health perspective or a death perspective. As I call it, the 3 Ds, the death, disease or disability. If any of these 3 happen to people, the amount of protection they had was extremely low, and we thought that was a very serious problem, because if you look at India, a generation ago or 2 generations ago, there was a joint family system that used to address such events. I come from a place called in Haryana, where if there was a death of the primary earning member, the other members would take over the responsibilities of the family, so to say. But those systems have broken down in the last generation, and now with the nuclear families, it was a necessity to have something else as a backup. And that is where we started our journey of essentially educating the consumer on the need for such protection, and also offering them a research platform from where, and then that encouraged companies to create viable products. And the whole piece is, yes, today we have something like life insurance is more research than car insurance in India. Health insurance and life insurance both are the most sold products on the internet. So it's different from most other parts of the world, and that was an interesting dynamic to have built out over the last 13 years. And about 6-7 years ago, we started Paisa Bazaar with a similar view on lending.
Very interesting. And tell us a little bit more about this journey to become a unicorn as well then. How has that played out?
I think that is more to say about the markets and how they've encouraged us and the investors. As I said, and I think you mentioned it in your introduction, I'm kind of known for this. I do not have a valuation mindset, so the word unicorn is associated with a particular valuation. I accept it, but these numbers can disappear anytime. They are there, they are not there. I believe fundamentally what you are doing is you're transforming an entire industry, and now we are transforming it at scale. So when we started, we were very small, but today we are perhaps amongst the 2-3 largest insurance distributors in the country. We must be in the top 10 insurance entities in the country, and the growth rates are different, right? If you looked at us, like let me say, if I was to compare ourselves with the 2nd, 3rd largest insurance companies in the market, we might have been 1/20th, 1/30th their size 5 years ago, but today we are perhaps half their size. And I think in the next 3-5 years, we cannot make forward statements as a public company, but let's see what the future holds. So that growth at scale starts to become astounding. When you reach sort of scale and you're still growing at, at the same ferocious pace as you were when you were young, then that starts to become real transformation.
It's been very interesting to hear about this transition from e-market to market.
Yes.
How easy was that, and what sort of inspired that decision as well?
So actually it's a very recent decision, and many a times we are slaves of our own limitations of our thought processes. So we always believe that we must keep a remote presence with the consumer and never visit the customer in person. And there's a very small anecdote, right? When we started Policy Bazaar, we actually had a physical team, about 12-13 people. And I remember once Aviva, deputy CEO called me, and he said, "We're doing great business with you. We sold a few hundred policies last month." And I was kind of looking a bit puzzled, and I said, "I don't remember selling anything for Aviva, so how did that happen?" And he explained, somebody in the team explained that the business was happening. It was just happening under another code, and our own 12 employees were doing that. So from that day onwards, I decided never to have a physical workforce, and I decided to do, only remote business. But early this year, we discovered that if we were willing to meet the same customer who's coming to us online in their houses, then the ticket sizes grow, the amount the number of policies we can sell to the consumer grows, the conversion rates grow. And so we were able to derive a lot more from the same inquiry. Now, putting a physical infrastructure across a country like India is not easy. And hence the challenge over the next couple of years of building that out. But wherever we are building it out, it's giving us very good results. And so this is a journey that's going to continue. And now comes the question of how do we control quality while having the physical infrastructure, both quality of the sales process, in terms of the quality of information being given out to consumers and the quality of information flowing back from consumers in terms of their own disclosures, because insurance and lending both tend to be very heavily disclosure-based products, and hence having the right disclosure is critical.
Do you think the pandemic has in a way got people excited, or post-pandemic, got people excited about meeting people face-to-face again? Has that been a benefit as well, do you think?
Actually, it's a very interesting thing. You just reminded me of why the pandemic has played a role in this discovery. So when the pandemic happened, we had a central office of about 10,000 employees, and we had to shut that down. But we carried on working through remote locations. All our 10,000 employees kept working, and many of them went back to their hometowns. And what we found was, over time, some of these people started doing extremely well. And when we figured out why that was happening, because we had started directing local inquiries towards them, and they had also started meeting these people. Because in the locations, in the tier 2, tier 3 towns, people were very happy to meet. There wasn't that same resistance to meet as it was in the larger towns. And hence this was in a way a discovery to us that you could have far higher productivity through physical meetings than you could have through the remote piece. And the other thing I would say is, in our own organization, we used to run a project called Allow People to Work from Home, and that project never reached 100 people. Despite all our technology people and all our sales people putting in their best efforts and reporting to me every week that they were putting in their best efforts, the moment COVID happened, obviously we all know what happened, right? So 10,000 people happened to work from home overnight, and that project worked brilliantly. So, I think that joke is quite valid, that what the CTO or the CEO could not drive, COVID drove in terms of work from home and digital transformation. Nobody could have imagined that these 10,000 employees could actually work from home, spread out over wherever they were. There were all kinds of issues raised, data issues, connectivity issues. You can imagine dealing in a financial product, but all those issues overnight disappeared because life had to continue.
So interesting to see how we've managed to adapt so quickly as well. It really has accelerated a lot in terms of digital transformation, hasn't it?
No, absolutely. And, on that one, I would actually like to give a lot of credit to the depth of the team. And I think as we build organizations, as many people build unicorns, that's one of the things you have to, I think about, is the depth of the team. Because remember, these 10,000 people working from home cannot happen only through technology. They have managers, they have, people, and all of those people have to be motivated to make it happen. And I think the beautiful part was, if I go back to 19th of March 2020, when this, when the lockdown was sort of forced on us, and we shut down our offices on 19th of March. On 20th of March, from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., our sales were exactly the same as they were on 19th of March from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And that is not something Yashish Dahiya could drive, or Neeraj Gupta could drive, or a few people could drive. That was because of the depth of involvement of the team, because there would be at least 300-400 people who would have been instrumental in making that happen. Because remember, these people have gone home and they are still continuing to sell financial products which used to be all sold from a central infrastructure. And it just carries on like that. So I think, yes, it taught us a lot, but it was the team's commitment to making it happen that made it happen.
Tell us a little bit more about Dubai and the UAE within your growth story. How important has Dubai been for that in terms of growth and regional growth as well?
Absolutely. I'll share with you 2 points on that. One is how we started looking at Dubai and how we look at Dubai and the UAE today. And there's a big transformation in that thought process. When we started, we were not thinking this way. So when we started, when I first visited Dubai, I saw a lot of Indian diaspora here. And I also saw that a lot of those people would have to, once they are 60, be back in India. And I realized, being in insurance, that that's when your claims start coming. Health insurance, life insurance. And I said, and the other thing I realized was, especially for the blue collar workers, that a lot of their families were back home. So as I would talk to the taxi driver, he would not even say health insurance, he would say family insurance. Because the family back home had to have some level of insurance. And so that kind of got me thinking, and there was almost none of it happening at scale. So we first started addressing that part of the market. And then we said, look, this is getting interesting. The numbers became quite intriguing for us. And then we set up a full-fledged office in Dubai, which was policybazaar.com, and it does both the credit and the... however, again, our thinking went through a transformation. We applied for a license to become a broker, and we were bewildered, like we were kind of, astounded by the speed at which we received that license. And, we really thank the authorities here for that. Or we received the permission to go ahead with the license. But once we received that, we suddenly realized there was a process to be followed. Being, we are a company headquartered in India, listed in India. There's a particular process for a company with financial services interests to be investing into financial services interests abroad. And we suddenly realized it was not so straightforward. So we worked around that, and that's taken a bit of time. But that kind of gave me another very interesting opportunity. I realized that, Policy Bazaar cannot go global all over the world as Policy Bazaar. That would take way too much bandwidth and, too much complexity. However, it has certain core technologies, certain core skills that it has, which others can benefit from. And so it can become the catalyst. And the ideal place to house that entity genuinely is Dubai and UAE. And so that became, all the stuff that we have done, whether it's in technology, whether it's in AI, whether it's in, the actuarial product creation, all of it can be housed here and should be housed here ideally. So as I start speaking to, B2B people in the US, in Europe, all of them are keen to work in the company which is housed out of the UAE. And I think so. We are no longer looking at it as a market, because it was interesting, right? People used to ask me the same question. That, look, you're already in India. Why exactly are you going to UAE, which is a relatively small country and a small population? And I said, look, to me, it's like a very rich. It's like I shouldn't say it, but it's like Bombay 2040, and so it's a very rich Bombay to me. And so why would I not be in Dubai, right? Because it's very Indian in that context, and so it's just another, I can't say that, but I used to see it more as another Indian city, and a very rich Indian city. And from that, my thought process has changed. As I said, sometimes we are slaves of our own thinking ability. My thought process has changed. I don't see it as a market any longer. I see it as a hub to create, and as a hub where ease of business is very high. Because as I said, it took me almost no time to receive our licenses here. And that to me was astounding.
We only have a couple of minutes, sadly, but I want you to finish with some advice maybe to those that are looking to get into this online marketplace such as yours, what to do in this very highly competitive landscape as well. What advice would you give them?
See, I think advice is cheap and advice is useless. But still, I will go ahead and kind of give it. See, technology is global. Technology is not in a country. So if you are planning to get into it, don't think from a country perspective in terms of market, whether it's India, whether it's the US, whether it's the UAE. Of course, if it's the UAE, you have to think global, because as a market, it's quite small, and otherwise the economies of scope and scale make it impossible for a person to exist just in one country. And I think one has to think that way from day one. That if I could leave with just that one singular, that's my own learning on how I built Policy Bazaar and how I would like to build the next phase of Policy Bazaar, I think whatever we do, we have to be able to think global from day one and implement it that way.
Yashish, it's been truly fascinating speaking with you. I can't thank you enough. I wish you all the best going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Yashish Dahiya.
Thank you.
Stage, and can you hear me okay? Yes? I just want to say that it's some wonderful guests we've been having here at the India Global Forum UAE, and we've still got many more great guests to come. We're actually continuing now with our Global Disruptors series, and the title of this next session is Time for Heroes. Why do I say that? Because transforming the global automotive industry, a famous name, Hero Moto Corp. And I want to invite our esteemed guest up on stage, Dr. Pawan Munjal, the Chairman and CEO of Hero Moto Corp. Dr. Pawan, fantastic to have you here. Really good to see you.
Thank you so much, Greg.
A pioneer of the automotive industry. How do you see it changing? Because there has to be probably the biggest change in the history of automotive vehicles right now. Is it changing fast enough?
Before I get into business, my namaskar to everyone here in this room and all those who are watching us virtually from across the globe. I hope everyone is keeping well, staying safe in these strange times.
That's right.
Absolutely strange times. I also like to thank Manoj here and my friend Aman for inviting me to the India Global Forum UAE. Excellent timing and an excellent forum for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Munjal.
Well, coming back to your question, to your point, everything is changing for us. It is a huge disruption in the global automotive industry. Is it changing fast enough? Is it slow? The fact that it is changing is good for me, is good enough for me. Could we have done it earlier? Yes, of course, we could. But that's behind us, that time is behind us. What is required now for all of us is to really hasten up the pace of this change. I know for sure, I'm sure most of my compatriots would also agree with me, there is no other way. This is the only way forward for all of us.
Who is driving the change? Has it got to be the private sector alone? Does it have to be private and government sector?
My world today is all about partnerships. The vision that I have, the new vision that I have for my company is be the future of mobility. And to get to that vision, the mission is create, collaborate, and inspire. So I do believe that we are in a world today where partnerships and collaborations are the only way forward. No one individual, no one company can do what is required to be done today and for the world tomorrow. It has to be about partnerships. There is so much knowledge residing out there with various firms, with various people. I don't have to reinvent the wheel again. all other people don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can all partner, we can all bring technologies together, pool our resources, and then move forward.
What does it mean in real terms for your business and the manufacturing process, turning to electric?
It means that we have to reinvent ourselves. We've been in this business now for over 30 years, over 3 decades. A very successful business, a throbbing business. We still continue to make almost 25,000 motorcycles and scooters every day. January this year, we produced and sold our 100 millionth motorcycle in a matter of just that many years.
Amazing.
Having said that, all of that now has to change. It cannot change overnight. There is a legacy that we've built. That legacy has to change, but it has to happen gradually. The engine has to take a different turn now. And there is enough and more work going on to make this change happen. And again, we are not going to do it alone. It is the entire ecosystem that works together with us which has to change. The supply chain has to change. I'm talking of the engine, yeah. The engine is going away. There will be no engine. So all that supply chain has to change. The battery has to come in. The battery management system has to come in. The motor has to come in. So where is all this technology coming in from? Where is all this knowledge coming from? Are there engineers out there who have studied this? Are there people who have experience in building all this technology? Not enough. So all of this has to be built. Is there skilled manpower available today to completely transform the industry, change the entire global automotive industry? Not enough. So all that skilling has to be done. A lot of work is required to be done, which is why I say it has to happen with partnerships, and especially partnership between governments and the private sector.
Can the skill, a lot of the skill, come directly from India at the moment?
A lot of the skill can come from India, but then there are skills available in pockets across the globe. There are some countries who already have a headway. They have already done work on electrification, and there are some who are already on the way. So a company like ours, we are pooling all resources. I have 12 nationalities working in my R&D center from 12 different countries. I have a center in Germany where again I have 11 different nationalities. So wherever I believe that there is the best skill available, we bring those skills together into our pool. That's how we can produce the best technology, the best quality, and the best performance of a product for our customer.
So if you're producing 25,000 motorcycle and scooter per day, what is your current market share in India?
In India? In motorcycles, we are at 50% market. In scooters, our market share is much smaller. So overall, we are about 35% of the Indian market.
And has the technology really changed in the last 30 years? I mean, apart from electric coming in, you know, as they stand right now, are the motorcycles pretty much as they've always been?
Well, motorcycle has a frame, 2 wheels, an engine. So in that sense, it is what it was. But the technology has been changing, gradually moving forward. There's a lot of electronics now in the bikes. The exhaust emission norms have been becoming more and more stringent. To be able to meet those exhaust emission norms, we have to put in so much stuff into the engine, so much more electronics into the engine. Most of our scooters and motorcycles today are connected. The customer today wants all of that. So there is a lot of change in technology in that sense.
So what about your mission at Hero MotoCorp? What would you say your latest mission is in 2021?
Well, there is clearly one mission, and that is to move ahead, move forward, move very fast on electrification. We actually started working on electrification some years back. We had already produced a hybrid scooter with a partner in the US. We showed that product at the Delhi Motor Show. Unfortunately, the company went under, so that project got shelved. Having said that, immediately after that, we put in money into a startup in Bangalore, Aether Energy, which is a very successful startup. In October this year, they had 40% of the market share in EVs in India. Similarly, we have also partnered with another company out of Taiwan, Gogoro Inc., which is into battery swapping, a very successful battery swapping company. So we are taking parallel routes on charging infrastructure, fast charging as well as battery swapping. So coming back to your question, the mission clearly is to move very, very fast on electrification. Come March 22, we will be launching the first electric product from Hero MotoCorp.
That's amazing. So can you tell us more about that and the extent and reach of it?
Well, I actually cannot tell you anything more than the fact that we are launching this product in March of 22.
That's the real game changer there, right?
It is going to be a game changer. Of course, it will be followed by more products thereafter. What I am going to be very soon going on releasing teasers for you and for our customers to look forward to the launch in March.
But that is great news for sustainability, the carbon footprint, you name it. It's just good news for us as a world and mobility.
It is wonderful news. I'm personally very big on sustainability. All our factories today, I call them garden factories because they are green. The materials we use for building the factories are cradle to cradle, green walls inside. We cultivate vegetables on top of the roof of the factories. We return more water to the soil than we consume ourselves. So in that sense, very green factories, sustainable. And I encourage our entire ecosystem to do that, to follow that. We got rid of single-use plastics long before there was any regulation. Important point to note for you and for everyone is we don't have to wait for regulation to do these things. Some of us have to pioneer these things. As I said, I'm big on sustainability. So green mobility and sustainable mobility is the call for the day. One important point here is that while we are doing all of this, the private sector, the government also has to come in on transportation, mass transportation. We have to have all our buses, our trains, and other mass transportation going electric as well.
What do you think this will do to your valuation, your stock market price? I mean, obviously new technology and an announcement like that is good news, right?
Well, if what has happened yesterday in the US and in Taiwan, not sure if you followed that, two companies, Harley-Davidson announced Livewire as a separate company. Gogoro Inc. also gone in for a SPAC and a PIPE, and the valuation is doing very well. If that is any indicator, then clearly when we go out there, the valuation has to go up.
Brilliant.
And that's what the investor today is looking at.
Well, we will leave it there. We've run out of time, fortunately. But Dr. Pawan Munjal, Chairman and CEO of Hero Moto Corp, really appreciate you being with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Thank you so much.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our continuing Global Disruptors series, Cars 24, Globalizing via the UAE. We've just sat down with our CEO of Hero Moto Corp. We're staying on the theme of mobility and cars as part of our Global Disruptors series and globalizing via the UAE. I'd like to invite on stage Vikram Chopra, co-founder of Cars 24. How are you? Great. Vikram, good to see you.
Likewise.
So the motorbike industry is really developing, it's changing.
Yeah, I mean, in India, the market that we originally started, there are very few cars per 1,000 people. Like I think from a per capita perspective, we are lowest in terms of car ownership, like 2 cars per 100 people. So, and obviously both new cars and pre-owned cars will grow. And I think affordability is a key driver, at least in India. And their pre-owned cars make a lot of sense.
So Cars 24 is, we know, fast growing, Australia-based business. Your journey started in Melbourne in, well, just last year actually.
Yes.
What would you say your mission is then?
Look, I think we are making buying and selling pre-owned cars a great experience, which traditionally it's not. I mean, anybody who has bought or sold a car usually is not saying great things about it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're pretty bad things to say.
Yeah.
So we not only want to make that experience a great experience, but we also want to make it better than buying a new car as an experience, for example. So yeah, that's what we are driving. And in a market like India, I think we are also helping. The affordability angle is big, right? We are actually allowing a lot of first-time buyers who are experiencing car ownership for the first time to actually buy a pre-owned car without worrying that, okay, you know, this car will hopefully work for as long as I keep it with me. And in markets like UAE, Australia, Thailand, where the car ownership is already pretty high, we are just sort of reinventing the entire experience of buying and selling. So let me just give 30 seconds on how we do it.
How you do it, yeah,
right?
so I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, so traditionally buying and selling a car, you go to a local dealership. If you have to sell, then you go haggle for selling a car.
Mm-hmm.
If you're buying, then you go visit several used car dealerships and try and find a car of your liking and try and sort of figure out for yourself whether it's a lemon or not.
Mm-hmm.
We take this entire experience fully online, right? So in a way, what we are is Amazon for cars, right? We believe that every category will eventually move online. Books started with books, electronics, furniture, and now cars, right? So pre-owned cars has seen the adoption faster, but at some point I think even new cars and new bikes will also see that adoption happening. So if you are looking to sell a car or buy a car, you know, you just come online, and like how you order anything on Amazon, you come on Cars 24 on the app, order your car, the car comes to your door. If you like it, keep it. If you don't like it, return it. No questions asked. We are happy to take the car back. So suddenly the experience is incredible, right? You have thousands of cars to choose from, and you never have to worry about getting stuck with a lemon, because we are being super transparent about pricing and about cars.
But do the cars have to go through any particular tests? People have to provide a certificate first or anything like that? Or
that's sort of, you know, what we have done and learned over the last 6 years. So think of us, as I said, we are Amazon of cars, but we also have to build out the entire infrastructure ourselves, right? So used car markets in India and everywhere else is super fragmented. So what it means is the ecosystem is pretty unorganized. So for us, when we buy a car from a seller, right? Let's say you want to sell your car, we'll just come to your home and pick your car up. Then we actually take the car into our in-house reconditioning centers, where we actually, bring the car up to the standards that we think the consumer want them to be, right? So try and make them as good as new as possible. And then the cars stay at a warehouse, consumers can buy online, and then we literally have our own trucks that take the car out and deliver to your doorstep.
So how did you get why did you feel you wanted to start this business? Were you actually looking to buy a car yourself?
I mean, in 2010, when I was going for my MBA to the US, I had when I was going, I had the experience of selling my car, which was painful. And when I came back after 6 months, I dropped out. So I had the experience of buying another car, and this time I want to buy a pre-owned car because I had limited budget, and that was a bad experience too. But I honestly didn't think about it too much at that point. Before Cars 24, I was doing another venture called Fab Furnish, where we were selling furniture online. And in that business, we realized that in a lot of categories, you have to solve supply before demand, right? And this is, at least in our mind, this was an unintuitive insight, because most businesses think about just going directly after the buyer, right? We went after the seller first, right? And in our business, the seller and the buyer are both consumers. So it's sort of additionally complicated because you're dealing with consumer on both sides.
Right.
So our insight was, look, there are several categories where you have to start with seller and not buyer. And we first solved the problem for the seller, like giving a great experience to somebody selling their car. And then we migrated towards also helping buyers get a great experience buying their cars.
Now, you started in Australia, you're in India, and now you're in the UAE. So why the UAE particularly?
Yeah, so UAE was actually the first market that we went outside of India. To be honest, UAE to us felt like adding another city to India, right? Because it was easy for us to, like, a lot of our colleagues in India were very happy to move to Dubai. A lot of people would love to be here. So it's very easy to send a lot of talent who could then train people that we hire here. So that's just from that comfort perspective of like understanding it's your own people. You understand the geography because all of us have traveled a lot here, so they have a bit more understanding. So UAE was kind of an obvious choice of, it's sort of running a pilot, if you will, whether you can do well internationally or not. And once we realize that we are seeing good success, I was sharing this with you yesterday that the revenues that we did in India by the end of year 3, we did the same in UAE in 4 months, right? So that's the ramp up has been unbelievably great. And then we got confidence and we said, okay, we'll go after Australia and Thailand.
So, normally a unicorn is reaching $1 billion, but your value at the moment around $2 billion.
Yeah.
And tell us about your story with Sequoia SoftBank. Where do they play a part in this and your success?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think, we believe that internet allows you to scale businesses fast, right? I mean, some things that you cannot, like if you're setting up an offline dealership, you are limited, there are limits to how fast you can scale because you have to open up showrooms and you need sales staff, etc., right? For us, at least, a lot of those limits get removed. So yeah, for us, it's trade-off between, and I think many internet startups think like that, it's a trade-off between, yes, you take dilution at some point, but also perhaps you save time, right? You could build an outcome that otherwise you would build in, say, 15 years and 5 years, right? And what you could do in 50 years, you could perhaps do it in 10, 15 years. So, I mean, it's great to have likes of DST, SoftBank, Sequoia on the cap table. I mean, it helped the fact that I worked at Sequoia in the past. So I knew, they knew me and I knew them. But look, they have done similar businesses in used cars elsewhere as well, right? So this is right now a global theme. I think in next 5 years, in every country of the world, there will be a large used car online player. What we are trying to say is that can we be that player in many of these countries in the world and emerge as not just India's largest used car online retailer, but amongst one of the largest in the world. And we'll see how far we succeed with that.
I mean, 2 years and $2 billion, and it's still such a young company. I mean, so let's say in the next 5 years, what are your targets, and how many markets do you see you being into?
Yeah, I think we will. There are enough geographies in this region, and then Australia, New Zealand, and there are many more countries in Southeast Asia. So I think we'll continue to stick around this part of the world, and there are obviously several other countries to cover. Obviously, I think our decision of expanding into more countries or not will depend on how well we continue to do in these countries. So I guess the way we are trying to keep it simple to ourselves is, focus on our input metrics, not output. Valuation is an output metric, right? You may or may not be doing well, and your valuation may not be the right barometer. So, just focus on input metrics, which is, do we have a great selection on our platform? Are our customers happy? What's our NPS like? Are they saying great things about us or not? And lastly, are we sort of bringing our costs down over time, etc., right? Because you have to generate free cash flows soon enough.
Do you see a future where, obviously, in the next, let's say, 5, 6 years, a lot of people are going to have to get rid of their gas-guzzling cars, and then what's going to happen to the market? Because there's going to be a flood of these older generation cars as hybrid and electric comes in. Yeah. Or do you think people are starting to think that now already and saying, I need to possibly think about getting rid of my lovely old car?
Yeah, I think I believe that, what sort of happened with mobile phones, where you change a mobile phone every year because there's some new model that Apple comes up with,
right,
is exactly the same thing that's going to happen to cars anyway. It's already happening, right? Lots of earlier there were only hardware upgrades, now you have hardware and software upgrades, and new software upgrades don't work on older hardware and so on. In general, I think everywhere the tenure at which people churn their cars has been coming down. So I think there will be a gradual shift to electric cars, obviously, undoubtedly. But at the same time, even there, I think the churn will continue to happen, because at some level, more software into the cars and bikes also, I guess, like, people want to continue to upgrade with new features.
So, in a sense, technology, e-commerce is at the core of your business. You couldn't have done your business without that.
No, I think, 2012, when I started my first venture selling furniture online, my entire thesis was that there are several categories, and I tried 2 of them, which is furniture and cars, where it's structurally disadvantaged to be an offline player, to be honest, right? Because the first thing consumer cares about is selection, right? And it's impossible for any physical offline dealership to offer more than 50 or 100 cars at a store, right? Whereas we can offer tens of thousands of cars to a consumer. So it's the same proposition that is true for books and consumer durables is also true for cars. It's even more true for used cars, because every car is unique. Everybody has their own requirement on what car they want to buy, and hence selection becomes so powerful. So to give you an example, in UAE, we have right now, we have a 5-month-old business, and we have 1,500 cars in our assortment. A local dealership will have at best 25 or 50. That's a huge difference. The likelihood you will find the car that you're looking for, whether it's 2-year-old or a particular color or a particular variant kind, the likelihood you will find the car with us is 10x higher than that you will find at a local dealership. So there is a huge structural advantage of being online.
What happened to the furniture project?
The big learning from the furniture project was we had to solve supply before demand, which is what we did in used cars. Unfortunately, most of the furniture was coming from China and Vietnam. And at that point, we didn't know how to supply that using technology, using internet. So we sold that off to the Future Group. And then we got on doing in cars, because in cars, thankfully, the supply and demand is both local.
Are you a believer that to be an entrepreneur, you've got to go through a few businesses before you're going to hit the right one, the jackpot, like you have with yours at the moment, with your Cars 24? I mean, you have to get that experience in order to move forward. You shouldn't be, shouldn't have a knockback or be disillusioned by a failure.
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
As
an entrepreneur?
I mean, I think what's helped me, and I'm sure to many other, certain level of naivety definitely helps, right? Not sort of overthinking and wondering whether you're good or not. So I think even when sort of we did Fafinish, of course, it was nowhere close to the success that we wanted to achieve with that one. But I think it was great learning in terms of things that we didn't do well, right? For example, as co-founders, we realized that we are perhaps not very good managers, and unless you can be great managers, how do you build great team around you? So I think in 6 years of Cast 24, we have been work in progress, but I think we have made, relative to where we were, I think we have made good progress in building a great team, and I think it's the team that helps you succeed more than, I mean, you can lay out the vision, but you can't do everything on your own.
But how did you deal with the management skills that you needed?
Read. I think reading helps a lot. I think in today's world, all the material is online. Tons of books out there of different, all the experiences that, you know, entrepreneurs have had. A lot of podcasts to learn from. And then, you know, just sort of keeping doing a lot of frank conversations internally, asking our people on giving us feedback as well on what we can do better. I think what's definitely helped us is that, you know, we have managed to remove emotion out of business, even amongst co-founders. So we are very honest with each other about things that we haven't done well, or continue to not do well, or, you know, a project that I tried 3 months ago and you know, it bombed. Just taking emotion out of things has helped. And at Fafinish, probably we were far more emotional about things than we are right now.
Being so successful, who would you say you put down that inspiration to, the person you looked up to in the early days?
So first of all, I do not think very successful yet, because, you know, what we are doing is playing a high risk, high return game, right? Hopefully we can create a very large company, Indian company, to go and dominate the world, which is why we have launched several other countries. But at the same time, it may not work out, right? And we may sort of squander away what we already had, right? So we'll see. The time will tell. We are trying to play a bigger game than what our abilities are, but we are hopeful that we'll learn along the way. In terms of like taking inspiration, I think, look, everybody has, every story has something to take away from, right? I mean, be it bootstrap companies who have sort of done it over 15 years, be it founders like me who are on their second or third startups, and the 20-year-olds who sort of, you know, are building while they're 19 or 20, and all the entrepreneurs in India before us, right, who sort of built everything in India, from like cars and bikes and airlines and steel and so on, right? So there is something to take away from everyone. And then sports person, right? Being a sports fanatic definitely helps to learn from your sports idols.
So would you diversify now, or would you say, no, we're going to focus just on our core business? Or do you see diversification coming in later in your business lines?
As I said, I think we are trying to, you know, bite even right now what we can chew. So we'll continue to, you know, build our skills to be able to handle multiple geographies and hopefully win most of them. However, that said, we will do more stuff in the value chain of the cars, and maybe even do two-wheelers, simply because, I mean, just working backwards from the consumer, right? When a consumer is buying or selling a car, they are also looking at insurance, warranty, after-sale support, etc., which we aren't providing fully right now. So that sort of is an obvious extension to keep providing consumers great experience. Similarly, as I was saying, a lot of our consumers have a two-wheeler and then they're buying a car, example in India. So, you know, again, to help them in that transition is providing them a great experience. So some of the stuff, but very much focused on this part of mobility.
Is the consumer always right, do you think? Do you believe in that philosophy?
No, I mean, no. I think it's depend on the context. I think like the framework that I use, and of course it's a framework, so it's not always correct, is that for incremental stuff, perhaps yes. For dramatic stuff, perhaps no, right? So if we, for example, if we were to try and ask consumers, would you buy a car online, most will say no, right? But the point is, and they're right that most will not buy a car online, but if I'm looking at 5% market share, I just need 5 people to say yes, right? But the survey can sort of demoralize you thinking, oh God, 95 are saying no. But the other way to look at it is there are 5 who are saying yes. So, and even if you can get those 5, you can build a very large business to start with. So yeah, I mean, it depends on how you read the data, and for dramatic stuff, transformational stuff, perhaps not always. Consumer knows what they want. So,
all right. Well,
personal opinion, I may be wrong.
We'll wrap up there, but just briefly, who is your sporting hero, so to speak? Which sport are you really into?
Obviously cricket.
Okay.
Undoubtedly. I think for last few years, I would say the entire cricket team of India, like the entire playing 11, playing 25, it's amazing. I mean, few things, right? I mean, they genuinely play as a team. They genuinely back each other. You can clearly see there are much fewer egos than there used to be many years ago. They are clearly not afraid to try things that India has never done in the past. So I think every time India wins a match, I think I definitely go back to my office with renewed energy.
Brilliant. Well, we'll leave it there. Vikram Chopra, co-founder of Cars 24. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we move swiftly on to our next session under the title of Next Generation Business Leaders. Well, CG Corp Global and Danube Group are companies that have had a huge impact. And today, both companies have moved beyond their foundations to welcome a second generation. And ladies and gentlemen, I am joined today on the stage here, live in person, by that second generation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to Varun Chowdhury, Managing Director of CG Corp Global. A very warm welcome. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to Adil Sajan, Group Managing Director of Danube Group. Well, gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all. And what a pleasure it is to be sharing the stage with you, first of all, and having you both here on the stage together. Absolutely fascinating, and such an interesting topic as well, the next generation, because it really does affect so many different businesses here in the UAE and in India, of course, as well. Right, I thought we'd start off with you, Adil. Tell us a little bit more, for those who are watching maybe online, for our audience here, tell us a little bit more about the Danube Group, and also, how have you approached your role as this second generation then as well?
Thank you, Laura, and first of all, thank you everyone for having me over here. So Danube Group was started by my father and my uncle almost 28 years ago. So when they came to Dubai, they started with nothing. And obviously hard work, a little bit of luck, and some good strategies has grown the group to what it is today. Today we have a revenue of about $1.2 billion with 3 main businesses, which is building materials, retail, and property development. 4,000 employees, and we're present globally across 30 countries. Talking about myself, when I graduated, I had a couple of options of where I wanted to work in the company. And I chose to enter into the retail business. Back then, the retail business contributed about 7% of the turnover of the group, which was very small. And we were actually losing about $3.5 million a year. And my father, the chairman, was actually wanting to get out of retail. He's like, look, this is not my cup of tea. And I came in, I was like, look, this is where I feel I can add some value. So give me a few years to try and turn it around. And I think that decision really paid off, because today Danube Home is one of the fastest growing home improvement retailers in the region, and it's become a cash cow for the company.
A true success story. Absolutely wonderful to hear. Baron, very quickly over to you. Tell us a little bit more about CG Corp Group, and also how have you approached your role as the second generation of the company?
Right. Thank you, Laura. We moved to Nepal about 150 years back from India. So we're actually third generation now. Yeah. We're the only multinational out of the country. We're present in about 50 countries. Quite a diversified group into FMCG, banking, telecom, hospitality, real estate, infrastructure, and few more verticals. I primarily look after the group's foods business, which is the noodles that we make called YY. So we produce about 3 billion packets a year. And so that's been my driving force. I drive that. I drive the real estate vertical, the cement, and also the agro. So that's about the group. Now, coming to the role of the second or third generation, however you want to put it, obviously it's a very, very challenging role, considering the fact that the chairman of the group, my father, he's taken this company to such a level and has set such high benchmark that for us to even catch up is a big deal. So I take every day as it comes. I don't, get into over adventure, let me put it this way. I do things in a very stable and a very focused way, still under his guidance.
It's going to be very interesting to hear, how you guys manage under that pressure a little bit later on. But first and foremost, tell us a little bit more about your expansion internationally with Danube Group. What's been happening in terms of your expansion plans?
I'll talk about the retail side of it, which is Danube Home. So one of the things that we do is we have a franchise business we started a few years ago, and we've got really good traction because there are a lot of underdeveloped countries around the world where they don't have the kind of retail standards that you find in Dubai. And there are a lot of people with money. So we franchise our Danube Home business. We've started getting a lot of traction recently. We are present right now in about 12 countries. We have 20 stores. And I think hopefully by end of next year, we'll be having about 37 to 38 stores in 22 countries. My dream or vision for our global business, maybe it's a little too big, but I want to have a presence of Danube or Danube Home everywhere where a flight of Emirates flies to from Dubai, at least every country. So that's the goal I've given the team. I don't know how many years it might take, but at least it keeps us going.
Well, some very impressive growth already, and you have to have those big visions in order to make it happen, don't you? Baron, we're witnessing hugely impressive growth as well with CG Corp Group at the moment. Tell us about some of the factors underpinning those ambitions as well.
Sure. As a group, obviously, we are in a good acquisition spree where we're acquiring hotels. We've recently acquired a telecom company, but coming to my vertical that I handle, we already have 26 plants globally of our noodles that we produce. We are getting into, obviously, expansion and addition of capacities in various states in India. Internationally, we are in Kazakhstan, Serbia, Bangladesh, and I said in Egypt. But recently, we've just acquired a unit in Russia, which is historically quite a strong brand called GB Foods. So with that expansion and with that acquisition, we do feel that our growth of the East European business is going to propel. Similarly, this acquisition has also taught me that, starting greenfield vis-a-vis acquiring companies, certainly acquiring companies is something which is in our radar, and that's where I'm aggressively looking at in Africa, in South America, in Asia. So, that's my next probably immediate objective. And probably in the next 2 to 3 years, we are definitely looking at going public as well.
Wow, very interesting. Some very promising markets there as well. Let's talk a little bit more about the role of digitalization, of course, in COVID times as well. What has the role of digitalization played within the Danube Group, and how have you managed that?
So e-commerce is something which we've always looked at. Actually, we were one of the first companies in the home improvement industry to launch e-commerce almost 10 years ago. But it's only over the last 3 years that we've given it some real focus. And thank God we did, because when COVID happened, because a lot of the stores were shut, so our e-commerce sales during that period spiked by 400%. And we had been spending a lot of time and resource in developing that platform, so that really paid off at the right time. Now, selling furniture online is a little more challenging when compared to selling electronics or fashion, where either you know the brand or it's not that expensive, people want to touch and feel, so it's a lot harder. But if you compare and look at the industries in the West, like you have Wayfair in the West doing a revenue of $8 billion, so they've got it right. So our vision for the e-commerce businesses, we still see that there's a gap in the home furnishing industry when it comes to e-commerce, and we're really spending a lot of time in technology, in people, in really trying to become the Wayfair of Middle East, whether it's AI, virtual reality, giving some kind of 3D modeling, giving online designing. There are a lot of different features, and I think it's just a matter of time where the technology will be right, where people will be, at least a set of people will be more comfortable in buying even things like furniture for their house.
Baron, tell us about some of the older company traditions that you still feel particularly attached to, and also what sort of pressure do you feel as this next generation? You've got to take the reins.
Right.
What sort of pressure does that mean for you?
Of course, so let me answer the first part. The value system and sort of the rules and the discipline, particularly discipline, that's been set out by the chairman, my father, is pretty strong. So the key thing for us is to discipline ourselves first, even before we start talking about our colleagues, peers, or even the employees. So one thing which he is a true believer of is he is completely against taking debt. So that's one thing which I think has really helped the group to probably reach this level of growth is we have never taken debt. Whatever we've been able to sort of internally accrue, we're growing with that. And on the hindsight, when I look at it, it's a blessing for us. So that's one thing which I will continue to do. Number two, in terms of pressure, obviously, there's a famous saying in India and in our part of the world that the first generation makes it, the second generation maintains it, and the third generation breaks it. So you can understand the pressure, especially I'm in. Firstly, you're trying to live up to the benchmark which your father's created, and secondly, you are constantly being chased by this so-called theory. So I want to prove that wrong, and by God's grace, I think so I'm doing a little bit well.
It sounds like you're doing incredibly well. But yeah, how do you manage that pressure? How do you manage those expectations from your family?
Well, like I said, I take every day as it comes. I motivate myself. I don't ever let myself feel that any negativity or any negative pressure is pulling me down. I try to discipline myself as much as I can. I think these are some of the key fundamentals you need to have in place. I think rest, everything will fall in place.
Very good words of advice there. Adil, what sort of new approach do you think is needed by this next generation then? Is there a new approach that is needed?
In our generation, I feel the business industry in any sector is changing a lot faster than it was when my father did it. So everything is changing super fast. And if you're not able to keep up, and if you're not able to create something that's relevant to the consumers, you're going to be left behind. So that's something that should be keeping everyone up at night. So what we've done in our company, one of the strategies that we've devised we've created two sets of teams. One is who takes care of your day-to-day operations, your daily P&Ls, your sales targets. And then we've created a strategy team, within taking out some key people, adding in some new blood, we're fresh, we're young. And the objective of the future team is to think beyond, think what's going to happen 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and how your business is going to be ready to adapt to the change. And one of the culture, or one of the mantras we follow in our company work culture is that the only thing constant is change. And if you don't keep evolving, if you don't keep up to what's happening around, it's just a matter of time before somebody else who's quicker, who's faster, who's more agile, and who's more relevant will take you over, and it's going to be too late then, because then you've got to take one big drastic step. So it's small steps regularly, where you can try and react to customers in a better way.
Varun, you've got a huge number of business divisions under your company umbrella. How has this type of diversity helped you through turbulent times then?
Well, pandemic has taught each one of us how to survive, how each vertical to survive independently. But with this kind of diversity, it's two sides of the same coin. People, first of all, say that with such a diversified business, where's your focus? But what we feel is that this diversified business has actually helped us, create a separate team, a very dedicated team to each of our verticals. So there is no crisscross and there's no cross-subsidization between one vertical or the other. So each vertical has shown that they've been able to sustain, they've been able to grow. Maybe the pace of growth maybe 19-20, but overall, we've seen that no vertical has been left behind. So during these times, obviously, the vertical which took a bad hit was the hospitality. But that's where the corporate setup, they sort of came in and they rescued that vertical.
And it seems that hospitality sector now is really booming.
Yeah, it's coming back. It's coming back on its feet. Yeah, but the food sector did extremely well. We had a good inning, but last 3 quarters, the input cost was so high that now that's becoming a challenge. Yeah. Now that's becoming a challenge. So that's something which we are constantly trying to mitigate, and trying to work out solutions.
Interesting. Yeah. Moving over to you, Adil, tell us about COVID. How tough has that been for you and your business?
Well, the last, almost 2 years has been a complete roller coaster ride, because, beginning of quarter two last year, suddenly half or more of most of our stores were shut. And there's no business school in the world that teaches you how to deal with zero revenue. So then there was a demand challenge and how we got to keep up with that. And suddenly when businesses opened up, because we're from the home segment, everybody was working from home. There was a huge surge in the home industry. Suddenly there's this huge demand, and then the suppliers are shut. So, being dynamic, trying and predict what's going to happen. I remember I told my finance head in June when the business picked up, I'm like, people are buying garden furniture in summer. So if people are buying it today, what's going to happen in winter? Let's double down on that. And he's a little conservative person. He's like, no, things are uncertain. But sometimes you got to go with your gut. You got to be dynamic, and you got to bet on the right things. And it worked for us because there was a huge demand for home products, especially post June. And last year for us was extremely well, even though we had challenges. So that was one side of the business. But the second and most important aspect of COVID for us was the health aspect. Now, since we're in the retail business, we have a lot of our sales staff and delivery drivers who are in direct contact with customers. So the health of our sales staff, our delivery people, and the customers is of utmost importance. So to tackle that, one of the things we did was we were actually one of the first companies in the region to get all our staff vaccinated early in December. Then besides that, we had a lot of health managers in our warehouse camps checking temperatures, doing COVID tests regularly, making sure our stores are sanitized. So there was a lot of work that went behind that. But I think it paid off, and I think it's important when you're doing that kind of service, it's important that you don't only look at the money side of it, but you also look at the other side of it. And I think our team did extremely well dealing with COVID. A lot of the thoughts that we had about how business should be run was broken. We used to have online meetings, monthly meetings, every month calling all our branch managers to our head office. We're like, no more, everything's on Zoom. We had some initiatives where when our stores were shut, we actually started having Zoom calls with our customers in our stores where our salesperson would take a virtual walkthrough of our stores. We launched the virtual reality of our store online. So a lot of things happened quickly, and it just made us stronger and more resilient.
Very interesting. Very quickly, I want your one word of advice to the next generation of business leaders. What is your one piece of advice to them?
One thing I've learned is a lot of young people, they have a lot of good ideas, and there's nothing wrong in that, but I see a lack in implementation and sense of urgency. So my advice to them is, it's good to think and talk about big things and seeing what's happening, but what's most important is get started with it. Try something new. It's okay to fail. It's okay to try and get things done today. Don't wait for tomorrow. Don't wait for the day after, because by that time there's always going to be a new wave of businesses. So sense of urgency is, I think, the most important thing that's lacking, and that people of the next gen should focus on.
Okay, I can share from my experience. We are full of ideas as well. I think we probably, because I've got two older brothers, the three of us combined probably come up with each idea every day. And those ideas, those are the areas we want to do it every day. So number one is, what I've learned is go slow, have viable ideas. Most important is have discipline and time management. So these are the two things I've learned from my father. And I've also learned now that if you've got 365 ideas, focus on one. And that's what I did. And I want to actually share this. The acquisition that we did in Russia, we didn't even visit Russia. I've never visited Russia. We did the entire deal through Zoom, including inspecting the infrastructure, the factories, meeting the people, doing everything online. And once we signed the deal, that's when I flew down. So it's about taking risk, but it's also talking about to follow your gut. So we are very, very proud of this acquisition, and we hope that we are able to close many more deals in future.
That is incredibly impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, two very outstanding individuals. It's been a great pleasure speaking with you, Varun and Adil. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel there.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is called The Mind of Modi. We now speak to one of Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi's closest advisors, who's going to give us a unique insight into the priorities for the rest of his current term. Time now to find out how a challenging geopolitical backdrop is being used as a springboard for India's global growth. Please welcome onto the stage Vijay Chauthaiwali, in charge of Foreign Affairs Department of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Please. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Well, let's cast our minds back, first of all, to 2014 and PM Modi's first election victory. What was the ambition back then? And do you think that much of it right now has been achieved?
I think in 2014, after 10 years of the previous government, everyone was looking for a very credible alternative.
That's great, thank you.
That is not only free of any corruption malpractices, but also the leader who would deliver the goods to the people. And that was the expectation, and I guess to a great extent in last 7 years, Prime Minister Modi has delivered it.
So if we were with Prime Minister Modi now, what would you say are the 2 or 3 things that are currently keeping him awake at night?
It's very interesting because those who have seen today's newspaper, yesterday there was a very famous inauguration of a big corridor in Benares, which is one of the holiest places in India.
and it was his vision to remove all the clutters and give a very nice and memorable access to the main temple. But after doing all those inaugurations and religious rituals, he went in the evening again, did a very sacred ritual in Banaras. Everyone thought that the day is over, but he actually, because that's his constituency also, he walked out at 1 a.m. in the morning with the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and actually gone through the various development projects that are undergoing in his constituency. So what keeps him away? Always development, security. These are the issues which he is very passionate about, and I'm sure he keeps it 24 hours. He thinks about it 24 hours a day.
What would you say are PM Modi's, what is the current role on the international stage?
Well, India is at a stage where every critical issue that is facing humanity today, we Indians and our leader, Mr. Modi, is playing a very crucial role. You take it terrorism, you take climate change, you take COVID pandemic, and you take Afghanistan. These are the 4 major challenges the entire world is facing. And everywhere India's role is seen crucial, not only pivotal, but it is giving the direction and the leadership to the entire humanity. And that is something which I would say is the great story to tell about India today. We are supplying medicines, we are supplying vaccines to millions and millions of people across the world. In the terrorism, our stand has been accepted and appreciated across the world. When we did very strong action against cross-border terrorism, the entire world appreciated our courage. On the climate change, COP26, India's commitments are not only huge, but also credible. And in Afghanistan, what India has done is very, I won't say cleverly, but very intelligently dissected between the humanitarian needs of Afghan people versus the prospect of growing terrorism and the drug menace coming out of Taliban regime. So India is supplying grains. In fact, millions of tons of grains have been supplied to Afghanistan by India after Taliban has taken over. And at the same time, we have taken utmost care that the past experience of Afghanistan being a hub of terrorist activities as well as the drugs, the world should remain isolated as much as possible. So on all 4 major issues which the entire world is facing today, India's role is seen as a crucial, and India is providing leadership. That's the great story for India today.
Here's an interesting question. I mean, how does PM Modi describe himself?
He has always considered himself as a kind of Janta ka sevak, means who would like to serve the people of the country. In a very famous text message which he has sent when he was Chief Minister, after the victory, he, as a Chief Minister in Gujarat's state elections, to a very famous journalist, he said, "I am always CM," which essentially means actually could have been taken as I am always Chief Minister, but actually what he meant was that I am always common man. So that is the dual role which he could play very easily, that he understands that he is there, he is very conscious of his humble roots, and that has created his personality in a big way. Therefore, no success goes in his head, and no defeat actually discourages him from his mission to serve the people. And I guess that is keeping him growing and being very energetic throughout his career in politics.
What about some big announcements that we might be hearing from New Delhi in, let's say, the next 2 or 3 years?
No one knows, and it's, as I always say, that those who claim that they can predict about Mr. Modi, most of them, they go wrong. And those who know, then they will never claim that they know about him. So, taking into that and the kind of surprise element which always he gives to the people, it's very difficult. I am not an astrologer for sure, and I don't want to claim it. But I guess the consistency of his commitment to the people of India and the poor of India and downtrodden, to the states which are relatively underdeveloped, especially, for example, the states of Northeast, it is unequivocal. He has always talked about it, and I'm sure he will also continue to do more and more so that there is an equitable, sustainable development of the entire country and not only certain pockets of the country with large geography and large diversity as in, much as in India.
Now, Mr. Chowthawali, as the BJP's foreign policy lead, what do you see the international community wanting to see India focus on in the coming period?
People across the globe are looking towards India, definitely in context of pandemic, how India has faced the pandemic, especially the second wave. Of course, we were not perfect there, and we know that it was devastating wave. But India could recover very quickly. The economy is growing again, it's on track. And we have given again support to many people across the globe by supplying of medicine and vaccines. So people think that India is a kind of democratic leader who not only cares about itself but also cares about entire humanity. And Indian diaspora, which is also very prevalent here, has been very instrumental in giving that message to the entire world by their role and their commitment to the local communities. So I guess the diaspora has played a phenomenal role during the pandemic, and that is going to set the trend for other countries. Many of them, they have also supported back home to Indians who were in distress, and that also is a very exemplary case study in future that how the global diaspora of any country can come together and support their country of origin. So these are some of the things I think will determine the future course of action. The third part is, of course, on a softer issues like health care in general would be very crucial for the entire world. Now the new variant is coming and there is no immediate in the horizon that pandemic will end. So in that respect also, India's role, India's holistic healthcare system is likely to play a very important role. So I think that in next 2-3 years, India will continue to provide leadership on several of these issues.
Now, you talk about the diaspora, and here at the India Global Forum in the UAE, how important is the UAE on the agenda for India?
It has been talked about it for last 2 days, and I would like to re-emphasize that the relationship between India and UAE has reached a new orbit in last 7 years, and thanks to the leadership of both the countries. Prime Minister Modi has visited to this country 3 times, and he is likely to come again in 10 days' time. I guess first week of January, if I am not wrong. And the leadership of UAE has visited India twice, and in a very nice gesture when His Highness Crown Prince of UAE was a chief guest of Indian Republic Day, a small contingent of UAE armed forces also took a part in the Republic Day parade along with Indian armed forces, which doesn't happen many a times in our history also. So So many such things, and they are not only symbolism. Means, for example, again, the Hindu temple of Abu Dhabi, Swamiji has already talked about. But again, there is substantial growth and diversity of arrangements between and agreements. For example, now India is investing in some greenfield oil fields here in UAE. So there are substantial talks about trades. I think we will see a tremendous progress in next 2-3 years in every aspect of India-UAE relations.
And what key lessons do you think can be learned from PM Modi and his, his leadership style?
I think Prime Minister Modi is a very unique person in a sense that he has a grand vision. He has ability to work out a plan to achieve that vision, and he is a very focused, laser focused on the nitty-gritties of that plan so that it is delivered on time. So while keeping a macro picture in the horizon, he doesn't give up the micro details. And while going into the micro details, he doesn't forget the big picture. That is the success of how the gigantic schemes like opening more than 300 million bank accounts in 1 year to more than 1.2 billion vaccine doses in less than 1 year. So you see the number, they are staggering. We have never imagined these kind of things happening in India with the diversity and all the complexity of the country. But and even you see infrastructure, roads, IT infrastructure, you name it, and there is a paradigm shift in the way people are looking. The financial transaction model which India has given has become kind of a unique model where you can transfer money only through your mobile without knowing the account number. These kind of transformational platforms that this government has given not only to India but many countries who can actually adapt and fine-tune as per their requirement. This is the success story of India, and the credit goes to these 2-3 aspects, and one, the vision, detailed planning, and equally meticulous execution, and very thorough monitoring. So these are very standard management lessons we'll learn. Many of us are here, are in businesses, and they adopt this kind of criteria and path in their business world. But Prime Minister Modi has adopted the same principles in a big way, in a massive scale. And I guess this is the unique value proposition which Prime Minister Modi brings to the table as far as any leader, political leader of any country is all about.
Vijay Chathawali, really appreciate your time today. Thank you very much for joining us here at the India Global Forum UAE.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in our final session of the day, India's Minister for Skill Development is here, live and in person, to discuss the challenges and opportunities of keeping citizens' skill sets up to date amidst of a digital revolution. It's a great honor and a privilege to welcome him to the stage. Please give a very warm welcome to Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the Minister of State for Skill Development, Entrepreneurship, Electronics and IT for the Government of India. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us here in person. Very kind of you indeed. A very warm welcome to you. I thought we'd kick things off Our title here today is License to Skill, which is brilliant. Well, what I've got here is India is very much developing a strong reputation for creating some seriously amazing startups right now, especially in India and abroad, of course. Now, you've spoken on record as well about India's trillion-dollar digital economy mission. Can you tell us a little bit more about that you look to achieve to 2025, and also the role of startups within that mission as well?
Great. Thank you for that question. And I think the first response to that question, and I'm asked that a lot, is that we didn't get to this point very easy. It wasn't like it just happened overnight. And one of the things that I try and explain to people who ask me that question is that in 2014, when Prime Minister Modi became Prime Minister, when he was voted into power, we inherited an economy that was, to use a polite term, broken. The economy concentrated, economic activity concentrated around a few families and a few groups. In the years post 2014, two very important things that the Prime Minister did was, one is to embrace technology and deeply embed that into government. And second is to, in a sense, re-architect the economy and make it about more and more young Indians and their energy and their innovation, rather than limit it to a few Indian groups, a few Indian conglomerates. And I think with every good thing, there is a lag effect. And those good policies, those very sharply defined strategy for our economy played itself out very, very excellently during the COVID. And we have what we have today, which is this amazing phenomenon of 2 unicorns a month that are coming out in the middle of the pandemic, by the way. And that has, in my opinion, earned the respect and attention of the so-called otherwise destinations of technology and innovation in the US and other parts of the world. So we are deeply pleased with where we are, but I just want to clarify that we didn't get here because somebody just snapped a finger. It took a lot of hard work, a lot of tough decision making by the Prime Minister and his government, and an almost complete re-architecting of the economic landscape.
It really is phenomenal progress. It
Absolutely.
really is. In the midst of this digital economy mission, what are you paying close attention to then?
So the 1 trillion digital economy is a statement that is made about the results of the previous policies that we implemented from 2014, but as much to do with reimagining our ambition as a nation. So the trillion-dollar economy is a statement to the entrepreneurs and innovators in India and abroad that we are at, let's say, $350 billion today in the digital economy, but we plan to triple that very quickly. And we understand how to get there. We understand that the post-COVID world is looking at India as a reliable partner for technology products and services. And we see that as an opportunity. So I think if you see the trillion-dollar economy statement, it is in a sense signaling to the world that we have reset our ambitions. We are reimagining where we think we want to be. If you'd asked me pre-COVID, I would have said 600 billion, 700 billion, but at the rate at which the world is digitizing, the rate at which consumers and businesses and governments around the world are embracing digital technologies, India has a very significant opportunity and role to be a partner, a technology partner to the world's governments, citizens, and businesses.
It really does. What would you say the pandemic has exposed in terms of structural weaknesses then?
You know, I don't know if the pandemic has exposed weaknesses as much as our ability or our preparedness collectively as nations around the world and people around the world to deal with these kind of emergencies. I don't think you and I would have, or indeed anybody in the audience would have thought sitting in January of 2020, staggering out of a New Year's party or whatever, that we were going to be confronted with the worst 19, 20 months in our lives. So I think it was, people say it is structural weaknesses and institutional inadequacies, but I think it is that we fail to see that a pandemic of this magnitude could sweep the world and disrupt lives and livelihoods in the biggest of nations on one hand and the weakest of nations on the other. So I think it is more to do with that, but post-COVID, there is a clear realization that the countries of the world and the people of the world will have to find common cause. We may compete on technology, we may compete on trade, we may compete on ideas and innovation, but on certain basic minimum things like looking after the well-being of our people, looking after the well-being of lives and livelihoods of those at the bottom of the pyramids of all our nations, the countries of the world have to unite, or at least responsible, reasonable countries of the world must unite. And I think that is the learning more than saying that X institution didn't do its job or Y institution didn't do its job. Hindsight, as you know, is 20/20, and everybody is a genius after the fact. But my learning, and I think the government of India's learning and our Prime Minister's learning is, more than ever before, India's call that Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is a family, it resonates more today post-COVID, and that countries of the world have to find common cause during these types of emergencies and work together, because on their own, no country is able, as we have seen, even the biggest of nations like the US have failed to respond or have not been able to handle the pandemic any differently than India has or any other country has. So that is, in my opinion, the learning of the pandemic.
Do you think that there is still essentially a huge digital divide within many countries, of course, across the world? So what are you essentially doing to try and sort of bridge that gap and make it a more even playing field?
I think the digital divide is a consequence of the fact that during COVID, everything went online. And as people were locked down, they were in homes, they were having to work remotely. The technology, the platforms, the internet took on a completely different level of significance and importance in people's lives and to protect their livelihoods. And it is at that stage that people who did not have the digital skills found themselves floundering. So the digital divide, in my opinion, is a consequence of the fact that people did not anticipate this need to work from home, this need to be remotely connected to your livelihood, and then suddenly had that problem. But I think that digital divide is a temporary one. It is going to be quickly bridged because most governments, including ours has moved very rapidly in delivering digital skills to the most remotest and the most distant families. We are making it clear, and I just 2 days ago said in Parliament, in answer to a question that I said, it is clear in the post-COVID world that every Indian will have to have some semblance of digital skills. And I think that's true for every citizen of every country.
So what's the biggest challenge right now in terms of reskilling and upskilling a population?
I think that is clearly a big challenge because there are clearly areas of the global economy that have been hit hard. There are areas that now depend on new types of skills, like I said, the digital skills. So in our skilling mission, the Skill India mission, we focus not just on skilling. We focus on a whole ladder or a runway, which is skilling, upskilling, and when people are in livelihoods that are no longer relevant or are less relevant post-COVID, reskilling them. And for a country like India, which has 3.5 million immigrant workers who work abroad, who are working in Middle East and other countries, it is extremely important that we protect their livelihoods by giving them the necessary upskilling or reskilling skills. So a lot of what we are doing today in the post-COVID era, the redesign of Skill India or skilling in India is around ensuring that there is skilling in these new areas that require skilling, but also allowing people to upskill themselves and reskill themselves.
So interesting. How do you see education needing to change? Where do we need to start with change? I presume it's with the youth.
No, I think it's again, there are many things that were taken for granted pre-COVID that have now just become very important parts of governance discourse. And I think one of them is education. And in 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, the Indian government enunciated and articulated a new education policy. And the key defining feature of new education policy is that instead of a child studying, going through school, and simply seeing one outcome out of school, which is higher education, now at the schooling level, we will give him vocational training and skill as a way of getting a job later on, sports and education as part of the curriculum. So vocational training, skilling, if a youngster today wants to just end up being a computer programmer or wants to do sculpture or wants to end up being a musician, he should be able to do that through the schooling, get his credits from music or coding or any of that, and still be able to make progress in his life and make life choices that are separate from higher education, which is, as you know, in India, traditionally education has always been about do your 12 years of school, find a college, and you go in there, you force yourself. If you can't afford it, or if you don't have the temperament, you just drop out. So it was a binary at the end of the school. You either go into higher education or you drop out. Now it's no longer a binary. You either go down the higher education route, or you can go down the skilling route, or you go down the sports route. So I think, I wish I was a young kid because of all these opportunities, but for the coming generations of young Indians, the education policy integrated with skilling and all of these newer ways of finding livelihood choices at the end of school or end of college, in my opinion, is simply the most powerful reform since independence.
Very true, very true. My final question, what are you most excited about within this digital revolution? What are the key opportunities that you're seeing?
The most exciting thing for me, Laura, and I say this as somebody who spent over 3 decades in technology, is the amazing sense of confidence amongst the young Indians. They are today, age 19, age 20, age 21, very clear about the life choices that they want to make, extremely confident about technology being an enabler for those choices, unafraid of making mistakes, and really that talks to the personality of a country. And I think if that genie is in a sense being unleashed by our Prime Minister some years ago, more and more of these youngsters are doing things that are just completely unbelievable in terms of their innovation and quality of work. And I think that is what is going to drive the future of India and the future of this new India. And I'm personally, as somebody who is an avid fan of technology and avid advocate of technology, tremendously excited by that.
Very exciting future ahead. Minister Rajiv, it's been a great pleasure, a great privilege speaking with you here today. Thank you so much for joining us here at the India Global Forum, UAE 2021. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you.
Welcome to India Global Forum UAE, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, the most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to start building those dynamic alliances? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Well, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible couple of days we've had here at the India Global Forum UAE 2021. And of course, it's been the inaugural event. It's been the first time the event has ever been here in the Middle East.
And hopefully the first of many to come as well. It'll be taking place here in UAE and also obviously here in Dubai as well as part of the India Global Forum. Very exciting.
Indeed. Tell us what your main highlight has been over the last couple of days. We've had so many interviews. We've had amazing content. What has been your sort of highlight?
Difficult difficult, Laura, putting me on the spot there. I mean, the Global Disruptors series obviously is amazing because these are inspirational stories from, startups that have just done massively well. And, one thing that I'm really pleased about is the story of sustainability really came through from most of our guests that we spoke to. This is really such a priority now, and it's being integrated into not just the government, but the private sector as well. So I was really pleased to hear about that. And, everyone has a story to tell, and we've had some fantastic stories that hopefully have helped people watching at home or here as delegates taking part in the forum, because we learn from successful people, and we've had non-stop successful people. It's been fantastic. What about you? What were the highlights?
I think the Global Disruptors series really has been fascinating. As you said, hearing all these stories. I think that last session, actually, with the next generation, I mean, the pressure that people must be under, especially taking over a family business, it's been very interesting to hear their stories. And also building these companies from the ground up, and the number of unicorns as well that we've interviewed has been absolutely fascinating, and how they're managing as well, because a lot of them have actually become these unicorns in a very short space of time as well, which is fascinating.
It's been great to have a lot of input, obviously, from the government of India themselves, who have actually been here with us in person. When I first heard us doing the conference, I thought we might be linking remotely, but actually to have them walk through the door and be with us and integrate with our delegates has been fantastic.
And that's what I wanted to add, actually. The caliber of our guests have been absolutely phenomenal here.
Exceptional.
It really has. We've had so many different ministers, unicorns, businesses from the UAE and India. It's been phenomenal.
Now, don't forget, if you want to watch any of the sessions again, they are available online. It's the website is, of course, indiaglobalforum.com, and you can catch up, replay a lot of the information that has been going on here over the last couple of days. So we'll hope you'll do that.
You can.
indiaglobalforum.com.
Well, thank you so much. We'd just like to send a huge thank you, of course, to our online audience who have stayed with us throughout the past 2 days, and of course the wonderful live audience here today. It's been such a fantastic couple of days here at the Taj, Dubai.
And we also want to obviously thank our partners as well, our lead sponsor, of course, Emirates MBD, and all our sponsors have been fantastic. They've made this possible as well. So thank you very much to them.
Thank you so much. We're going to wrap it up there. My name is Laura Buckland. It's been a pleasure to be your co-host today. Thank you so much.
Pleasure to be yours. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Welcome to India Global Forum UAE, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, the most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Are you ready to start building those dynamic alliances? Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.